Welcome viewers to the first event streamed live by Motorcycle New Zealand of the 2017 New Zealand Superbike Grand Prix Series. Well, the Grand Prix is the first event sponsored by Mike Pero, and it's amazing to have Mike here, so enthusiastic and passionate about the sport, a sport he did so well at for a number of years.
Thanks, Robert. It's good to be here. It's coming up 40 years now since I was here racing, and being back here on the two strokes is an awesome feeling. Also, being part of Motorcycling New Zealand and the Grand Prix team, what they're doing here is fantastic. Great lineup of riders. Obviously, most of it is all now four strokes, but we've got a class for us old guys, it's really going places now.
You recently sponsored the Southern Classic, the major classic event in the South Island.
Yep.
Obviously that was a huge success for you. Where do you see the future? Do you see more meetings like that, or do you want to get behind superbikes?
Look, I'm passionate about motorcycling in general. So the modern day stuff that we've got here this weekend is awesome, but what we did a few weeks ago just before Christmas with the Southern Classic was fantastic too. We had riders that had come out in their 60s and 70s bringing out old machines, and even this thing, which is still competitive today but no class, is fantastic for the spectators to see two strokes or to hear the two strokes, smell the two-stroke oil. Just brings back memories for a lot of people, and that's what I've been part of. And you asked me the question, what do I want in the future? I just think more motorcycle races, more events, more fun, and more spectators.
That's excellent. Thanks, Mike.
Cheers.
Alex Phillis over from Melbourne for the New Zealand Supersport Championship on the MV Augusta. How's the bike running for you today, Alex?
Yeah, it's really good. We're really moving forward every session. We've started from basically nothing. All the data we had last year sort of gone out the window. Now we've got the bike working a lot better, and yeah, positive, you know, hoping we can really make a challenge to this championship.
No, that's excellent. Now, you've raced in Europe a bit in the last few years. What were you doing over there? Was that with Kawasaki or?
Yeah, I raced pretty much with Kawasaki the whole time I was there. I started in the German Championship when I was 18, my first year of Supersport. Then ended up racing 2 years of Superstock, and yeah, it was good fun. And then ended up coming home and wasn't really doing much, and was lucky enough to score a wild card into World Supersport, which then ended up in leading to a few rounds of doing World Superbike a few years ago. So yeah, I've been pretty lucky and had some great opportunities in the past.
So how do you think the MV will go in the series this year?
I think it's quite competitive, you know. It hasn't been easy to get it set up, and maybe the engine isn't quite as advanced as what we had it last year. We've been struggling getting it forward, but you know, we've still got really good horsepower, and the bike's really rideable at the moment, which I'm quite happy with.
So how are you getting on for lap times? I mean, on Pirelli tyres, how are they going?
Tyre wear's been excellent, actually. Like, we're not really concerned. We know we could probably run all three races on a set of tyres, to be honest, this weekend. So that's good. We've got our compound sorted, and yeah, no, we're quite happy. The lap time is just churning away, and we're getting faster and faster as the weekend goes on. So who knows where we're going to end up by the end of the weekend.
Evan Veltmeyer from Auckland, you're racing in two classes this year. Tell us a bit about the bikes.
Well, I've got my custom-built GVR 645. It started life as an SV650, and we've modified everything that we thought we possibly could to be competitive in the class. So it's a tough class, so you need every single piece of horsepower you can get, the best handling, the best tyres to try and compete.
No, that's great, and you're on a KTM as well in lightweight production.
Yeah, I thought to make the day go a bit faster, we'd add an extra class into the Nationals, so not waiting around so much, so I thought perfect. I like KTMs, I've done super motard racing with KTM, so it was a natural choice for me, and it's a fun bike to ride, and a very, very competitive class, which is very enjoyable.
So that gives you a bit of extra track time as well?
Yes, extra track time, and it's good to you know, get a feel for the track and get each bike set up. They are quite different, but both very fun to ride.
Good luck for the series.
Thanks very much.
Lewis Dray, 250 production champion from last season. You've stepped up to 300 lightweight, or the lightweight production, which is all the 300s. How are you finding it this year?
You know, it's been good. The step up to the Yamaha is a little bit different because we've got suspension that we have to adjust now rather than just riding something standard. So it's a big step in that respect of things. But no, I'm finding it really good. I'm really enjoying it, and I think I've adapted to the bike quite well. So looking forward to it.
So you're running a Yamaha this year. Tell us a little bit about the Yamaha.
Oh, the Yamaha's good. I really like the Yamaha. I've ridden all three bikes now. I've ridden the KTM, the Kawasaki, and I've found the Yamaha to be a lot easier to ride in respect of handling. When the I didn't quite like the KTM, it didn't suit me. It might suit other riders, but you know, I enjoy the Yamaha a lot.
Good luck with the final Grand Prix race today.
Yeah.
And we'll look forward to seeing you at the other rounds this year.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Rogan Chandler from Wellington, you're the current 125 GP New Zealand champion, TT champion and Grand Prix champion. You had a great season last year, and I understand you were down here and picked up a ride from an injured rider. How'd that all happen?
Yeah, well, the Triumph this weekend didn't manage to make it, and so I had a little problems with the engine, but now Dean Watson gladly helped me out with his bike, and you know, he's a bit injured, so he thought, if you're not riding here, we'll just chuck you on the 300 and let you out. So yeah, it's been good.
So you mentioned that you're running a 675 Triumph Daytona in the North Island rounds. Who sponsors that bike? Is it a standard bike or performance machine?
Well, it's Gio Dobson's bike from, he lives in Miramar, just out of Wellington, and yeah, it's just fully stock. He just bought it and we've started racing it. So he's been running it for about 3 years with different riders, and just about last year I jumped on it. So we've been riding it for about a year now. And so it's our first year out in Supersport, and yeah, we're just giving it a go. So.
I understand you picked up a podium in the Suzuki Series, and you also raced the Classic at Wanganui on the other live stream this year. How did those weekends all go for you?
Yeah, well, at the start of the Tri-Series we were really hoping for a top 10 finish at least, so to come on the podium at the end of it we were pretty wrapped with that, and you know, the team's put in a lot of work, so it's pretty good. And yeah, the Classic was just let off some steam, have a bit of fun. Yeah, it turned out to be a great weekend on there. So yeah, I always love riding the Classic bike. It's heaps of fun. So yeah, always stay in that.
That's great. Good luck for the series, Rogan.
It is. Thank you.
Sloane Frost, New Zealand Superbike champion. You're here to defend your title and have a crack at the Grand Prix, the prestigious New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's great to be wearing the number one plate this year, and as they say, you know, it's one thing to win it, but it's another thing to sort of defend it. So I'm looking forward to the challenge in that. We're riding pretty well this weekend, and the bike's going really well. The team's working really well together, and we've got some really good sponsors on board with Fujitsu, heat pumps and that, looking after us again, and obviously Suzuki New Zealand and TSS Red Baron are big supporters. So you know, it's all coming together nicely.
So how's your preparation gone? You raced in the Suzuki Series?
Yeah, we did really well in the Suzuki Series, and you know, we're still sort of waiting to hear back what's happening with the results and that. But yeah, you know, I was sort of a little bit disappointed how it all finished up at the Suzuki Series. So you know, I want to try and redeem myself with the National Series and that, and you know, that's what it's important to me. It's important to the sponsors and that for the Suzuki Series, but you know, it's important to me to retain that number one plate. You know, so for the and that's what you get in the Nationals. So between that and you know, the New Zealand Grand Prix as well, that's a whole title in itself. And you know, last year I sort of got the whole three. So you know, it'd be really nice to add to that, and yeah, just keep building that momentum.
So who do you see as your major competition this weekend?
It's just all the usual guys, you know, like Tony Rees, Daniel Medham, Toby Summers. It's going to be hard on track, and you know, Alistair Hugenbosom is a local guy from around here, and I've ridden against him quite a lot in Australia and stuff, and he's going to be hard to beat, you know. So I think it all comes down to the start, you know, and who's going to get out there, and the races are long too, you know, like that New Zealand Grand Prix race is 20 laps, you know, it's a long time on track. It's like 35 minutes or something that you end up spending on track. So you know, fitness and endurance is going to come into it, but also tyre wear and tyre life, and I'm pretty lucky with you know, Robert Taylor's here in my corner and that, and working with KSS suspension and the Nitron suspension we've got, sort of looking after the tyres. So you know, fingers crossed for that 20-minute race, but anything can happen. It's a long time.
Former 125 and 600 champion in Superbikes now for your second season. How's it going out there today on the track?
So far, so good. We've got a good setup going on, and we're really looking forward to the races coming up. And everything's going good. Miles better than last year, and we're really looking forward to the races.
So you had a podium last year at the New Zealand TT?
Yes, we managed to get up on the podium after a bit of a rough start to our season. It was really nice for myself and the team to finish so strongly. So hopefully we can carry on from that, and
So Honda, what's the model you're running in Superbike?
This year we're on the 2015 Honda CBR SP. So far it's been so good. We didn't get these bikes going last year, so this is the first season we've actually run the SP. And they're absolutely fantastic, and we're equaling our times from last year. So we're looking to improve those times, and
That's great. Good luck for the series.
Cheers, thank you.
Mitch Rees from Whakatane, down here in Christchurch, racing in Superbike for the first time. I understand you're a dirt bike racer from a long time ago.
Oh, still am, but just joined the Superbike community, and it's awesome fun.
So you raced in the Suzuki series, and I think, did you do the Burt Munro as well?
Yeah, so we started with the Motul 6 hour, and the team won that, and then we moved to the Burt Munro and did that whole series. It was awesome. And then did the Suzuki series, and managed to get 9th overall there, which is pretty good. Had a couple of crashes, but it's all part of learning.
That's great. So how's the bike going? You're on a Honda 1000 in Superbike?
Yep. Yeah, bike's going awesome. Hey, it's not the fastest thing out there, but it's really good to learn on, and we got it set up well, and it's really enjoying it.
Good luck for the series.
Cool, thanks very much.
Robbie Shorter from Tauranga, in the New Zealand Grand Prix Sidecar Series. How are you feeling today about the bike, Spike?
The bike's been going really well. We're quite confident with it. We've got good tyres, got the good motor in. We've been putting some good times down, so we're feeling pretty confident with it all.
Yeah, no, it's going really well. It's a new pairing for us with Spike and myself, and been racing a few years and actually never got to race together. So this series, for one reason or another, we've paired up, and we've gelled pretty quick. Bike's going well. Spike's doing a fantastic job out there. So bring it on.
So are you looking forward to the series, Spike?
Oh, definitely. I live for this series, or the national series. So my main focus for the year is the nationals. We've done it 3 times, won the championship. So let's hope we can get a 4th in there.
Yeah, it'll be my second, hopefully. So been doing it a few times, and a couple of bridesmaids along the way. Well, quite a few actually, but no, hopefully, all the planning's in there, and then, like I say, we're gelling really well. The bike's going well, and Spike's done a terrific job of getting it all prepared and all ready to go, and we'll just see what comes. It's a funny old game, motorsport.
Good luck for the series, guys.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
New to sidecar racing, I understand you've just bought yourself an outfit.
I have. It's Ian Bell's old Windle. It ran in 94 and 95, I think, yeah. Got 5th and 6th respectively, so I've got that now and I'm doing it up. We've just put a GSXR 1000 in it, so we are looking for sponsors to get that all finished and get it running, because it should be pretty quick. And I've got a good rider. I can't say who it is yet, but from the solo class, so that should be pretty exciting.
So you're going to be the passenger. Why have you got into sidecar racing?
I saw it on YouTube once. We were watching TT sidecars, and I thought that looked pretty exciting and something that I would be able to do, maybe. So I thought I'd give it a go, and I came out to one of the national rounds, and I spoke to some of the sidecar people out there, and I had a go a few months later, and I loved it.
Damon Rees, Supersport 600 Honda. You were one of the hot shots in the North Island Suzuki Series. How's it going today for you?
So far it's going pretty good, we've got positive feelings through the bike. It's going well. We'll just see how things go over the weekend, yeah.
So you're looking forward to the whole series? We've got 4 rounds. How are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited, 2 in the south, 2 in the north makes it a little more fair for us North Islanders, whereas last year was a bit harder, but looking forward to it here, Tiratonga, Hampton Downs and Taupo. I'm really looking forward to the series ahead.
You also raced at the Burt Munro this year as well. How did that go for you?
I won Formula 2 in the street race and the circuit race. That was positive. It was good testing for when we came here for the nationals. So it just meant we had a good base setting, coming here, and it was just track time. It was definitely worthwhile coming.
Good luck for the series.
Thank you.
Daniel Medham, current New Zealand 600 or Supersport champion, stepped up to Superbikes. How's the bike handling today?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. We've spent the Friday and Saturday setting it up, so we've got a pretty good setting for 2 days races today.
That's excellent. You ran in the Suzuki Series and you surprised a few people with your great riding?
Yeah, we finished 5th overall in the series. The first round, it was a bit of a... we only finished 8th at the first round, but the second round we finished 2nd, and the final round at Wanganui finished 3rd in both rounds, so came in strong at the end and yeah, ran up the front of the fast boys, which was good.
You looking forward to the series?
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome national season, you know. It's a big learning year for me on the new bike, but you know, I've got Ray helping me out with suspension and the bike, so I'm in a good place, and yeah, just happy to be riding.
That's right. Good luck for the series.
Thank you.
Jake Lewis, you've won the New Zealand 125 title, the 600 Superstock and the European Junior Cup, and here you are in Supersport going for the New Zealand title on a Triumph this year. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, so I've got a great opportunity with Budget Motorcycle Spears, Underground Brown, First European and Stadium Finance done a big job for us getting these Triumphs together, and yeah, great package. Really enjoying the Triumph. It's something different, not usually seen in the New Zealand Championship, but it's been going really strong today, and qualifying 3rd was really good, and yeah, looking forward to, you know, giving them a good run in the race and see what we can do, see if we can get that Grand Prix trophy.
Right, so we've got the Grand Prix trophy coming up later today, and you mentioned that yesterday you qualified 3rd, so you reckon you've got a chance at New Zealand Championship? We've got 4 rounds to go, 12 races in total. How do you rate your chances?
Yeah, definitely good. Obviously it's a long way to go, but that's the only reason I'm here, to win, so that's what we're going out to do, and yeah, just do our best every time, and yeah, we'll be pushing. There's some fast guys here for sure, but I think both of us on the Triumph 675s can certainly run up the front.
Yes, you've got James Hugenbusen running in the team as well. I understand these engines have had special parts from T3 Racing in the UK.
Yeah, we got a few bits for them out of the UK to see what we could do, get a bit more horsepower out of them, and Dennis Charlotte at Budget Motorcycles Bears done a great job of building them, and our KSS Nitron suspension has been fantastic package, really good. So yeah, we're just looking forward to the rest of the season and get racing, and we know we've got the bikes capable. I just got to do my job.
Good luck for the season.
Thanks very much.
Shane Richardson from Wainuiomata at the Grand Prix, first round of New Zealand Superbikes. How's the bike going today?
Yeah, the bike's going really good. I can't complain. It's ran well all through the Suzuki Series, so I'm really looking forward to getting it out for the GP race and try and win the title.
So 4 rounds of the series, are you going for points or win all the time?
Consistency is going to be the key, and I've learnt that over the last couple of years, so we're going for a good points haul across all 4 rounds.
So what bike are you running this year? I mean Kawasaki, but what's the model?
We've got a 2016 Kawasaki ZX6R supplied by Kawasaki New Zealand, and it's a phenomenal bike, so I can't complain on that behalf.
That's fantastic. Well, we wish you all for the final race of the day, or the big GP race. You've got some stiff competition out there though.
Yeah, there's plenty of boys that are capable of winning, so it's going to be a dogfight out there, but we'll just do our best and see where we come out.
That's fantastic, and good luck for the race.
Cool, thank you very much.
Raced at the Grand Prix last year in development. How did you find that?
It was pretty good, a good learning curve for me because I hadn't raced in the down south before. So I just learnt the tracks, got ready for this year so I could step up onto a different bike and actually have a good chance this year.
So you're racing in the 250 production class this year. What sort of bike are you riding?
Kawasaki Ninja 250. So yeah, not too much of a step up, but it's a championship class instead of just a support class this year.
So you're really enjoying being in Christchurch?
Yeah, it's really nice, but bit of not the best weather, but it'll do. Not raining.
No, that's great. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Campbell Grayling from Opunake and Taranaki, down here at the Grand Prix for the weekend. How are you enjoying yourself?
I'm loving it out here this weekend. I had a good day yesterday, the practice day, and we'll see how the racing goes this weekend.
Excellent. So what bike are you racing this weekend? And it's 250 production, I understand?
Yeah, I've got a Kawasaki 250 just behind me, and yeah, that's all in terms of the production. That's all everyone's racing this year.
No, that's excellent, and have a good weekend.
Cheers, Robert.
Morning, Avalon. We're here at the New Zealand Grand Prix. You've just back from Europe. How's your season been over there?
It's been fantastic, thanks. I managed to win the 2016 FIM European Women's Cup, once again leading on from 2015. So it was a great result, really great racing in the World Superbike paddock and amongst some top competition out there.
And you're looking forward to the Grand Prix tomorrow?
Yeah, I can't wait to get out there, and the Supersport class is hugely competitive, but my bike, the Kawasaki MTF 600, is running really, really well, and I think we're going to put up a strong fight, hopefully for the top 5 positions.
No, that's fantastic. And you won the New Zealand Superlite Championship a few years ago?
Yeah, I did actually, and I had a really great battle here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park with a couple of the other riders, so hopefully a repeat of that, and we'll see how the GP today turns out.
So leading on to the Grand Prix, you've got another 3 events in New Zealand after this?
Yeah, we head on to Tonga after this, which is actually my favourite track, and I haven't been there since 2012, so can't wait to get back there. And then we head up north to my home tracks, Taupo and Hampton Downs, so it's going to be a good season ahead of us.
So you're looking forward to catching the action live stream later in the week?
Yeah, I'll definitely catch up on the racing, see how I looked on TV. But it's also great for my family, friends and sponsors to be able to watch the racing live on Sunday.
That's fantastic. And what's happening about Europe next year? Are you heading back?
Yeah, we've got some quiet plans to head back racing the World Championship 300 class. It's a brand new class, so I'm hoping to head back for that. We're still just making the budget happen at the moment, which is, just finding sponsors.
Fantastic. So if anyone's looking to sponsor one of the most amazing young racers to come out of New Zealand in years?
Yeah, please get in contact with me through my website or through Facebook page would be fantastic.
Jeremy Holmes from Invercargill on the new Honda 1000 and 1000 Superstock. How's it going for you today out there on the bike?
Oh, it seems to be going pretty well actually. Just getting a bit of setup time. Haven't really ridden the bike much, getting used to 1000, which is a big step up from the 600. So just getting used to it really, and trying to find some settings, and we're having some good fun, that's for sure. So yeah.
So you raced the 600 last season. How long have you been racing for now?
I've raced since 2000, so quite a while, bit of a veteran. I'm not quite as grey as I should be, but so 600 I've been racing since 2004, and finally thought, I'm old enough to get on 1000 now and get a few more horses under me, and it's quite good. A few more skids, a few more wheelies, a few more sort of tight moments and bits and pieces, but it's good fun. I'm really enjoying it.
Barry Smith, you've had a good run this season so far in the sidecar, the Suzuki Series. How's the GP looking for you?
It's looking good. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring our F1 bike. It's still undergoing repairs, so we've had to bring the smaller 600 bike. So we'll be starting off a bit on the back foot, unfortunately, with a lack of speed, but we'll be out there giving it our best and see how we go.
That's excellent. And Tracy Bryan, the swinger, how long have you been hanging around on these sidecars?
About 12, 13 years now. So I think I know pretty much what's going on now. Learned a fair bit, and it's good to be teamed up with Barry this year. And it's a shame we had, like he says, we haven't got the right bike here, but I'm sure we'll create a bit of havoc anyway.
No, that's fantastic. So you race yourself as well. What's happening? Are you going to do any more riding as well?
Not really sure what the next few years bring. We'll see how Barry and I continue going. There is a look at bringing an F2 out for me, a newer one, so I would quite like to get into riding again. But I think we're making a good team at the moment, so we'll see how far this goes first. And Carl Cox has been amazing, providing the opportunity, so we'll see what happens.
Jane, 125 GP rider, last year you came third in the championships. How do you think you'll go this year?
Really good. It's a pretty competitive year. We've got 10 bikes on the grid. There's a lot of talent in this year. A couple from last year coming back. Go really good. A lot of competition, but I think we have some good battles.
I see you're using Dunlop tyres. How's the bike going on them?
Yeah, loving them, mate. Really consistent, last forever. Even don't really know when they go off because they still last. Keep going. Love it.
So what's the bike? Tell me about the bike.
It's a 125 Grand Prix bike in 1998, pretty stock, pretty much nothing done to it since it left the factory, not even running a quick shifter, quite how I like it, nice and reliable, consistent, easy to ride.
So looking forward to the series?
Oh, blinder, really, really good entries, the class is strong, a lot of competition, so much fun, loving it.
Good luck for the series.
Yeah, cheers, man. Totally enjoying it.
Josh Augustine from Auckland. You raced in the Suzuki Series. How did you go in that?
Yeah, pretty good. I got 5th overall in Formula 3 and first pro twin as well, which I was pretty happy about. First time doing the Suzuki Series, and yeah, it was a pretty challenging field. Managed to get personal best lap times everywhere I went, and did Wanganui the first time, which was also very exciting. Yeah, definitely do it again next year, for sure.
So this is your first time racing at Ruapuna in Christchurch, or the Mike Pero Motorsport Park. How's the bike going today out there in the races?
Yeah, it seems to be going all right. Handling pretty well. It's quite a challenging track, so I'm still trying to get my head round. First time here, yeah, so, but loving it. Sun's out, can't complain. Yeah, it's just awesome. I'd like to thank all my sponsors for helping me out to get here. Farm Fresh Milk, Absolutely Hammered Limited, CSC Signage, Forbes and Davies, Motul and Shellstar. Yeah, it's going to be an awesome series, and I'm just going to chip away at it and see where I end up.
Sam Davison, former 125 New Zealand champion, also raced with some distinction in Australia on a 300 Kawasaki. What bike are you running this weekend at the New Zealand Championships?
I'm on a Kawasaki 650 Ninja in the Pro Tuning class, and it's provided generously by Steve Davidson, so a huge thanks to him, and yeah, it should be a good, well, it's been a good weekend so far, so hopefully it continues that way.
Right, so how have you adapted to the Kawasaki after the smaller bikes?
It has been a bit of a change. It's definitely a lot more weight, and there is a bit more power, but it's not a huge amount more, so they're definitely not as light to throw around. But yeah, no, it's been a good challenge, and I've been really enjoying riding it, actually, yeah.
Good luck for the series.
Thank you.
Dennis Charlotte, you've won a couple of New Zealand titles, well, a few in the past, 600 and Superbike. What classes are you running in today?
Well, this year I'm running in the Pro Twin class, and I'll also be running in the Superlite class, and on an SV 650. So yeah, we're looking forward to getting out there and chalking up another New Zealand championship in both these classes if I can.
So later today we've got the New Zealand Grand Prix, a one-off race for the two classes. How do you think you'll go in those?
Well, I'd like to win because you know, my actual goal is I've won just about every class, a GP title in every class, except for these two. So I'd like to win those two and have a full house. So that's my goal for today.
So this is your home track, Mike Pero Motorsport Park. How does this rate compare to the other tracks in New Zealand?
Oh, well, many people ask me that over the years, and you know, I always say that my favourite track is the track I'm riding on because you know, they're all great. We haven't got enough of them to have a favourite one, so I love this one. This one, they all have the little unique situations. This one has a lot of turns, so yeah, it's a real fantastic rider's circuit, this one.
Nathan Jane from Auckland, down here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. What class are you running this year?
Running in the Superlites this year. Last year we ran in the Pro Twins, and so it's a new class for me, and it's good bikes, and R&R Power Sports have built a fast bike this year for me, so it's good.
So who's your sponsor and what bike are you racing?
Barnes Jenkins Insurance Brokers have the main sponsor and supplying me the bike, which is really probably one of the best bikes in the field, to be honest, and it's built by R&R, so it's a quick bike, and we should get a pretty good result on it, hopefully.
So you're looking forward to the rest of the series?
Yeah, it should be a great series. Yeah, thank you.
Good luck for the series.
Thank you.
Good morning, folks, and welcome along to Christchurch, New Zealand for round one of the Mike Pero Real Estate New Zealand Superbike Road Racing Championships. Over the next 6 hours, over the live stream, we'll show you the creme de la creme of New Zealand motorcycling. We've got the Superbikes, we've got the Supersport 600s, we've got the Sidecars, we've got development classes, we've got 125 GP bikes, we've got the 250 production and the lightweights, and of course we've got the bears. Over the next 6 hours, you'll see the very best of New Zealand motorcycling strutting their stuff around Mike Pero Motorsport Park. Congratulations to anybody that's watching our live stream here. I hope you enjoy the day. Let's send it up to the commentators upstairs and get this party started.
Absolutely magical day. Weather on our side, could you ask for better? Not too hot for competitors and spectators and supporters alike, and yet beautiful and sunny, and no sign of rain on this array of weather. So looking fantastic. Introducing Spider Staples and Jacob Stroud to join us here, and we'll have a few other guest commentators throughout the day as we kick off for our first race. And I tell you what, a big charge on the outside as we saw the 81 in our Pro Twin lineup, and Matt Dunlop get a fantastic start, and he did yesterday. Matt, effectively a newcomer to our sport, and great to see the Aucklander getting an awesome charge off the line. Almost think that by the look of his racing that he's had a little bit of moto background, maybe, that he was able to get such a good start and get away through. Flexi passed on our opening lap split start now with our 125s, and we watched a great race with all of these guys yesterday. And what about the 34? Yes indeed, Damien Perrodin getting away to a scorcher there on the Steve Ward Racing. The other man limited supported Honda RS 125s. All the bikes are of a similar model, but what a turnout for 125s, and Steve Ward, take a bow. Absolutely sensational to see your continued support for this racing, and neat to watch as they go through Flexiplast and open up some race pace earlier on. Remembering, folks, 2 points. First of all, when it comes to watching a full internet coverage of this from a video point of view and commentary, you go to iFilms, that's ifilms.co.nz, and also from the point of view of live updates during the day on your phone. Don't need an app, just need your smartphone, and it is mxt.co.nz. M for Mary, X for X-ray, T for Tango, mxt.co.nz, and you'll be able to get live timing of the racing on the palm of your hand, and also of course throughout the entire championship, whether you're going to Invercargill or Taupo or Hampton Downs. So great two ways to watch it if you're not necessarily with us at any of those events. All right, Fulton Hogan race pace as we get underway with this Mike Pero racing, and our 125s to look out for. So we've got these two waves of riders. They're completely in two separate classes, so don't be perturbed thinking these guys have got some catching up to do. We know that they do some catching up, and their times are very close overall, but they are two respected groups as we check out the 23 to go past Brian Hardacre, the man out of Christchurch for Steve Ward Racing. Right, get the right 23, Neil. That's Jordan Burley, the 23 of Brian Hardacre. So, of course, he's in the 125 lineup. So two number 23s, but the computerised system is good enough to update that for us. And we also get to see which of the classes that they're in as well. And you'll see that when it comes up on your smartphone as well. So keen to look out as the rest go past. And there's our 125s. And look at that, the flying number 6 of Chris Kane doing it already. Good work out there. And I was expecting to see Matthew Hugenbusen behind him. And I don't think it was Matthew that was in straight into the next place. So a charging run for in fact, yes, it was the number there of Matthew Hugenbusen, who's a late entry in this lineup after having some problems with a Superlite bike. So luckily another bike in the garage, class of course, for which he's already won a New Zealand title, and here he is deservedly taking the honours. First up for Spider Staples, and Spider on board. Spider, you've been a regular camper here. How was the mood in the pits last night?
Wet.
Oh, wet, okay.
It was all good. We got inside it. Yeah, sorry, it was wet, yeah. No, it was all good. People were happy. There was a few people fixing bikes. There was a few people just changing their handlebars, and really good vibe in the pits tonight. Will be expected as well. There's a few people now able to have a beer tonight and then relax after a weekend, get ready for Invercargill next weekend. Oh, what a race this 125 class was, and that's a late starter going out now. Number 20, John Medlin from Lower Hutt on the TSS Red Baron machine. Saw him come in from the scrubbing session out of power and that, and he's just joined into the race, so good on him. He's obviously got no chance, unless of course it may be red flag. Pro Twins coming down the front straight now, and it is Jordan Burley, the 28-year-old from Hamilton, leading the class, and then behind him is Dennis Charlotte, Jost Augustine and Matt Dunlop. Matt Dunlop got out and led this class yesterday. This is going to be one of the rides of the weekend and season so far. It's his first racing ever. He's done 2 rounds of the Hamilton Motorcycle Club series and the Suzuki series, and there he is out there in the first Pro Twin race leading it. But right now Matt sits there in 4th place as we're running around in the low 40 marks. The 125 Grand Prix bikes were the quickest on the track yesterday. Both the top 2 bikes set the fastest laps overall in this class, in their own class as well as the Pro Twin. So expect them to catch up eventually. But meanwhile, we're going to look out into the track and see where that 125 race is and the battle going on there, Jacob Stroud.
Yes, Chris Kane got right to the lead in the first lap, as he tried to do all day yesterday, and then as soon as he got to the lead, he was balked by a Pro Twin trying to go on the outside of the lap rider, and lost so much momentum, and Matthew Hugenbusen got past. But probably the best thing for the race is now they're all three of them Dyson again, the same as yesterday, and Chris has managed to get himself to the front again.
All right, nice to see our support for this race coming from Avon Suzuki at home for race number 20, of course, for the Pro Twins. They'll be our Grand Prix sponsor today. Also wishing to acknowledge the support of Trevor Pierce, Yamaha Revs Your Heart, Scootek, your scooter performance setter, SBS braking systems available through your favourite bike shop, and of course Avon City Motorcycles. Yes, the King is back. The awesome GSX 1000, the world-beating Superbike, back, the pre-production is there and available to be viewed. It's the one that's touring the country at the moment, and the bike should be on showroom floors about mid-year. So the King is back, yes, with Avon City Motorcycles. As we update our lineup, 650 production, Jordan Burley, Dennis Charlotte, go to Josh Augustine in third place, followed by Peter Gunn and Matt Dunlop, who got that great start, but he's already slipped back to a fifth place there. That's worse than he'd done yesterday. Phil Munt, our Spider, made the comment before about a 650 production or a Pro Twin rider doing the Suzuki Series. Of course, there's not actually a class for them, so they've got to be up against more competitive bikes, and a lot of riders have used it as an opportunity to warm up for the season, and we saw that yesterday, I think, so much with our super bikes and the Supersport as well, with the likes of Shane Richardson and Damon Rees yesterday having been fresh to go, whereas last year with less racing for the guys through the series, that meant that the likes of the locals had the run up on them. But in that case, it's those that have been doing more racing in recent times. 125 in the update, Chris Kane with Matt Hugenboozem and Chris Wallinger, somebody we spoke of yesterday, Damien Perrendon adding to the lineup again. And Spider Staples, is this the most perfect conditions you could have for the start of a day with zero wind, this cooler air with a southerly airflow, but hey, a nice dry track?
Oh, definitely. You know, it was a shame the rain came in about 4 laps from the end of the day yesterday, and it got quite serious, but it looks like it's going to be a nice warm day today. Heat up later on. We've already seen 2 lap records broken yesterday, and hopefully we can see a bit more today and some good clean racing. The Pro Twins are coming out of the dipper. We saw in the last lap Jordan Burley cross the line on the 23 machine in the lead spot with Dennis Charlotte, followed by Josh Augustine, but it looks like the orange bike of Dennis Charlotte, as I say that, he was in first place, but it has changed position there. Must have been going into the Rock FM corner, so it is Burley back in the lead with Charlotte following, followed by Josh Augustine. You know, as I say that, side by side up there, Neil Ritchie into turn 1.
Yeah, there he goes. Look at that around flexor passing around the outside. Beautiful watch. You saw the flying number 23 there, Jordan Burley, the man with far less racing experience than the man who's just overtaken him. But then Dennis perfectly slipstreaming and more importantly slingshotting as he pulls out almost at the end of the straight before peeling around the curve and then going up into flexor place in the lead, which he holds at the moment. Over to Euromark as we go over there. That's the fabulous hairpin here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park, and a lovely bit of cornering going on there. And just as we've been watching this, and we'll do a little bit longer, we've got Jacob Stroud. Jacob will be telling us an update of those 125. So clearly we want to distinguish 2 classes within the same race, but take nothing away from any of them. All it is because we have enough entries with computerised lap scoring courtesy of mxt.co.nz. We can clearly get to good results and know of each class respectively. And it looks at this stage like they're still nicely separated, so none of that backmarker hold up as we had yesterday, Jacob.
Yes, in first on the Pro Twins, Dennis Charlotte, and second is Jordan Burley. Just talking about experience, this is Jordan Burley's first year out racing motorbikes, and Dennis Charlotte has won a national title in every other class except for Pro Twins and Superlites, the 2 classes he's racing.
Sidecars.
He is also talking about those 3-wheeled machines, doing one of those next year as well, just to tick every single one off the New Zealand title list. Truly a jack of all trades. And then man behind him, as I said, the first race meeting ever, and hanging on to the coattails of a true New Zealand legend.
Man, the pace is on to a 41.979, 41.867 and a 41.909 for those top bikes here, so less than 0.08 of a second separating the top 3 bike, and it certainly shows on the track with the lead 2 bikes having a squabble and are now coming across a back marker there. That's the Pro Twins. Let's shoot out that 125 class there. Where is it on the track there, young Jacob?
Coming out of the last quarter, Chris Caden's got a pretty healthy lead over the 2 behind him, Matthew Hugenboozem and Chris Wallinger, having a real good race. Just coming across the line, almost looks like 1 bike between the shadow.
Great to watch, and I'm liking the work from Chris Wallinger because we know how good Matthew Hugenboozem is, but giving Matthew a little bit of credit, he's probably a little bit rusty. All of his focus has been on this fantastic Superlite bike that they'll be making in conjunction with Triple R Racing, and Unfortunately, some teething problems, as there often is with bikes like that. I can assure you it took a long time to get that 125 to percolate as good as it's doing, but hey, at least it was a backup plan for Team Hoogie Racing, and they were able to get Matthew out on a reasonable bike to be still competitive. A class that he's already won a title with, but somebody like Chris Wallinger, who's fresh on that bike, been doing a bit more lap time recently, is certainly showing a clean set of heels as they head through Euromark. But as Jacob pointed out, look at that on the red bike over there from Chris Kane. Courtesy of Ernest Workwear and Grand Prix Machine, the man out of Auckland, Chris Kane, and a flying bit of riding from him coming up there. So remembering those two races, Dennis Charlotte, Jordan Burley. I'm impressed with Jordan Burley. This is great work from this man. Probably, is this his first trip, guys, here to Mike Pero?
His first trip.
Wow, look at that. How about that for your first trip? Dennis Charlotte would have clocked up 1 million laps, a slight exaggeration, but you get the idea here at Rapuna. He would have done a lot more. And look at that, he's in the slingshot. He's looking to get the wide sweep coming out of the corner. He's looking fast coming down the Mike Pero Motorsport straight here at the moment. And look at that, separated by absolutely next to nothing. In fact, that margin at the moment is 0.175. That's less than 0.2 of 1 second between them. So Dennis Charlotte holding it out from Jordan Burley. Spider Staples.
Oh yeah, and right now Burley's running around the 144.91. Dennis is a little bit slower at 146, so there might be a change of position. Now remember yesterday, Dennis Charlotte got away from this group and he had sometimes I think 4 seconds lead. Then he slowed towards the end, and I think another lap or something he might have got past. And I did comment to his wife, I said, was a problem? She said, no, not really, he just wanted to win it in the shortest possible time, but maybe the bike was misfiring. But certainly it's on fire at the moment. They're coming out of the hairpin, 3 bike lengths at the most between the 2 bikes there, and that's the lead for the New Zealand Pro Twin Championships. We're looking out in the distance and for the 125s, and Chris Kane's got that one sewn up. Of course he's got to finish, and the battle is on for second place. Jacob Stroud's watching that.
Yes, Chris has definitely sort of pulled away now. Matthew Hugenbosom has slipped down behind Chris Wallinger, who has pulled a slight gap, and he's sort of a little bit of breathing room, which is a lot in 125 racing. But yeah, Matthew will definitely get faster as it goes on. I think it's his first ride on the 125 for at least 2 years when his bike blew up on Friday. So it will be a definite interesting to see how Matthew Hugenbosom goes for the rest of the season.
34, Damien Perrotin, father of both Connor and Bailey Perrotin. He's out there in 4th place on the 125s. I've seen this man ride a GSX 1100 at post-classic meetings, and of course at Methven street races, as well as buckets and else. And also his son's 250 as well.
And
so it's good
I
to see him
recall his R1 days as well.
R1, yeah, you're right
exactly.
there. So.
Yeah, you're in Superbike racing here in the south, on the Springston Motorcycles machine. So a very versatile rider.
Yeah, great to see him out on the track and on a GP bike as well, to increase his portfolio, as we say.
Yeah, he's trying. If Dennis Charlotte can do it, why can't I?
Yeah, the white flag's out now, and Jordan Burley is sitting behind Dennis Charlotte, and is the best place he could be at this racetrack at the moment. He's learning so much in a first year to be behind someone of that calibre, learning the experience of lines and what different places to be on the track. And it's just doing so much for his riding.
The great thing too is he's been following Dennis all the way through for the last few laps, right in sight, can smell him almost every little move he makes on the track. We've only got a handful of corners left. The white flag is out. Is there anywhere you think that he might make the lunge there for first to get first there? That's Jordan Burley.
Yeah, Dennis Charlotte is definitely a wily old fox, and he's got a lot of places where he knows Jordan could be strong, and he's definitely going to try his best to sort of block every opportunity.
Well, the key factor that's happened in the last lap, guys, is that gap between Chris Wallinger and Matthew Hugenbosom. Look at that, 2nd to 3rd in the 125. So just out of Euromark hairpin at the moment. So up towards Fulton Hogan, there's Chris Kane on the red bike, followed by Chris Wallinger, and further back to Matt Hugenbosom. Maybe a misgear or something in there, because that was more significant. Remembering on our earlier update, it was Matt Hugenbosom, who's not in your program because he's in the Superlite program without a bike going. Let's hope he can get a Superlite sorted out. If he can do, maybe he's got to now go for 2 classes, because he'll have some good points in this one. As we look out now for our checkered flag, and here comes the run through. Look how much. There is very little in it at the moment as we go for Charlotte to hold it, and only just for Jordan Burley, the first timer here, Mike Pero Motorsport Park, scorching home for a very good second place in the time at 0.233. So only a little over a quarter of a second to be the difference in that one. So exceptional to watch a racing like that. Jordan Burley, if Dennis Charlotte didn't know that man before, he certainly knows him now. He would have probably have smelled his underarm. He was that close to him during the event, with Josh Augustine up there for the 3rd place, followed by Pete Gunn and that new man Matt Dunlop as well. Nice to see some new charges in this lineup. And here's the 125, Chris Kane going all the way. Beautiful work from Chris, loving the preparation of these 125s, looking so good. Now to Chris Wallinger of the 62, finishing a very good 3rd place. And the update now with Matt Hugenbosom charging through and into the 34 then of Damien Perrott. And I'll tell you what, Damien Perrott, and that was a very good line-up there. We look at the last lap, for example, Damien Perrott doing a 1:42, Matt Hugenbosom only did a 1:44, and the margin came down to 1.254 seconds. I get the idea, something a little amiss there for Matt Hugenbosom, that he's dropped off the pace, but hey, that's what comes down to tight racing. So there you go, a very good finish when we combine those two classes. Brought to us by Avon Suzuki, Avon City Motorcycles at home at Epsom Road, right here in Sockburn and Christchurch, at avoncitymotorcycles.co.nz. Fantastic display, including the new pre-production Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Also on display, the little GSX-R 250. What a gorgeous looking bike. I'm sure they'll be on racetrack soon. And then we go to the bigger GSX S model 1000F. But also as a BMW dealer, we have the S1000RR and the more standard S1000R. So great motorcycles from a great team, proud to be behind a great event with the Mike Pero Real Estate New Zealand Road Racing Grand Prix. That's Avon City Motorcycles, proud to be our sponsor. And with Jacob, 125s and Pro Twins putting them together, they're two good classes on their own. So you'd almost call that a double feature. If you went to the movies and saw two good movies for the same price, you'd call that good value for money. That was good racing. The lineup for Superlights. And Superlite title holder, the man who's effectively surrendered his title because he's not racing here today, is Jacob Stroud, our guest commentator on board with us. Jacob, when you see these guys out here racing in this, what does it feel like for you? Is your immediate thought saying, I wish I was there? How do you feel?
Oh, I think it's like having a shower with a cheese grater. It's one of the worst feelings you could ever feel. Just see all these bikes, you know you can be there and you wish you could, but it's just one of those feelings that you can't. It's just really heartbreaking.
All right, sponsored by Stadium Finance. Talk to the good sports at Stadium Finance. Proud to be financing your requirements. You don't have to just buy from Stadium Cars. Remember, you can use Stadium Finance to buy from other recognised outlets as well, as we get away with that. Number 45 of Lee Tidman, and a special hi to Lee and the travelling team who are putting their first ever trip down here. And Lee, in fact, has done no previous racing in the South Island, but he comes apt to have done major circuits in the North Island. He's a very good street racer as well, I must say. And I tell you what, this year at Wanganui Cemetery Circuit on Boxing Day, well, this season we say it's this year because it's only, of course, 2 weeks ago today, I think, wasn't it, to Boxing Day, or that close to it. So you get the idea. And to see that what he's been able to do with his racing is great, and pull out a good one yesterday. He had an awesome battle yesterday with Nathan. And we can only hope that he can carry on with him as well as he's flying. So keen to check it out, our Superlite update. Oh, nice drive out of the corner, looking all the smartness there with Nathan Jane. Christopher is in that pick. You can often pick up Johnny Lewis, and I think that's Johnny. Is that fourth place for Johnny? I think he's got the bright helmet. I always like his bright helmet, so hopefully that's Johnny in there. Yep.
It's a good race at the moment, following between Nathan Jane and Lee Timmon around the outside of Dennis Charlotte to the carousel, and Gavin Veltmeyer in fourth. And then Christopher got a better start than yesterday, but still in fifth, and then Johnny Lewis in sixth.
All right, thank you, Jacob. Good update as we put it through there, going round through Southern Salvage, heading towards the dipper this time. Spider's got a good eye for it. Look at that from Dennis Charlotte. So he wants to try and make a move around the outside. He hasn't got necessarily all the power. Look at that. He's going to drop through the dipper and go up on the inside. Beautiful to watch. How's that? That's a two-corner race gain, folks. Why does it take two corners? Because the first corner is outside, the next one is inside, but he's gone wide coming out of it. Spider, is that a change?
Yeah, definitely. He was gobbled up there. I don't know. He was gobbled up there, and he almost looked like he may have missed a gear coming out there. Now remember, Dennis was on a Pro Twin bike, nowhere near as high spec as these other Superlite bikes here. Right now we've got the three-cylinder machine out in the front, followed by the single-cylinder, and there is Dennis Charlotte, and I think that was Gavin Veltmeyer going through there, less than 0.1 of a second between the two of them. So different bikes amongst it. Dennis is on a Pro Twin machine, Gavin Veltmeyer's on an SV650 base machine, same as the Pro Twin, but the specs on this thing are so much quicker than that, and already he's getting out and getting a break from Dennis. Dennis is now back to fourth, but look at over to the hairpin there. Coming into the hairpin, we've got the Barnes Jenkins Insurance three-cylinder bike and the little wee 125 going up on the inside of Lee Tidman from Tamaroo. There he is. He makes it stick. In fact, that's just no one else could have stuck a small bike through there like he had. That was there. And look at the brake he's got there. He must have got about 60 metres there, Jacob Stroud.
Oh yeah, I don't think any other bike on the field would have fitted through that little gap on the inside there, except that little 125 frame. And Nathan Jane's bike is looking a little bit different from yesterday after his crash. Had to find some old fairings from last year, and he's back out there and hopefully try not to repeat his same fate of yesterday.
Interesting to point out that the engine inside Lee Tidman's bike, because it is a good Kiwi manufactured job of having the 125 frame but putting in a 450cc Yamaha race engine. It's not actually a motocross engine, it's an enduro engine. The reason for that is that motocross engines, well, until only recently, didn't have electric starts, and there's no room with the kickstart with the fairing using the 125, so you had to use an electric start bike, and the WR Yamaha model has a 450 engine that's capable of doing that, and the fact also the WR stands for wide ratio, so it's actually a bit like a 125 and it has less number of gears, so you're not frantically doing gear changes all the time, and it means you can hold gears for a longer period of time. Of course, then put the engine enhancements to it, it makes a good bike. So it's the R Yamaha, he calls it, so it's the WR inside the Honda RS frame, so the R features through there at the moment, but for a man who's a first timer here, that is great to watch.
Well, the lap record, how close is this? The current lap record's 1:37.311. Lee Tidman's gone round at a 1:37.312, so 1,000ths off the lap record. So, wow, he's got to get it, he's not concentrating on that. In fact, Lee will know he's got a bit of a break there. He doesn't have pit signs there. He does have his girlfriend there frantically waving her arms, which is what she spends most of her life doing. It's more important out on the track. Yeah, Kelly's down there frantically waving her arms, so get on there. So he's now established a break. Maybe he'll slow down, but he's 1,000ths of a second off a lap record. That's another scalp to pull here at Ruapuna for his first ever trip here. Amazing.
Oh, that is huge. And think of the Formula 3 races we've had over years, the Glenn Williams, the Colin Bowells, Andy Bowells, the Terry Fitzgeralds. Man, oh man, this is great stuff. Oh, Jason Easton holds the record from 2011. So that's now 6 years ago. In fact, on a very similar bike, of course, a small engine machine like that, on a 125. I talked to Jason at Manfield at round number 2 of the Suzuki Series. I said, hey, Jason, we'd talked back in June, you were going to be racing. He said, oh, just too busy on the farm. They own a large bit of real estate from a farming point of view, and large cultivation farmers, and with the terrible winter and spring conditions up in the North Island, it had delayed getting his crops in, and he was unable to do any bike preparation. That was in the first week of December, and he still had more crops to put in that were over a month late, so couldn't get a bike and couldn't get it prepared. But I'll tell you what, everybody, all of those previous guys are going to be awe-inspired when they hear the news that here's this new man on the block, Lee Tidman out of Taumranui up there in the beautiful King Country on the Gillison contractor supported machine. That Spider.
He's lost his window, he's back up to 37.6s, so what he's hunting down, he's hunted it down, he's got his gap, he knows the gap is substantial enough, he's looked over his shoulder both ways, he's now settling in to finish this race in the slowest possible time. Remember yesterday though, that second bike stuck right up on him as well, and I wonder whether it was he needed a pit board, but he knew where he was. He just thought, and I'll tell you what he's struggling with now, and he said it quite clearly last night. He had about 5 or 6 laps by himself, he was getting bored, he was struggling with concentration. First time on the track and he's getting bored with it.
And in fact, he told me yesterday how much learning there was to do on this track, because he says it's very technical. I said, what do you find with the big long straight? Is that not too long for you on that little bike? He said, no, that part of the track's great, he really likes it, but it's learning the rest of the track. If he calls this a learning difficulty, well, Spider, you and I've got no chance of going back to school if he thinks that's a learning difficulty. But you've watched it, could be another change in there.
Oh, that battle is on for second. In fact, second, third and fourth, they're all over each other. Tidman's got a gap of about 80 metres, but there's 3 bikes. That'll be Nathan Jane, Gavin Veltmeyer and Chris Tafori. Right now it's Nathan Janes on the Barnes and Jenkins insurance machine in the front, and that has to be Gavin Veltmeyer on the number 2 machine. Number 2 because he was second in the Superlites last year. Chris Tafori comes wide on the inside, tries that Charlotte move. That was a 2-corner move, didn't quite get it. That's one of the few places you can really get a good lunge at passing round here at Ruapuna. Doesn't quite meet it, and then sits back down into fourth place, and he's going to have another attack somewhere else. So Christofori on fire as well. We saw him actually bang into Gavin Veltmeyer, run Gavin into the kitty litter yesterday. He claims he missed a gear. Well, you know, that was one of those things that happened. Okay, tidier riding today, hopefully.
Indeed, here we go, and we've got our nice info sheet, and thanks to Spider for updating these for our competitors, and here we are with Gav Veltmeyer, number 2 out there. Family includes his lovely wife Julie, aka Chief Pit Crew, number 1 sponsor and number 1 fan, and we all love Julie as well. All the way from Auckland, he's a motorcycle mechanic. The machine's called the GVR, that's Gavin Veltmeyer Racing 645, started its life as a 2007 SV650, so it's got its 10th anniversary. It's been rebuilt by Gav, and he's done some custom work to it as well. Spider.
Big moment there, well, big move there from Gavin Veltmeyer over the hairpin there, pulls right up beside the Barnes-Jenkins machine with Nathan Jane there in second spot there, and almost takes a lunge at the hip. And Nathan Jane was a spectacular ride last year. I've never heard of him. Turned up at the Pro Twin class at Invercargill after doing the other two the Rapuna round first, and at one stage set a lap record, and his bike wasn't spec'd up. So it's good to see him in this class, and he's got the ability to win, definitely. And yesterday a bit of a nasty crash which has dented his points for the season, but there's 12 races over the season. Other people can have that luck, but right now they're coming in towards the dipper. A couple of corners for Tidman. The gap's closing between first and second. Yep, those boys are upping the ante. In fact, lap time wise, it's about 0.2 of a second quicker for second place up on first. So Tidman knows where he is, though. He's got more up his sleeve. He showed us he can go faster early on. He's riding this race just to stay up front and conserve his gear, conserve everything else. The battle is all on for second, third and fourth. What's that? A kiddies blanket, Jacob?
The kiddie blankets that you're not allowed to go anywhere near, eh, Spider?
Yeah. He said yesterday you could throw a kiddies blanket over these three. Well, it might be a bit of a bigger blanket today, but it still is action-packed racing. We're going to go back down to fourth place as well, and that's fifth place, Johnny Lewis from Nelson. In behind him's Dennis Charlotte, Ashley Weller on the 57 machine, then Jacob Glubb and Eddie Kattenberg for his first time down in doing the Nationals for about 30 years.
Gavin Veltmeyer has gone past Nathan Jane on that massive engine that SV650 has somehow. Has gone past Nathan Jane down the straight, and he's going to look to hunt down Lee Tidman as a second win resurgence at the end of this race, and see if either of the 82 behind him can come along with him and see if we can make it a four-way battle for the lead.
Watching out there, round Fulton Hogan they go. There's your front row. He's got that little bit of a buffer. Nice work from Lee Tidman, the man from Taumarunui out of the King Country, as we go then to a second, third and fourth with Veltmeyer up there at the moment. Then looking to newcomer Nathan Jane on that Barnes-Jenkins supported bike, and then go back to Christofori, and that's the bike that Jacob, our guest commentator here, won this title on last year. In fact, I understand there's been very little done to the bike in the last 12 months, so you wouldn't say there's any more development there. So Jacob, and I'm sure he's been making comparisons to the time that Chris was doing compared to the times that he was doing, and he'll say that he was better, weren't you, Jacob?
Oh no, Chris is riding it really well.
Nice recovery.
was not riding the best here last year. I was sort of still getting into the bike, and it's Chris's first time ever on the bike. He's doing an extremely good job, sort of being able to hang in there with the leaders and sort of making a four-way battle for the lead if things close up any closer.
Well, they're all Superlites and they're going forward at the moment. This race sponsored by Stadium Finance, with our Grand Prix coming up later this afternoon, brought to us by Waibareki Resort Hotel in Taupo. Proud to be the venue for round number 3 of our championship in the last week of February. So nice to see as the Stadium Finance team comes alive with a great package here for Superlite racing, formerly called Formula 3, and a real mix of bikes out there, singles, triples, multis. You can have 2 strokes and 4 strokes, different configurations that try and give an even match. And then it comes down to the great work that people do in their workshops back at home, because there's none of these bikes, as they are at the moment, come off the showroom floor. When Mr. Honda designed an RS125, he never thought that they'd be putting 4 strokes engines in them 20 or 30 years later. Spider.
I'm looking over that hip, and I reckon we might have a change for the lead shortly, and an almost lap record time as well. We had a 1:37.311 for the lap record, a 1:37.312 for Lee Tidman, but right now Gavin Veltmeyer on the last lap set a 1:37.445. He's up the speed, and now he's right on the tail around the carousel there, the Christchurch Casino carousel of the lead. So maybe Tidman's played his cards a little bit wrong here. He'll hear that bike, and he's got a bit up his sleeve, but certainly it was only 0.2 of a second between them in their outright lap speed, so we could see a change here. We could see a lap record. 2 laps to go. The white flag will be coming out of this. Tidman closes up into the lines up into the dipper there with Veltmeyer, followed by Nathan Jane and Christofori there. So normally Tidman gets away, but it's all on now. White flag's coming out. We'll see a flyer on lap from Lee Tidman. He won't let us down, will he?
Now, in fact, look at that already. As he came out of the dipper, he was talking about the fact that the bike wheel stands out of the dipper because he gets the power to the ground so well. And look at that, he's open. Oh, I tell you what, who was that? Nathan Jones, is that? Oh, Defori. Defori, it was well back. He swept wide on the corner, nearly left the gap a little bit too wide there. And look at that. I think Lee Tidman must have heard you, Spider, if he hadn't heard Gav Veltmeyer coming, because that gap now has gone to 1:075, so out to over a second gap at the moment ahead of Gav Veltmeyer. And there's 1:38.318.
Jacob, you've got something to report about a change of position for their second place.
Nathan Jane used the slipstream out of the last corner perfectly behind Gavin Veltmeyer and pulled out into turn 1 and has dived up the inside to maybe even ruin Gavin or Nathan's chance of winning this race, and set Lee a bit of a break.
Isn't that a good example, guys, of where those guys are having that much of a race in themselves that they've really let Lee Tidman go? It's been about who's ever fighting for that second or third place. See that there at the moment, equidistant, in the gap between the first to second as the third is back to fourth, but it's those second and third, and they've been all over each other with 3 changes in the last 2 laps. So they, in fact, have been giving Lee that break, and maybe if they were just sort of closer together and forming the slipstream and trying to get the advantage and trying to slingshot later on, they may be able to have caught up closer to Lee Tidman. Down to that 1 second buffer, and Lee putting all the pressure on, but for a first time here.
Oh, Nathan Jane's down. Nathan Jane is down there, tumbling at the Southern Salvage corner. He's up, he's okay. That's a second crash this weekend. That's a bit of a shame there, but fortunately,
Chris,
so that's
on the last lap trying to go to the inside of Gavin. Gavin shuts the door. Oh, he's into the back of him as well.
Oh, there we go. Good news is Nathan Jane is A-OK out here. Nathan Jane, A-OK, folks. He's just done the classic skid off at Southern Salvage. We've seen a lot do that over the years, but here we are with the run. Lee Tidman wouldn't have even had a clue what's going on behind him, but certainly those other two would have. Here we go with Lee Tidman having his second victory. Could he be going for a Grand Prix title later on? He takes the win in the Stadium Finance race. Well done then with Gav Veltmeyer getting that second place. Christopher, and he just his exit out of here, out of the sweeper. The Rock FM Avon City Ford's sweeper is a little loose, would be the polite word I'll use, when he goes wide there, and that's all of a sudden forced that he's actually back by over 1 second in the end. In fact, the margin for Lee Tidman in the end was 1.7, but remembering if there would have been that moment where Gav Veltmeyer all of a sudden saw Nathan Jane going out. Look at that for a recovery from Nathan. Folks, please put your hands together. Look at that. Here he is. He's down there on the inside studio come back, but all of that hard work is totally lost because, of course, he does not get a finish in the race at all, but he gets his bike right out of the crash zone there and comes back again. So, man, oh man, is that gutting to go down twice? But I tell you what, he's going to have learnt so much from that, Jacob, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of inexperience there. It says 2 crashes in 2 races. It's got to definitely dent his point chances there with 250 points, potentially 50 points lost.
So here we go, keen to update with our sponsors, including Team Hutchinson Ford, Wairaki Resort, along with First European. Welcome to First European, your enthusiast choice. They're at home at Carlisle Street here in Sydenham in the city. FirstEuropean.co.nz. What about it? The beautiful Triumphs like the Bonneville. And what about the Thruxton Custom? Now, they specialise in making those custom bikes. So when you see the Thruxton out there, take an opportunity to see just what we're going to be doing with the update of the bike. So if you want something that's special, unique, it's yours, it's new. You think of a custom bike as being something that you're going to customise in years after it's been a new bike, but you can actually make it unique and make it for you, and they specialise in doing those custom bikes.
Yeah, with the development class, which is where a lot of these top riders, I think Dennis Charlotte started down here. Oh, he's been down here actually a lot. He's even been racing in Superbikes and development in the same day, which might need to change the name if it's already developed racing in Superbikes, but that's right. Yeah, I've started here. I think I've had two other siblings in this class as well, so we'll see how many more Strouds make their way into the field in the next coming years. It should be interesting.
Yeah, indeed. All right, brought to us by Jeff Marshall Motorcycles. Now Jeff's at home with his Suzuki franchise in Ashburton down the road, and nice to see him getting behind road racing. Of course, as we know with Suzuki, fantastic credibility as far as motorcycles are concerned. Still New Zealand's #1 selling brand, more road registered bikes than any other brand in the country. So Suzuki sales to the fore once again, as they have been since the 90s. So I think it's coming up to, I think it's 98 when they first took that mantle. So they're looking to do it now for the 19th year will be in at this stage. So nice to see. Right, there we are, keen to get away with the 11, and nice charge there from Paul Skinner. Paul and getting the drive away there on the Skinner motorcycle, Skinner Bikes, Mowers and Saws, Jacob's inheritance. Don't you love that? And Underground Brown, big thanks to Underground Brown. Special welcome to Tony. Thank you to Tony. What Tony's doing, folks, is he's putting on a truck, one that he was going to be selling, and said, hey, I don't have to sell it immediately, guys, and realised it was a good transport unit, and he's offered to take development bikes around the country for the remaining rounds of the series, whereas the guys there that don't have as great a budget, but maybe they can get themselves up to the North Island or down to Tiratonga. So at the end of today, we'll put all of the bikes on board that want to go for the trip, and he's offering to put that up. Underground Brown. Love you, Tony. Your commitment to the sport is amazing. Sponsoring team, sponsoring the club. More importantly, supporting development riders, because they're where our riders come from. Exactly as Jacob Stroud said, that's where I started. Lewis Stray, the list goes on. So many had started there. Cam Jones, one of our favourites, of course, the original youngest New Zealand champion, the late great, as we remember him and respect him so dearly. So here we are away, and going for a practice. Going for a practice, that one. Thank you, Jacob. That bike just going for a practice run out there, folks. Just getting in a lap. Obviously, has done some work. So we're just here and away at the moment. It's not a late one to join, as we saw with the 125s. Somebody had some problems with the 125 class and through their scrub session, and then had the opportunity to join the race, but also very late. Keen to put these two classes together as well. We've got a junior and a senior. What's junior and what's senior? Well, it's nothing to do with the age of the bikes or the capacity of them, as it is sometimes with the junior and senior in some of the other classes. Junior sometimes referred to as the lesser capacities, a smaller bike, but in this case it's about the age, with the juniors in fact being our teenagers and the seniors being our adults and above. So junior and senior, so they'll get respectively get their points and deserve it for those overall. So keen to look out for this one. Paul Skinner, Jackson Cotton, Joshua Double. I really enjoyed Joshua's racing yesterday, but just at times crucial little parts went wrong for him. So there we go, 11 to get out in the front at the moment. Then looking back to Jackson, as we see our time at 2:00.892. So Paul Skinner straight into the 4 there at the moment. Jackson Cotton in that second place. Brent Cotton in behind him, and go to Joshua Double. Then we go to look to Luke Huddleston, Mike Stain, Vanessa Woodley-Gill back there in 7th place. She had slipped back to about a 7th or 8th yesterday, got herself up to a good 5th. In fact, may have even finished 4th at the end. Derek Pike and Jamie Scoble in the update. But somebody like Phil Denovan, we know how good Phil is, and there he is back at the moment into 10th place, the same number as he's got on his bike on the Suzuki RG150. So these are effectively a lesser capacity bike, lesser power, more controlled on a treaded tyre, and using exactly that word, development. And you've actually got some people to look out for that will be in high vis out there, and I'll tell you what, some of those high vis riders actually doing better than some of those that have had a little bit more experience. Jacob, what's your best memory of this development class? Is it the first win, or is it just the racecraft that your development? Is it fond memories?
I think the first race I ever did here was when I was 13, about 27 kgs sort of thing. I think I started about 24th on the grid out of about 42 riders I think we had that year. It was a massive field, and so I started 27th, got just an okay launch, but by the time I got to turn 1, my body weight had just taken me all the way to 4th. So I think I'd passed about 22 riders on the way to turn 1 just because I was so light. It was just one of the coolest feelings, going past all these bikes when you got a 40 strong field, and being able to do that with the likes of some really top class riders around me.
Certainly a great little bike that Suzuki and Kawasaki have made, but yesterday we actually noted that there was a Yamaha slotted into the field, a little TZR 150, so something different that another manufacturer has made. So we've got a bit of evenness coming in with 2 strokes and 4 strokes and 125s and 150s out there. There we go, back with our top 2 again, still with our Paul Skinner, Jackson Cotton racing. Now looking at the next charge coming down through there, Brent Cotton still to hold it, so good work by Brent out there. He's got the update. When we look at this update, he's out there on the Trends Diesel any race lubricants Label X and BBR supported bike out there, so well done. And he calls it the YLR. I wonder if that's a KLR. I wonder if that's just a misprint, or I don't know quite what the Y means in there, but anyway, maybe a misprint in the program, but that's what it's been called anyway. Going to Joshua, he slipped it back to the 4th place. Luke Huddlestone, Vanessa Woodley-Gill up to 6, exactly what Vanessa was doing yesterday. Another improved ride from the young lady on the 2Drive Safe Driver and rider training, courtesy of Trevor Pierce Yamaha, Underground Brown, Penrite Oils, Mum and Dad. So nice work out there. When you talk about a field, Jacob, of 42 to go, and perhaps not quite as many as that today, but still strong to see. And you go wander around the pits, people still selling these bikes $1,500. How can you go wrong with a young person and doing that racing? You've already had a bike in your family. It's just gone from you to Jesse to Callum, and there'll be more that'll be queuing up for it, won't there?
Yeah, I think we bought 3 at one stage, and we all had races with me, my brother and my dad. It was the most fun we've ever had. He was racing Superbikes that day, just couldn't wait to get to the development race and race against his boys, and I think we managed to get our bikes for only around $1,000, so you could spend $1,000 and chuck a $40 tyre on it, last year a whole season. It's probably the cheapest racing anywhere in New Zealand.
Here, development class, we love it, and what a crucial role it's got to play. Brought to us by Jeff Marshall Motorcycles at home in the mid-Canterbury capital of Ashburton, just down the road, where many of us will be trucking through, and our en route to Invercargill next weekend in round number 2 of our awesome Mike Pero New Zealand Superbike Road Race Championships. That, of course, next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, Jan 14th, 15th at Teretonga. There we go. One to go out on the side, one to go out. I think that's our man in third place. I think
Joshua
that might have been... Is that Josh? Josh?
Unlucky, he is up and all right though. Seeing he's just made a small mistake as you do on development, and he'll be all right ready for the next race.
Oh, there we go. Man, oh man, just when we were giving him some credits about how well he was going, so he'll be disappointed in that. And it's a lovely little bike, the Kawasaki Ninja, courtesy of Evergreen Pates, Mum, Dad and Underground Brown. So Joshua double. There we go. Joshua, he probably a bit of self-imposed pressure there, because I noticed yesterday, it was a bit like the Nathan James story. He was just trying so much. Luckily he didn't fall off yesterday, but he has in this one. He just seems to be trying that a little bit harder. But hey, if you're not pushing yourself like that, you're not going to learn and know where that point is where you don't fall off, Jacob.
Yeah, definitely. I think I crashed six times last season before Nationals, sort of trying to find the limit on the 450, and then I was fine after that. I haven't crashed since, so it was a great learning curve to try to find the edge and not go over it.
All right, so Paul Skinner, Jackson Cotton, Brent Cotton, Luke Huddlestone, Vanessa Woodley-Gill now has moved up into 5th place. That's the demise, unfortunately, of Joshua. So she's gone 7 and 6 and 5. Here we are with our letter M out there as well, and that's Mark Robinson. We have the privilege of watching Mark through the events like the Burt Munro Challenge, and I see he's brought the letter M bike out there.
Yeah, just one rider, I think in about 6th or 7th place, maybe even Derek Pike, going just running a little bit too wide into one of the corners and just running across the grass. He's just rejoined but lost probably 5 or 6 places, but it's as you do in development class.
All right, the only thing missing is a knobbly tyre, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Would have been a good choice out wide, but anyway, more importantly that they're back on track as they with so much learning to do. There's, of course, thanks to Motorcycling Canterbury, there's a lot of tutorship given for this class, a lot of support given. It plays as much part of the day as what Superbikes do, so they know where their riders come from. It is the home of development racing in New Zealand. That's why you've got a very strong club. They know the birthplace of their future riders starts right here. So there we go with the 11 of Paul Skinner. He's making it look oh so easy this time. Nicely presented Jackson Cotton bike there as the white flag is out for these guys, the symbol of 1 lap to go. Oh, changes up there. Luke Huddleston, yes, he's done the slipstream and made it count. He's moved up into 3rd place. Nice effort there on the 86 at the moment for young Luke. He's got the Aprilia RS 125, courtesy of Goose's Screen Designs, and the a little Aprilia was effectively a bike not as well, I suppose you'd say, race prepped as what you would have with the power band of a 150. The 150s, of course, are really a demon bike, whereas the 150 was a little subtle and more subdued. But tell you what, Luke making it into a nice a pilotable machine for sure out there at the moment. So Paul, Jackson, Luke, with Brent going back, and Vanessa still there in 5th place.
Yeah, Vanessa's definitely working hard. I think she wants the rider in front of her is in development senior, so if she could get past that, it'll be 2nd for her class today. So it would be a great improvement of where she was like a year ago. She had a massive crash and broke a lot of bones of femur, and she was going really, really quick leading up to the end. She was doing sort of 53s, which is a sort of would be leading this race, but just sort of building her confidence back and taking a while to do so, but she's sort of getting there now, as you can see, almost in 2nd place.
All right, good to watch. There's the Mark Robinson story down there again out of letter M26, tucked in the traffic back there with him also. Keen to watch others in our field that are further back, like Rory Hum, and I tell you what, Rory in that junior development bike, the number 31 out there, looking pretty smart indeed in our lineup. That's the Kawasaki KR150, so nice bike preparation from these guys, and good to see that they've taken as much pride as big guys would in their bike. Just because their investment is 1/10 of what others have put on the racetrack doesn't mean to say that their racing effort can be anything less. So there you go, checkered flag for 11, well done. So 11 to come home again. Paul Skinner did it yesterday, doing it again today with a good effort. What are you looking at? What you got there, Jake? Are you looking at lap records?
The last lap there by Paul Skinner has just broken the senior development record of a 154.0, and here's a 153.788 for Paul Skinner on the last lap of the race. Takes the lap record away from Dallas.
All right, well done. All right, so then the lap record holder was?
Dylan Wellis. So last set 2 years ago, Paul now holds the lap record.
Oh, there you go, lap record though. So well done, congratulations. So just goes to show you 150s can still get faster and put good pilots on these machines capable of going even better and stronger. We had 2 lap records yesterday, and here we are with our first already of today. Maybe we've got more in store for us in these excellent racing editions. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you're loving it. It is the Mike Perro Real Estate New Zealand Grand Prix event today, of course, with those Grand Prix races later on our program today. www.nzsuperbikes.nz. And all of our sponsors, Stadium Finance, Wairaki, Shuzi, along with Kawasaki Bike Rider, New Zealand, NZSBK, Motorcycling New Zealand, iHeartRadio, Honda with iFilms, Resine, Automotive and Light Industrial, and of course Mike Perro Real Estate, proud to be corporate sponsors of what we're doing. Hey folks, Honda, yes indeed, make your mark. That is the Marquez mark, of course. Check it out this summer, the fabulous new CBR 300R, big fast guy, 66 to come up here at the moment. Is John Palmer there on the beautiful Ducati, looking out to Kevin at the moment, Mr. Kevin Beaumont, the man from Tiana, straight in the grid. There's Johnny on the Aprilia, Johnny Lewis, we've already called Johnny's name, back in the Superlite class. Here is Heath, he qualified third on the AB's motorcycles of Nelson, supported Ducati, and a gap then, in fact nobody taking that fourth position, and the others will just go to take their respective places. So we're missing fourth, in fact look at that, we're missing sixth in there as well, so two of the top 8 out of proceedings, so nobody else can go up and jump and take those places. A rider had earned them. Just because that rider is not there doesn't mean to say that we can change that in any way. So there we are, Bears Racing, Wendy coming off from the check helmets, and then we'll look to the start to get away. Nice run from Johnny, look at that, Johnny, and a good start there as we get a bit of a wheelie from Heath. Somebody off that second row, see, it's cut his way right through those top three. Beautiful to see. Maybe it was the 66 of John Palmer, unsure. It was a very nice looking bike through there, and we know that John was back on that second row, so there you go. It doesn't necessarily mean everything. Oh, in fact, speaking of everything, here's the 75 of Aaron Clark on the KTM SMR. That's the Super Motard Special, courtesy of Scott Structural and Wheelie Bright. So there is Aaron away. So for whatever reason, unfortunately, he didn't get away so quickly. But hey, on that smaller F2 bike, I'm sure it won't mean so much, and he can quickly catch up to the other traffic. Down to Euromark for the first time as we get a lovely lean through the corner. Good to watch and keen to check out there with the run through. Kevin still in there. We've still got that advantage to the front runner. Kevin in second, looking out to Johnny. He's there in third. Going back to then Heath Boddicker. He's a hero of mine from the Burt Munro Challenge each year, and he's been a good competitor. He's also, of course, been a winner of the Munro Family Trophy for the most outstanding effort and excellence has put into racing. So he's been one of the heroes of that event for many years. Drives from Nelson to Invercargill every year, the 1,000+ kilometres, and then has 2 if not 3 motorcycles. Gets into a heap of the different. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Just when you saw the advantage for the lead go, then did you watch that Ducati? Absolutely beautiful. And Kevin Beaumont on the 1098 just went vip on the throttle and then threw you straight on the inside and straight into the lead. Johnny there for the third place. Back to Heath Boddicker for the fourth as we look for the confirmation of, I think, the John Palmer performance in there. Certainly won't be the other 66. It's not a Super Duke 990, so keen just to have a look at who we've got from that second row. Maybe it was it the number 12 of Trev Chapman at Buell? We're not unsure of that. Yes, it is the 12. It is the 12, so there it is, confirmation that it was Trevor Chapman. Outstanding start from Trevor, and he's taken the Handy Hire and Landscape Supplies of Bromley Christchurch, and the Budget Motorcycles Christchurch supported Buell, the 1190, straight into a top placing there. Did have the lead for a short while. He's now gone back to second. So Kev Beaumont, Trev Chapman, Johnny Lewis and Heath Boddicker, and Spider Staples having Bears back with us at a national championship event, surely where they belong. We've been too long between drinks to have this kind of racing not been here at our national series, so great to see this year.
Yeah, definitely, and the Bears Sound of Thunder will be coming up in February. Don't know the exact date off the top of my head, but that'll be in February. But there's also a Northern Sound of Thunder, or Northern Thunder they call it, started again after about a 15-year gap at Manfield, early April, and it's I went to the meeting last year. In fact, I think there was more South Islanders there than there was North Islanders competing. Oh. And a great weekend racing. Vince Burrell from Hastings doing that, and well, the lead is almost about to change. In fact, as I say that, the Ducati dives up on the inside, and no, it doesn't quite make it there, Neil.
Yeah, there it is again with Trev Chapman. So now that's the part where he did it last time. Couldn't quite pull it off that time. Look at that foursome, great to watch through there at the moment. So it is Trevor Chapman back to Kevin Beaumont, then to Johnny Lewis, then looking to fellow Nelsonian and Heath Boddicker back in there on the AB's Ducati, and he's looking to be in a good position there. Heath, I'm sure he'll be using this as a good build-up because he's a real fan of the Sound of Thunder, which Spider is talking about. And Spider, I'm pretty sure the Sound of Thunder is actually the same weekend as the third round of our national series being held up at Taupo. So it's on the same weekend, which is Feb 25th and 26th. So that's my update of the Sound of Thunder. Wishing everybody all the best for that. So although it's a clash, they're generally different classes. This This is a support class, so it's not national titles, though it should be, and that's another point. But anyway, we'll certainly get a very good calendar together. Bears Racing. Bears riders get spoilt because, of course, these bikes are all eligible to be in their respective class. Plus, they can go in Bears. You've got a lot of Bears-only events. You go to events like the Suzuki Series, where you can be racing in Bears Racing as well as putting it into a Formula race as well. So a real bonus, and quite often so many of the South Island street events and other championship events have a lot more Bears Racing. So that's why your comment is on the mark, Spider, that I think the Bears people in the South Island really know they're good racing and are better performers for it. Hey, you look at a start grid for the feature race and you see over 40 riders in it here at Ruapuni. You know how strong that Bears Racing is. Great to watch as we acknowledge the support of First European and JCL Ashvelt's, proud to be sponsors of Bears Racing.
Okay, they come out of the carousel at the moment and the pack's tightening up. It's interesting looking at the lap times there. Trevor Chapman, his quickest time is in the 1:30. It was last time 1:38.9, just away from the 1:39s. We've got a 1:39.3, 1:39.1 and a 1:39.3, so the other three bikes. So this is why they're so tightly packed on the grid out there. I don't know, I'd like to see Johnny Lewis come through there. I'd like to see everyone have a good clean race. Oh, a big moment there for, I think that was Kevin Bowman, yes. Sat up in the thing, and it was the quick reactions of Johnny Lewis on the 54 machine that saw him pull on the brakes, just slow up. That could have been a nasty clash there. But certainly Johnny Lewis getting onto the pace and seeing him slow up in front and just reacting lightning fast. That's given a break to Trevor Chapman. He's got now about 60 or 70 metres. He's got away from those boys just that little bit. Well, change of position there for fourth place as well. It looked to me like Heath Boddicker might have got Johnny Lewis and matched him in brakes, but Johnny Lewis has gone back and a little bit later on braking's into turn one here, Neil.
Well, what about the Buell motorcycle? That's a different kind of Buell to what you see. Buell are more of that American racing look, but to look at a machine like that, it's certainly got the European look about it, actually being a fairing racer as well, whereas Buell's normally a more upright bike. So great to see the American influence coming in there. So you look down at a Bears class and you don't often see an American bike to the fore. It is the European bikes, which of course have got there at the moment with 2 Ducatis and an Aprilia amongst those top four. So 3 different bike brands represented from around the world in Bears Racing. Oh, look at that, and Kevin Beaumont. More a stop-start kind of action coming from Kevin. He's not quite sure what's going on there. He's normally a lot smoother than that. And that, on that occasion,
wow, did you see
Johnny
that?
On the inside?
I think he went on the outside. Just dived in there on the outside. Johnny Lewis got there into second place, but Beaumont's coming back and they're side by side coming down there. In fact, Johnny Lewis goes into the lead while Beaumont was trying to tackle him. So the loser out of that lot, I think, was Trevor Chapman, but he's coming back there. He slipped back into third place. I think Beaumont got up there into second, and now Chapman's back into second, and he's hunting down Johnny Lewis. Johnny Lewis been around for a wee while, though, eh?
Yeah, great guy, J. Lewis Builders, of course, the builders supported by Carter's and other building franchise people in the Nelson area where he's based. So good on you, Johnny, and I love the way he loves his motorcycling. And what a contrast to have a Bears bike, a big bike like this, a Superbike effectively, and he's also, of course, got a Superlite, so he gets the best of racing in. So there they are, great to watch, and here we are, the charge. That's how good the Buell is at the moment. It's on attack at the moment. There goes Johnny, but the Buell, look at that, big long legs, not even worrying about the slingshot or the slipstream. He's gone to the lead again and holding it, but Johnny's proved he can get there, and look at the work that's been done by Kev Beaumont. Looks so good, so fast, so straight to go there. And then we look back to Heath Boddicker, and I think that Heath just struggling back there, or is that Heath that's gone through and just keen to have a look. No, it's certainly still struggling. Something going on there, back in fourth place in a bit of a struggle. But it's all on now with Trev Chapman to hold on it. Then go to Johnny Lewis. Now looking to Beaumont. Beaumont on the inside of Euromark. Can he get through on the hairpin? No, won't be this time. A wide sweep from all three of them to go through. Tighter a little bit on the inside from the man back in fourth place. But unfortunately now, Heath Boddicker just losing touch of those guys. So he's allowed a bigger gap to develop there. Unsure of the reason. As we look back there, I think we're going to see that all that Johnny Lewis wants to do is make sure he stays in front of Kev Beaumont. Kev will be looking to try and get up on the inside. This is a point, of course, where he went into second place last time and he went to the lead and went past Chapman about this point. Look at that, he's coming in on the inside again, trying to say I can do it again, but Trev Chapman won't be caught for a second time. He got caught napping last time. In fact, he's going to go outside, and then go up into the corner. Beautifully done to go around the outside. Spider picked it up on the Christchurch Casino Carousel. He'd gone on the outside of Beaumont to go up into second last time. He's now gone on the outside of Chapman, coming around Southern Salvage to go into the dipper and the lead again. So fantastic. And there's that Heath Boddicker off the pace at the moment, unfortunately for Heath. Unsure as to what's happened there because he was running right there with those guys, just wondering whether his tyre has gone. I wouldn't expect anything like that. Bike seems to be performing a-okay, but good race here, of which these top three riders have all had a turn at the lead at some stage during the event. But here we go. Watch that big Buell, or is it going to be Johnny? Can Johnny Lewis still hold on to this one? Remembering the big Buell got the advantage. Now look at Beaumont. Beaumont trying to get up on the inside. Good work from the Bose Bits Ducati lover, that's what I'm going to call him, Ducati lover, and Kev Beaumont, he just loves this machine, supported by Bose Bits. And up we go with them at the moment to the battle for that second place. So here you now go. This is probably going to be a little bit of a breather for Johnny, because all of a sudden that Trev Chapman's got to watch out, because look at that from Kev. Kev coming in riding on his tail. Yes, indeed. And looking, trying to get through. Can he make it stick? Kev Beaumont, ladies and gentlemen, around the tail with Trev Chapman, but it's Johnny out in front and a more distant fourth place. Yes, I get the idea. Something up for a declining Heath Bodiger, who was running with that trio before, and then looking to that chart. Yes, it is. He's made it stick. So there you go, Kev Beaumont making it stick. We've got Chapman back into third place. I don't think he's ever been back as distant as third in the race at the moment. As that goes on with those two fighting it out, we see a bigger gap being made as we go to our race leader, Johnny Lewis, and there's a lapper. What a sensible lapper, saying, I'm right over here, guys. I'm out of your way. You can see me. You guys carry on. You're racing for it. Spider.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed a couple of laps ago that Johnny Lewis was a full 1.5 seconds, 1.4 seconds quicker than the other boys. Dropped down into the 37s. Now back up into the 38s. They're all running, those top two guys all running in the 38.3 and a 38.5. But right now, I think this race is going to be about lappers. I've already spread out now. There's probably 80 metres between first and second, and a similar distance between second and third, as we see 3 laps to go as they cross the start-finish line. Here comes Johnny Lewis. He'll get the, it'll be 2 laps to go. The white flag's out next lap, and mate, he's just pumped it into the 136.5s. 136.5s. Kevin Beaumont's done a 137. So, meanwhile, Trevor Chapman, his last lap was 139. So, possibly problems. Him slowing, but both the other two guys getting faster and faster. So, 136.590 for the lead bike out there. Johnny Lewis from Nelson. He's got a lot of track time this weekend too, Neil, doing 2 classes.
Yeah,
and
isn't
pretty
so
familiar
good?
with it. Yeah, but it'll be interesting to talk to his race techs. I have to take my hat off to him too. I was here looking for somewhere to sleep. Normally I sleep outside, and he offered me the back of the old his trailer, so I could spend a couple of nights in there and save getting wet all night.
Nice one. Picked 2 wet nights in a row while we've been here. As you commented, in 10 years you hadn't got wet once and 2 in a row, but hey, it's dawning a day like this. Very lucky with the weather indeed. Hey, let's pick up a few others in the race as well. Look into the F2 lineup as well. We go back to Derek Partridge. He's in 9th place. He's the first of the F2 pilots out there, folks. A man from Dunedin on the Ducati's M50 Monster, courtesy of DucatiSpears.co.nz. Number is 151, so keen to pick up on the F2s. He's followed then by Aaron Clark. Now, remembering Aaron, he had the problem off the start here and was so late to join the event, but he's got himself all the way up to second at the moment, in a very good place there on the Motard bike. Then we're joined by Rod Moore. Rod's out there, and he then is on another, the little RC 375 Underground Brown Traction KTM, and the supporters around him, so great to see. So Rod Moore, he's there in 3rd place. So that's the F2. So again, a race within the race. F1 and the F2 configuration, as Mad Dog's here with the white flag, and we're ready to go with the update. And here it is, the Johnny Lewis show. Out in front, the beautiful 619 of Pete Harper overtaken, as we then go back to Kev Beaumont, Trev Chapman in the race. So now all of a sudden, Spider from Johnny Lewis to Trev Chapman, those top 3 is a massive nearly 8.5 seconds. So the guys have really got themselves into a place here at the moment, and with whatever is up for Heath Bodiger. In fact, he's even more upright on the bike, not the same Heath that we watched in those earlier laps.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there. Johnny Lewis has got a country mile lead. He's obviously worked that out. Dropped from 2 laps ago, he was in the 136s. Yeah, he did have a bit of lapping traffic to get past, but I think that all went cleanly, and he posted a 138. So he knows how much of a lead he's got. He's, as you see him, going into the Fulton Hogan corner for the last time. The white flag is out, and in 2nd place it is still Kevin Beaumont and Trevor Chapman. Great bikes to look at too. Easy to pick up the colours, Neil.
Oh yeah, don't you love it? And of course, for people that are bike fans such as you and I, Spider, it's also about what you can do going down to the pits, and always love what Kevin Beaumont does. Man, he's such a professional. It's a great setup, comes all the way from Tiana, courtesy VWL, Southland, Metzer Tyres, Shirai batteries, and Total Oil. So good on you, Kev. Love your work out there on the BK1. Yes, indeed, the 1098, and an immaculate bike, and an awesome pilot that's on board as well. Another lover of the Burt Munro Challenge, another lover of his home Teretonga next weekend. So with Beer Support Racing down there, look for that man to be hard to beat on his home Southland track for the second round of our Mike Pero Real Estate New Zealand Superbike and Road Race Championships, as we check out 75 to go past this time of Aaron Clark, who was running second in the F2 class. And here we are with the flag. Check it, flag time. Well done, Johnny Lewis. Congratulations to Johnny Lewis takes that win. Looking out to Kev Beaumont up there for the 2nd place, and Trev Chapman back there for the 3rd. Spider, in summary to that, yeah, we know that probably Johnny, he worked harder through there, got the better result, but Kev Chapman actually dropped right off. I thought with the way that Kev Beaumont was going, he was going to end up in third, but then not quite the update. That's a little awkward one to see. Do you think any of them had problems?
Well, I'll tell you what, just looking at the people that have handed in their commentator sheets, we've got, this is the ages, 57, I'm not pointing out to anyone, 57, 49, 55 and 48. They're probably getting tired.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay. So Johnny's the youngest of them, isn't he? I
don't know. Yeah, definitely. But he is getting 2 classes in today, so he'd be just as tired as the rest of the boys. But no, great pairs racing, and Supersport's coming up for the first of their race today. And what a dynamic battle we had yesterday in terms of lap times, and it's one of the hottest contested classes of 600 Supersports. Of course, we got the 675s there as well. The MV Augustas, they're a 3-cylinder bike. So the 600s are 4s, the 675s are 3. So we've got the Triumphs and the MV Augusta as well. So great to see them coming up shortly.
He is also a very good racer to go with that. Right from his days of winning Southern Series motocross events as a young man, a teenager, going all the way from Invercargill to Whangarei for New Zealand Junior Motocross, where he finished in the top 10 of the country. So a very capable rider from early days, and long may it continue. But there it is, Damon Rees, of course, pole position, and got that bonus point for it. Look at that. See, there's the two mates. Those guys have got a huge amount of respect for each other. They joke, they text each other, they give each other a hard time. But when it comes to racing, that's when it's all over, because it's about the racing now. So here we are. And what an awesome grid position. There we are at the moment. Damon Rees on the Honda, the Kawasaki of Shane Richardson, the awesome Triumph now, the Daytona 675 with Underground Brown is there as well. And then looking to the 61 here of Cameron Hudson, as we see some camera coverage with iFilm out there at the moment as we get them off the inside. There's that check helmet strap up. Then we've gone to the red, and lovely start by Richardson. By far the better start. Man, was that a perfect start or what? He got the exact drive he wanted to. They all moved at the same time, but he moved it twice the pace off that mark as the others have done, and that gives him that advantage to take the green bike to number 1. So keen to look out. 28 to go for it. Shane Richardson straight into the lead. Didn't do this last time as we look for that gaggle in behind him. Could be a change coming up. Looking for a red bike. Might be the change to go back on the inside. Or Demon Damon. He's there with him and racing through. Could be a change. Oh, look at the two of them just voying with it at the moment. Then looking out for our Triumph in there as well. Then going to Cameron further back. I think he's got the 4th at the moment. And look at that to go. So Jake Lewis up for the 2nd. Then go to Rees. In fact, is it Rees? Is he being overtaken? Oh, it's Hugenboozem in there at the moment. But as all this goes on, look at Shane Richardson. See, when you can get out of the traffic, you can make that break. He can pull the meters in front of the field, and he's doing that so perfectly at the moment. But check that out with Jake Lewis. I tell you what, Damon Rees might have had his bike sorted out mechanically, but I tell you what, that is one hard ride he's got from where he lies in the field at the moment. So he's got the work to do as he gets in amongst them so quickly in the lineup. It's Cameron Hudson. He's further back now. He's got that 4th place as we look at that run track that make that 5th overall. And here's another one to go. Maybe a change coming up on the inside. Rees trying to get there. Can he do it at the moment? Yes, he has. Pulled it off brilliantly. Look at that. Good work to do there. So Damon Rees, how do you do that on the inside of a dipper? That is incredible to go. And now he's opened it up and pulled out to a great start as we go through the Avon City Ford Rock FM sweeper for the first time here at beautiful Mike Perro Motorsport Park, and away to a great start. Spider Stable, Shane Richardson. He's bolted.
Yeah. This is going to be a hard act to follow. Just there's so much distance here. I think it's all going to come down to tyres. I think Damon had issues after a couple of laps. He realised he was on the wrong tyres yesterday. But they're going to have to settle down and just get on with it. It's all about concentration. Jane can concentrate. Everyone out there can concentrate. But right now the field is spreading out a bit. Good to see those 2 Triumphs up there. 2 Triumphs in the top 4. Jake Lewis only got on this bike on Friday, so still getting grips with the machine. James Hugenboozem's done a bit of miles on it. He went and did a bit of the Suzuki series and that, and I think that was a standard bike he practiced on here first, and then they tricked it up with the T3 kit, all within the rules of course with the 675 Triumphs. But great to see those 2 Underground Brown Triumphs out there, all prepared by Dennis Charlotte. Dennis Charlotte hasn't got enough to do with his own bike, running a business, his own bikes, his wife's bike. He's prepared these 3 Triumphs because they've got a spare bike, and great to see Underground Brown supporting supporting them.
Here, Tony Brown, the legend, indeed, and got great support he's given. And we mentioned about Tony and the use of the truck. The truck's parked out the back, ready to be loaded at the end of the day, and he's prepared. It's a 4-axle truck, Spider, so we're not talking about any pot courier delivery kind of a vehicle. And he's happy to fill it all with the development riders and take all their bikes all the way to Hampton Downs if they want to go up there to get some racing. So I think it's just awesome. We love Underground Brown, so great to see. And here we go, checking it out at the moment, because Shane's got the great break. But I tell you what, is that Damon, is he charging? Do you think Damon's going to have the fastest lap time in this lap, Jacob?
Oh, Damon will definitely have the fastest lap of the race in this lap. But yeah, he got held up so early in the race, and he just had to put his head down. And if he had the pace, then he was going to have to do it.
Lap record.
And whoa, holy moly!
Damon Rees, yes it is, 1:31.160. There you go.
So we had the holy moly.
We've taken 8 tenths off.
So we had the delivery yesterday of the lap record.
That was on the second lap too. Sorry to interrupt.
On the second lap of having the exact same lap time, Shane Richardson was 3 thousandths off the lap record of yesterday, and David Rees just goes 8 tenths under the lap record. So Shane is on lap record pace, trying to get a gap, and then David goes, "Oh yeah, whatever you could do, I could do 8 tenths better."
8 tenths better for sure. That's the man in second place, folks. There's a new lap record. And these don't happen all that often in the Supersport class because they are just so close. And you've got this guy, now Damon, 8 tenths here. We understand by hundreds or 1,000ths of seconds as we've seen in the past. But I tell you what, 8 tenths, that's almost 1 second. That is absolutely huge. That's going to be a hard time to eclipse. So well done to Demon Damo. He's on fire here at the moment. Had 4 out of 6 for his Suzuki Series racing, where he took the win overall. But I tell you what, it came down to a close one when he made a serious mistake in the final race at Wanganui. And man, oh man, did he have to do some back pedalling or some fast pedalling to catch up to the rest of the field, and more importantly get into a third place overall, which was enough to still give him a very narrow points margin over the man who leads him at the moment. I don't know whether he's out to try and get past him on this race, but he has pulled clear. But what a neat trio we've got through there at the moment to watch what's going on. The Jake Lewis, James Hugenbosom, Cameron Hudson, and as the Spiders well pointed out, those 2 new triumphs in this field. And isn't it great to see other brands well represented? We've seen people have a go on triumphs before, but they've not been as competitive. Are we going down further, Spider?
Yep, the lap record's now at 1:31.099 for Damon Rees, 1:31.099, a 1:31.888 for Shane Richardson. So Shane's had his pit board out there, and he now knows what's going on. He had the huge break there a couple of laps ago, but right now it's closed right up. Demon Damo closes up on the old pothole corner. Icon there. They go in towards the hairpin, and is Damon going to try up on the inside? I think it's a bridge too far at the moment. He's going around the outside. No, it doesn't quite make it 6. Those 2 triumphs are having a huge battle there, and up into 3rd place and 4th place. So 2 triumphs, Jake Lewis and James Hugenbosom there battling it out there. With him behind them is the local man Cam Hudson, and Alex Phillips has just passed Avalon Biddle. Avalon Biddle said she got a flyer of a start and settled into about the same race pace, was in 4th at one stage yesterday. As one by one the guys gobbled her up a bit more, and now she's in a very creditable 6th place there on the 21 machine, the Aussie prepared Motor Trade Finance sponsor machine. Jacob.
Just to put that lap of David Rees into perspective, on a 600 Supersport machine, 400cc less than a Superbike, would have put him on the front row for the Superbike qualifying. And that is out on all their trick suspension and everything that the Superbikes have on offer. And David Rees on a little 600 would have put him 4th on a Superbike grid, followed by just behind Sloane Frost, Tony Rees and Alistair Hugenboos.
That's the nature of this track, because for many years Bruce Anstey held the outright lap record on the TZ 250, but right now they go across the start-finish stripe and slowing up a little bit, of 1:31.746 for Damon Rees, a 1:32.020, but there's only 2 to 3 bike lengths in it as they go into turn 1, the Flexoplast corner. This is the first battle for the first, and about a similar gap for 2nd and 3rd and 4th, with those 2 triumphs battling it out, with Jake Lewis leading them on the 29 machine, followed by 85 James Hugenbosom, Cameron Hudson 61. Then we go to the letter A, Alex Phillips on that lovely sounding MV Augusta, and number 21 Avalon Biddle. Aaron Hassan, the Suzuki rider, on the 14 bike in 8th spot with David Hall and Nathan Dimbrose, 3 Suzukis. In fact, you see them all battling out as they come out of the Icon corner. 2 of these guys had a crash yesterday, both David Hall and Nathaniel Dimbrose. Aston Hughes is amongst that as well.
And a change, Spider, as you will. In fact, make that one of them, the lead rider had gone too far. He's now gone back to third. Both first and second in the trio had gone through there to take that advantage. Through Fulton Hogan they go. Complete change there. And when I say too wide, we're not talking about going right out to the extreme edge of it. We're just talking about being one bike length wide out through the corner. And both of those, the first and second, they've gone through on the inside. Brilliant to watch.
The two lead bikes come into the dipper. There's 3 bike lengths between first and second. Kawasaki, the Wainui joinery, beautiful mirror tone paint bike, and the Honda Rider Insurance Honda CBR 600 with Damon Rees on there in behind. He tries round the outside to the sweeper, does he? No, just makes the racetrack longer. Tucks in behind. It doesn't even tuck him behind at the moment to get the slipstream. Now he's doing that. Can he get the slipstream and outbrake Shane Richardson into turn 1? We'll have to see. What do you reckon, Jacob?
Oh, I don't think he'll be close enough this lap, but he's been lining up the hairpin for a couple of laps now, and that might be where he's gone. He's definitely working harder than a bricklayer in Baghdad as David Rees at the moment, following Shane Richards at every tyre track.
Oh, Damien, you've been listening to Spider far too long.
That was one of yours. It's now bricklayer in Kaikoura. Hey, just having a look at Avalon Biddle's beautifully prepared rider's sheet. She goes there. Other motorcycling racing history. Almost beat Jacob Stroud once.
Oh, how's that?
That's in her handwriting.
Oh yeah, it was back to the highest cup days. It's a bit of a rivalry.
Who is your motorcycle hero and why? Definitely not Jacob Stroud. There you go.
Right.
I hadn't seen that. Good on her. Good Avalon. Great to see Avalon, Mother Bev and Chris Osborne with that bike out there. We go to the lead 2 bikes there. Still only a couple of bike lengths as they go round the Christchurch Casino carousel there. Who's going to get the drive out of this corner? Very hard place to pass. Damon's trying up on the inside. No, he settles back into single file. Will he get him the next corner? It's a classic move here at Ruapuna to outbrake someone into this next corner. Doesn't quite have it. They'll be eyeing up the dipper there. This is one of the magical places. He's seen his old man do a lot of moves through here. Not enough in it at the moment. There's now 3-4 bike lengths between the first 2. Jake Lewis has broken away from the other Triumph rider, James Hugenboosen. In fact, Cam Hudson and Alex Phillips are closing on James Hugenboosen. So the battle's on there for 5th, 6th and 7th here.
Oh, look at that. In fact, they're 2 very different bikes, so keen to look at that. Maybe a change your back. Oh, I tell you what, one stood up, the other one laid down. And tell you what, going through that Avon City Ford Rock FM sweeper, could have been a change coming up for the 2 of them. Watch the slipstream. I'm expecting to see the change. There they go. A for the advantage. And is he going to take it? No, maybe not. Still with the 61 of Cam Hudson. Look for Phillips to go on the inside. No, it's Hudson that still holds it. We're talking about those 2 light-covered bikes just going through Flexi-Blast at the moment. And that's the fight going on further back in our field. A fight update that we're actually talking about for 5th and 6th respectively, but it's Shane and David
Rees up the inside of Shane. He's got a bike there. He's parked it right in front of him, and that is the most amazing block pass I've seen in the 600s this year.
All right, Ken Richardson, 5 back. Having a look at these lap times. They're into the 32s now. They've dropped the pace off a little bit. The lap record is a 31.099 set by Damon earlier in this race on about lap 3 or 4. But I have to go up to 9th place before we get out of the 32-33 bracket. That's how tight the lap times are here at Ruapuna. And the battle is on. Further down, Aaron Hassan starting to find some pace as well as he hunts down. Aaron Hassan is number 14. He's hunting down Avalon Biddle there coming through the carousel. Okay, Demon Damo's got a break. This is the biggest break he's had for, well, it's only this lap he's been leading, but now he's got maybe 8 to 10 bike lengths. What's Shane Richardson got? Is he going to settle there and go for consistency? Because yesterday it was the other way around. The points will be even at the end of the meeting, except for the 1 point for qualifying fastest. And or is he going to try and fight back?
Damon's just going to try and put his head down and make the biggest gap he can, because he knows Shane's one of those aggressive riders on the last lap who can put the bike anywhere. Hey, you don't want it.
My shout out goes to the number 92 of Ashton Hughes, folks. This is a man, he's on a Triumph as well back in there, remember, a Spider, in the wet at Manfield in the first round before it had dried out, round 2 of the Suzuki Series. He won the Bears race on that day, on that smaller 675, and there he is to be in a 10th place in this race, and he's a newcomer as far as big time racing is concerned. A lot of experience from those other guys, even the likes of a young Aaron Hassan. He's done more racing around here than Ashton Hughes would have done. Formerly out of Hughes Motors racing team from Greymouth, but now living up in the Manawatu town of Bulls on State Highway 1 there.
Yeah, Rees has already pumped a 1 second lead in that last lap. It was a 1:31.356 as opposed to a 1:31.380 for Shane Richardson. So it looks like Shane's settling into second place. We've got 8 laps to go here for the first of today's Supersport 600 races.
The Australian rider from across the Tasman, Alex Phillips, last lap tried to go around the outside of Cam Hudson down the front straight, and about 275, 280 down the end of the back straight, chose the outside line, and Cam didn't see team moved across, and Alex Phillips at 280 k's was on the grass, slick tyres down the end of the front straight, riding sideways down the front straight with a bike on the inside of the track.
Oh, wicked to watch, and
mate,
what a credit to him. And remembering last year they had a lot of teething problems in setting up that bike for Alex, and it's been nice to see him going around. And in fact, interesting to see Alex walking around the pits, a greater smile on his face this year. I feel like he's more at home, more accustomed. He's had the experience, the bike, the team behind him, everything going much better. Courtesy of Helicraft at home in Central Otago, Helicraft Racing, and proud to be supporting young Australian Alex Phillips. And yes, for those of you saying, is he? Yes, he is, son of the legendary Rob Phillips, who we all love and respect so much from those years gone by of World Superbike racing, and a man who's right at home with Kiwis and here anytime he comes to New Zealand. We love Rob Phillips, hope you do as well. So Super Son Alex in fine flying form in our New Zealand racing this year in our Stadium Finance Dyno Works supported Supersport class.
Yeah, great to see the Helicraft team taking a gamble on a different bike that's never been raced at a serious level in New Zealand with the MV Augusta, and developing a relationship with the factory. And a lot of the faults they had last year, they talked to the factory about and said, we're having a similar problem. So Jacob Stroud, you've spied some action.
Alex has finally made the move. He's been playing for 5 laps up the inside. Cam Hudson into the hairpin, and he's now pulling a bit of a gap, so he's done a good job in getting past Cam.
What's happened with Cam Hudson this year? He was out there leading a lot of races and won some races last year. Where's his form this year?
I think he won every race last year, but he has not gone any slower at all. It's just he's now got 4 guys in front of him that are all going under his lap record.
Now another point as well, when I talked to him yesterday, said that they haven't done as much racing this year, but they've done more bike preparation. He's got an extra 5 horsepower out of that bike, so he's actually feeling quite confident. This is his home track after all, so I'd probably say in his mind he'd be saying, well, what have I actually done wrong? I've got a bike that's going better, but my results aren't as good. Is that because everybody else has made a bigger leap, Spider? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, and certainly we've seen that in terms of lap times. The track temperature yesterday was about 35, it's now at about 31, so when it heats up later on today, we might even see some more lap records go in the New Zealand Grand Prix. Look at that lead that Damon's got, a 1:31.7, a 1:32.9 for the fastest lap times on that last lap. So looks like Shane Richardson settled in there. In fact, Jake Lewis is even faster than Shane Richardson on a 1:32.5. Although I don't think there's much chance of Jake Lewis catching Shane Richardson. There's a gap there. Look at Demon Damo going in towards the hairpin. We look back the pothole corner, probably 120, 140 metres maybe between first and second. A good 200 metres back to that Triumph as it wheelies out of the Icon corner. Another 70 metres back to the next Triumph, which is James Hugenboozen on the number 85 machine. And then we go to Alex Phillips. Alex Phillips is closing in on these Triumphs. So the battle of the British versus the Italian machine maybe.
Yeah, we talk about the pace slowing down at the front. David Ree's only doing 31.7s. When we say only doing 31.7s, that was faster than the lap record was yesterday. So the last 5 laps he's slowed his pace, but they've been under the lap record that was yesterday. So he's definitely not going slow out there.
What's the story with the tyre allocation this weekend? I know you have to qualify and do the first race on the tyres there for the Supersport 600.
Yeah, it's the same for Superbikes as well. You can't use a different tyre for qualifying as you can for the race, and then you get another tyre for the next 2 races.
Okay, let's talk front and rears. Do you know what's going on there? They get X amount of front tyres for the weekend and more rear tyres?
Yeah, I know for the Superbikes at least it's 2 front tyres at the moment and 3 or 4 rear tyres they can use. So it just sort of keeps the tyre allocation down and then doesn't have silly things like chucking 3 rears in for a qualifying, trying to set 1 quick lap time. It's only a 10th quicker.
Back into the 31s for Damon Rees with 5 laps to go, 1:31.998. What that tells me is he's got plenty of a buffer there. In fact, he's got a 3.5 second lead. His pit crew, his mother and his probably his brother and father are out there with the pit board out there giving him information, but I would say he's probably fighting concentration issues here. And just I'll drop my lap times and just concentrate a little bit harder. Also going to be coming across lappers as well. So that's what I think Damon's his ploy is here. You know, the concentration is oh so hard to get when you're out leading the race. As he dives under a back marker there, going into the Fulton Hogan corner here at the New Zealand Superbike Championships for the first round. Next weekend, we're off down to Invercargill. Probably wet. Don't forget the famous Honda Southland Pizza Night on Friday night. We're going to eat out half the pizzas in Invercargill, and don't forget to go and have a visit of the new Classic Motorcycle Museum there. It is absolutely outstanding. I visited that museum when it was up in Nelson. The setting is so much nicer. The layout of the bikes is in the Motorcycling Mecca Museum down in the South Island is in Invercargill is much greater. We will get Mike Perro up here to talk about his motorcycle galleries opening here in Christchurch in another month. Back to the racetrack, Jacob O'Neill.
Yeah, the gap between from third to fifth is closing down every lap. Alex is catching James, and Jake Lewis maybe slowing down a little bit with Hugenbusen right behind him, and the gap's just getting quicker and quicker as Alex Phillips is dropping his times every lap this weekend.
And keen to watch out for the others as well, like Avalon Biddle now in 7th place. Aaron Hassan behind it. Now we know how good Aaron is, so Avalon, I think that's showing her real improvement, because Aaron was a hot young gun coming out of 125s and other smaller capacity classes to now be on a true Supersport. It's a great effort for a teenager from Auckland. David Hall, the ever quiet, ever consistent pilot, and then Nathaniel Diprose, we know how well he was through the Suzuki Series. Here he is, just looking to get a 10th place at the moment, but he has been able to get past Ashton Hughes and join up there. Royd Walker-Holt, former national title holder. Rex Mincher. Rex is an awesome demon. Long time of racing, quite a bit of time off the bike, but now back on the bike and going, oh, so well, hey, he's in 13th place and he was aiming for a top 10, but I tell you what, he's got some very good pilots in front of him. So just when we thought that the Superbike field was perhaps lacking its class, because it's now split between Superbike and Superstock, you've now got this very good Supersport class where the depth of it is just increasing. And to think that, of course, that 4 events ago, we never even had Damon Reeves, we never had Jake Lewis or Shane Richardson. So changing of the guard and some great pilots out there in action. Loving every bit of this as we come down to the business end. Just 4 laps to go for the run in this great race, sponsored by DynoWorks, your dyno tuning experts at home at Honda Country in Ashburton.
Alex Phillips dropping into the 131 mark, 131.992. He's about 0.4 of a second quicker than James Hugenbusen. Where are they on the track? I can see the red Envy August, it's probably coming out of the dipper at the moment there, and in towards the Big Rock FM corner. Demon Damo goes through there, 3 laps to go for the first of the Supersport races today. Richardson, 28, goes through, and then we're looking out for...
You really need a feel for the riders like David Hall and Nathaniel Diprose, who are running around in 9th and 10th place doing 33s, and that was the pace they were running at the front last year. So if they were just riding the exact same pace at the same bikes last year, they'd be at the front of the field, and now this year fighting for 9th and 10th on the racetrack.
Well, it is a combination of a number of things. First of all, the fact that the guys are now able to get more and more out of these machines, all of course with the rules, that's no problem. Tyre technology having improved every time, and so great to see as well. Take for example the Pirelli, of course, World Championship World Superbike tyres there, and their development keeps going from year to year, and nice to see that the tyres are actually been in the country a little bit. We've gone to national rounds and we've still been waiting for tyres to arrive, so those new tyres have already been in the country, already been tested by a lot of our riders, so they're coming fresh here. Also to the profile of the Suzuki Series, which is just increasing year by year, so it means riders, the visitors, the likes of Damon Reeves out of Whakatane and Wellington's Shane Richardson are actually coming into this series hotter than they've ever been before, because the competition is better. Sometimes over the years, the Nationals were like the first event of the series, and there had been a lack of preparation, so a number of factors as to why these are improving and making the grade all the time. But what about it, folks? A lap record, and not just any kind of lap record. He jointly held the lap record with Shane Richardson after racing yesterday. Then Shane broke the record in the early lap of this one, about lap number 2, but in lap number 3, Damon Reeves to break the lap record, and not just break it, smashed it by taking 8 tenths, almost 1 full second off. So that new time now, 131.099. So we've gone underneath the 132 barrier, and as Jacob has been updating times that last year you would have been on the front end of the field, these guys are going the same times as they were, but all of a sudden they find themselves back in 5th or 6th place because the other pilots are going better. Alex Phillips, love the Aussie folks. A for Alex, A for Australia, A for effort, because you've certainly got Alex up there to a very good 5th place at the moment. Damon, Shane, Jake, James and Alex, they're your hot 5, and we're racing at the moment in our DynoWorks Supersport Championship, the event prior to the Grand Prix coming up later, the Stadium Finance Supersport Grand Prix. What an event that's going to be, even over a longer duration later this afternoon, Spider.
Okay, looking over the hairpin, these non-Japanese bikes, the 2 tribes seem to be closing up, but right now Alex Phillips is within spitting distance of James Hugenbusen there. They're going to the Fulton Overcore. There's probably 4 bike leagues. Alex Phillips has got faster and faster and faster as the day's gone on. I reckon he's going to go from, I think it's 5th position, and sandwich these 2 triumphs. We've got 2 laps to go, so he'll be hunting around where to pass James Hugenbusen, the local Cantabrian, and then maybe getting up and trying to get another Cantabrian, the other triumph rider of Jake Lewis. Look at them, they're coming in towards, they've gone through the Southern Salvage corner. Is he going to line him up there? Is Alex Phillips going to line up Hugenbusen there for the dipper? No, doesn't quite do, sets in there, but we'll see the punch out of this corner. I think those triumphs just got their little bit legs out of this dipper. Yep, definitely. A couple of bike lengths gained there. They're all packing up tighter as we see Demon Damo Reeves go over the start-finish line there before the white flags come out. He's got the white flag. Shane Richardson goes through. 3 bikes down the front straight now. It is Jake Lewis, it is James Hugenbosom and Alex Phillips. There might be a change in position here, I think, boys.
Yeah, the Cantabrians, James and Jake Lewis, sorry, have been around this track on many times, done many laps, probably know the track like the back of their hand. Then Alex Phillips from Australia has just come over. He's got a lot of experience in the World Superbike pit and all that sort of thing. And he's been every single lap. He's been catching. Just a 10th here and a 10th there, and he just gains up as much as he can through pothole and just can't do it on the brakes into the hairpin.
Well, thanks to Underground Brown and Budget Motorcycle Spares, man, they have 2 awesome triumphs to be watching on a racetrack as well. But keen to look out for this Alex Phillips, and is he going to really push it this lap? What do you think, guys? Look at that. See, he has a bit of a look, and it's James holding on the line. I don't think he can do it till the end of this one. I think although he's sort of nudging at it, I think James is going to be too good for him. And James, look at that. See how James pushed it, because he gets closer than he is for a long time on the charge of Jake Lewis. We're looking at the fight on this final lap, folks, for 3rd place, because first he comes through the dipper at the moment, the number 5, the awesome Honda Rider Insurance Tony Rees Motorcycles pilot, young Demon Damo Rees, and then of course the green Kawasaki through the dipper right now for Shane Richardson. But then it's this trio, the trio of them. They're 3, 4 and 5 in the race overall as we go through, and there's the chance that he may have had to go on the inside, but too close. The drive out of the corner may make a difference. Here we go, looking for the number 5. There's the race lead. There we go, race lead for 5. That's the win all the way through for Damon. Here's the 28 of Shane Richardson. We're going all the way with this next trio as we take the run. The 2 triumphs in the beautiful MV Augusta, and the charge coming home. Jake Lewis bringing it home for the glory. Go Canterbury behind him, and then no change with Alex Phillips coming in a very good 4th place. But what a race for all top 5 of them. And by the way, folks, 12 seconds, 12.090 officially for our run to first back to 5th place. So 12 seconds to separate them. But in the end, a big 5-second buffer for Damon Rees, and the new Mike Pero Motorsport Park lap record for Damon Rees, not just broken but shattered by a huge 0.8 of 1 second. Shane Richardson the 2nd, Jake Lewis, James Hugenbosom, Alex Phillips, Cameron Hudson in that 6th place, 7th to Avalon Biddle, 8th then with Aaron Hassan. We go back now to about a 30-second buffer between 1st and the 8th place. Think of how many laps we've actually been racing for, a massive 23, nearly 24 minutes, and in the end 30 seconds separates the top 8 riders. So if you look at a percentage, if you call Damon Rees 100%, well, obviously you got Shane Richardson at 99 point something. That's how good these guys are to be right up there so close. They've not spread out and still all done the top lap count. In fact, you go all the way back to Royd Walker Holt, who was the first rider to have been lapped all the way to 11th with Ashton Hughes, Royd in 12th. So 11 riders have stayed right on that top lap. The margin at only 47 seconds. And this man, Ashton Hughes, folks, keep your eye on this name, mainlanders, because he is a man making things happen. What's the difference? Can you put it down to power, CCs, performance, speed? What is it?
They do have more power. They're running about 10 more horsepower than the 250 bikes on average. They all vary as they're all a production class, so there are slight variances between them, and we're allowed to do changes to our suspension. So 250s have to run the stock springs, and they're allowed to change the oil and the forks, and the shock has to stay standard. With the lightweight bikes, we're allowed to put full race suspension on them, so there's a lot more adjustability and a lot more scope for improvement and set up to rider preference. And also it takes out, we'll be able to change springs where riders that are a bit heavier don't suffer with softer suspension.
Gotcha. All right, thanks for the update. That's so important for us to understand. Now, as far as your bike's concerned, and Rogan, how's Rogan shaping up today?
Yeah, pretty good. He got a terrible start yesterday. He's started at like a 125 and just slipped the clutch too much, so he lost the gap to the lead group, and a tow in this class is what counts. So he's just on his own trying to figure the bike out, and we're struggling a bit, so we made a few changes for morning scrub and then made a few more for this race. So hopefully he gets a good start and can latch onto this lead group and make it a bigger battle for that.
All right, there he is. In fact, there's the number 42 bike, folks. He's on position 8, so that's the second row here on the outside. The silver paint job, the yellow rims. Your idea of a paint job, Dean?
Yeah, it
stands out, thank you.
Yeah, it stands out, so it makes it easy for everyone to see and commentators up here. And it's actually modelled off the Chesterfield Yamaha of Tech 3 in the late 90s.
Well, there you go. Nice to see something that you can relate to. I tell you what, neat to see these kind of bikes, and the way you've done the paint job up just makes it stand out from the crowd, and that's great to watch. Speaking about stand out from the crowd is the legendary Sir Grant Ramage out there, and Grant, well, he's been racing for many, many years, and it's a class that he's got back into, and first of all for the fact that he wants to see that lightweight to make a clear separation of what the machinery is compared to what it was before. After all, he was a former New Zealand 250 production champion, and there he is now coming out in this lightweight class, so great to see. And a Spider, nice to see these two groups together.
Yeah, I'll just cut in there, sorry, Spider, but I just seen Rogan Chandler, of course I'm following, he managed to make 2 bike lengths up under brakes into the hairpin, so he's made his way up to an about 7th or 8th, so about where he started, and another pass into Fulton Hogan corner, so he's looking to really be aggressive in these first few laps, and whether these changes we've made are really helping him. He's going to latch on to the Grant Ramage and hopefully learn a few lines off him, because he's done more than enough laps around here.
Well, Grant Ramage at Enfield 2 years ago, I think, when the 250 production class was in there, we saw 5 different people set lap records over the weekend in that class. 5 different people, and one of them was Grant Ramage. He was telling me last night he bought this bike new, and it was $12,500 from out of the crate to ready for racing. Other boys are saying it's about $3,000 for the upgrade gear, race supplies fairings for I think $1,250, and about $2,000 for the suspension. All you got to do is find yourself either a new Yamaha R3 or a wrecked one, and totally reliable. 1 front tyre for the whole season, I think 2 rear tyres for the whole season. Grant Ramage said he did the whole season last year and lost 1 millimetre of brake pads, and he's a tubby little fellow.
Well,
tubbier than the others.
Yeah, I used a set of brake pads for the whole of Nationals. There's still a little bit of life left in them, but changed them out for some new ones. I'm still running standard brake pads and standard brake lines, more than enough stopping power with no fading over a 35-minute endurance race, and I haven't even taken the top cap off the brake fluid. So I've just literally bolted the suspension on and the fairings, taken all the lights and everything off them and gone racing, and it's super easy. And yeah, $12,000 and you've got a brand new bike, but there are more and more of these crash damage bikes with minimal damage from insurance companies coming up on Trade Me, so it makes it a lot cheaper to get into.
Wow, look at that Rogan Chandler coming up here, the current New Zealand 125 Grand Prix champion. It's great to see him out there in the mix and getting used to this bike that he only sort of tried out yesterday morning. And Reagan Phibbs, I think, was in 5th place. He got a jump start penalty, so 20 points for that. But look at those 7 bikes out there in the lead, and they were breaking away, but it looks like the other 5 or 6 in behind is just packed up. This is like first lap stuff. Excellent as they come out of the Christchurch Casino carousel there. Imagine how many points that'll be worth in Scrabble. Look at the tight pack there going. KTM leads. Is the KTM out in the lead there? Yes. Rogan's coming through there on the 42 machine. First time on this bike yesterday. Didn't have the right rear shock. Thanks Brent Garvin. He had a brand new rear shock. He said just return it at the end of the weekend. They've changed the springs because it was a spring rating they're looking for. But right now, Rogan Chandler sitting there in 5th place. And remember how Tim MacArthur, a former 125 rider, just dominated the 250 class. That's why I helped engineer getting Rogan this ride this weekend. And very big ups to Dean Watson for lending his bike out. You biting your fingernails, Dean?
Yeah, I am. It's a bit like a little wee kid and someone else is playing with your toys. You've been told to share by your mother, but you still don't really like it. But
Oh, congratulations, Dean. I love your honesty. Your choice of words is absolutely immaculate. But it's certainly better, though, than it just being sitting back in the pits with nobody on it,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes, it is. And also, I've really let my toys out this weekend. Brent Cotton is riding it in the development senior race, and I think he got 2 seconds so far. So I don't think he's actually bettered my best time on the bike. So, but Rogan's clearly, he's demolished my time, and I think it's just a full suspension, because last year I wasn't running this full suspension. So, and he's an absolute demon under the brakes, and he come in after the second session and he was amazed at how late you could brake on these things.
And look at that, he's into 4th place at the moment. That's so keep an eye, because it's Dean up here and he's out with a niggling injury at the moment, so he's lent his bike to Rogan Chandler. That only happened and is inspired by Spider Staples, co-commentator on Friday night, and happened yesterday morning. Great to see. Thanks to Brent Garvin for the support of the bike. And here you've got a kid, he's only 19 years of age, out of Wellington, and here he is making a mark in New Zealand road racing. You don't come from 125s with no experience to be then on a bigger bike, of course, has given you racecraft. That's what 125s are so good at doing. And here he is to be up and amongst these guys. And what a run. We talked about 7 of them before, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At 9 of them now to be in that fight. Fantastic to watch as we rock through. A little bit of that gap opening up at the moment by Brendan Booth. But I tell you what, Andy just loving it there at the moment. What about Sam Coulter? Of course, he had a lap record here yesterday in this class. So that's great to see. Lewis Australia, we had up here before.
Yeah, the lap record Sam set yesterday was a 46.927. The quickest we got on today is a 48.9, so 1 second slower. We've got the lead bikes out there. They're all running in the 50s. The top 4 bikes, all within 0.1 of a second of each other, and it certainly shows on the track. Look at them. It's just a 2, 4, 6, 7 bikes for that podium position there, as the lead bike there, Andy McLaughlin, gets a bit of a Brendan Booth, I think. Sam Coulter, sorry, gets a bit of a break.
And he's just set the fastest lap of the race at a 48.034, so he's about 1 point, just trying to do quick maths here, 1.1 seconds off his best time, so he'll be looking to get down there. The conditions are a little bit colder there today, so whether that's affecting grip
Will it be tyre wear? Because yesterday they would have had new tyres on maybe for the beginning of the season. Most people would have elected for new tyres. Will it be that's slowing them down a bit today there, Dean? Look at that, up into second place, 42. Rogan Chandler, the current 125 New Zealand champion, couldn't ride a 675 Triumph down here because the waiting bits to come from the UK is oh, look at him, mate, and first weekend on the bike. Thank you.
Yeah, so he's probably had a total of about 40 minutes on this bike. So he's used to adapting to bikes quite easily. He's ridden a 125, the Triumph 675, and also he rides classic bikes as well up north. So he's used to jumping on unfamiliar bikes and riding hard, and he's just learning the bike and learning how to ride a true production bike, as the 675 is a bit more orientated towards race, and he's saying Triumph's a bit more razor edge, and this is a bit more user friendly. And he's really closing this gap to Sam Coulter, and I don't think Sam knows he's coming, but he'll soon get a surprise soon if he makes another move into this hairpin.
Yeah, just wanted to show the competitiveness of the class. The lap before, Kevin Goddard was in 8th place and had the fastest lap of the race. In 8th place. So you can sit all the way back at 8th place and still be the quickest man on the track, and there's all these people in front of you. Just the amazing racecraft you learn from these people is just amazing.
Right next to Josh. We'll take another there, guys.
5 laps to go. The gaps, I'm going to predict that young Rogan Chandler's going to hunt down this leader. In fact, we look at lap times. It was a 47.3, I think, for Rogan Chandler, a 48.2, so a full second quicker on that last lap. Mate, maybe we're going to have to talk about leasing this bike for the whole season there, Dean.
Yeah, I'd rather be riding it, but if he's riding like this, then we may have to talk a wee deal through. So I'd really love to be on there, but he's showing it through, and he's just got the lead there. He's managed to pass into turn 1, and he's wondering. Oh, he's held a good line through pothole, and Sam's got the drive on him though, so wonder how late. Rogan's got the really late brakes there, and that comes from 125 days of just having to hold corner speed and be as late as you can on the brakes to run that corner speed. So
Brendan Booth was 4th place going to that hairpin, and Lewis Stray was 6th and went past up the inside of Grant Ramage and Brendan Booth into the hairpin, and Brendan Booth went from 4th to 6th, and Grant Ramage passed someone and stayed in the same position. So the racing out there, you can pass 2 people in one corner and lose 2 positions in about 10 metres.
Yeah, it's good to see Kevin Goddard there. He's been chased by his son, but yesterday he was a little bit further down the pack, but he did set a PB, and he was battling with Gavin Veltmeyer on the KTM, and he changed brands to allow him to. He thought he'd be able to go a bit faster, but then ended up battling with the same guy in this first race that he battled with all season. So he was quite happy he made the PB, but a bit frustrated he's caught up with the same guy, but enjoyed the race altogether, as these guys all do when it's a nice close battle, and it's not fast, and it is fast, and it does feel really fast on the bike, but it's actually quite slow when you're on the bike.
It's all about corner speed. It's all about trying to get into that corner. You can't just sit it up out of a corner and gas it like the bigger bike. So it's racecraft. And speaking of racecraft, I thought Rogan Chandler might get a bit of a break, but down the front straight, the slipstreaming's happening. Sam Coulter's just tucked in behind, and as they go into turn 1, could there be a change of position here? No, there isn't.
Yeah, sorry, the first 250, which is also in this race we must not forget, is in 15th place at the moment, Campbell Grayling, and he's riding a really good race. And Regan Phipps, with his jump start penalty, even though he's at the front of the field, is sort of clawing his way back up through the field, and oh my gosh, the close proximity at the front of this race is absolutely nuts. Sam Coulter can get the drive out of any corner, and then Lewis Stray on the
Rogan Chandler can get onto the brakes as hard as anyone else in this field and just fly straight past them.
Don't forget a team from the North Island too, Turiana Banks there out on bike number 13 with Team Aspire as well as Aaron Lambourne. I think Aaron Lambourne had a crash in the qualifying yesterday and was a little bit sore, but both those teams come down on the Team Aspire bikes. Looking out to the lead two bikes as they come out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel. I got that one sorted this time, and there's only a bike length between first and second. Really, I thought that Rogan might disappear off into the distance, but no, it's closing up even more and more. Can there be a change of position coming into the dipper? Can there be a change? It is number 42, Rogan Chandler in the front. Normally wears the number 15, but number 42 at the moment. That's Dean's bike number, and Sam Golder right in behind. I don't know. I'm not even going to call this. Is it going to be a case of who leads onto the front straight on the last lap doesn't get the win because of slipstreaming? Actually, we'll see an example of this moment. Will the slipstreaming be effective on these little wee 300 and 325cc machines?
Yeah, it just goes to show how crucial a slipstream is in this class. To make a break, you really do have to be quite a bit faster than someone, because a tow and also someone to follow. Sam was out the front leading and sort of didn't have anyone to judge his speed against, so now he's got someone to judge and just push that little bit harder. That wee carrot in front of you just really helps you. Just the red mist comes down a little bit and you just brake that little bit harder and accelerate that little bit earlier.
Well, I hope Mother Leslie Chandler's sitting at home watching her son. I didn't think she'd come down this weekend because the boy wasn't supposed to be riding, but young Rogan come down here with his father and they bought their gear just in case, and thanks Rogan's dad for saying thanks for arranging the ride too. It was good to have a chat last night and really good to be part of this, man, out on there on the motorcycle and leading you out there as they come out of the hairpin. Only about 4 to 5 bike lengths between first and second. That third bike's closing quite substantially. Lewis Stray there, he's also closing in on those guys. Maybe he can get among the pigeons here, be the cat among the pigeons here.
That's not Lewis Stray there, that's a KTM. I think that is Andy McLaughlin's bike, which is actually Dennis Charlotte's winning bike from last year. So it's borrowed from the old man, and who unfortunately he can't go. Andy McLaughlin can't go up north because his old man wants to ride this bike at the Sound of Thunder. So I think there's going to be a few arguments at the at the dinner table trying to persuade that bike and pry it out of his hands. But
I want to point out in 7th place, folks, is Gav Veltmeyer. Now we know how good Gav is with Superlite racing. He took on to this class and he was capable of getting top 3s and 4s and 5ths, and here he is, a man of his quality, and he's struggling in a 7th place at the moment. And he's got Josh Goddard behind him. Super Dad Kevin's gone up into 5th place. You've got Brendan Booth. Remembering Brendan's name, he was back there leading this race at one point, ladies and gentlemen. He's now back in 6th place. So I tell you what, these guys are just moving all up and down, all over each other, exciting and fast. Might only be small capacity, but don't worry about that. Go back to the champion 2-hour days of the 80s, one of the most exciting lot of racing you'd ever see, when you had 40, almost 50 riders on the line, all of on similar size capacities, and the lead chopping and changing throughout it. And think of those days with a Grant Ramage, with a John Hepburn, with a Aaron Slight, with a Tony Reeves, with a Andrew Stroud, with a Wally Dumper who won one of those, with a Simon Crafer who went on to be our only rider ever to win a MotoGP race. So that is absolutely incredible that they've all come from 250 racing, just like we're watching here today. So lock and load these names: Rogan Chandler, Sam Calder, Lewis Stray, all virtually teenagers in our racing at the moment. Spider.
Over to the hairpin, there's not even a wheel length between first and second. It still is Chandler and Sam Golder in there, and in 3rd place it is listed as Andy McLaughlin. It was I was looking at the previous lap times, but it is Andy McLaughlin on that KTM, so the battle's still on. Those 2 lead bikes are broken away from McLaughlin just that little bit. He was closing up, but now they've upped the ante. What are we looking at lap times? A 47.9 for Chandler, a 48.051 for Sam Golder, and a 45.5.
That is a new lap record there. So he's
for McLaughlin. Yeah, sorry. Yep.
Yes.
Wow.
So, he's demolished. That's the official lap record. I've heard a few stories of people doing 45s before with Tim MacArthur on a Yamaha, but they aren't official at a Friday practice day, so whether the guy on the stopwatch was a bit fast. And
hey, this is so hectic, we've missed the white flag. The white flag is out. This is the final lap, or did I not hear that? But never mind, they're into the dipper at the moment. Can Rogan Chandler hold it? Remember, Andy McLaughlin sitting there. He's the fastest man on the track and done the fastest lap in the last lap. Rogan Chandler comes round that sweeper. Is it a chance of slipstreaming for Sam Golder? Sam Golder's going to tuck him behind. Here comes Andy McLaughlin as well, closing
and he's
up.
Going to benefit from he may not now, but he was going to benefit from a double slipstream. But Rogan Chandler, it's going to be very close to line. But I think Rogan just got that.
10 thousandths of a second. 10 thousandths of a second. What could you do in that time? My missus can spend $100. I couldn't.
Oh, Spider, it's slipping up there badly. You need some shopping experience if you can't spend that kind of money. You've bought a bike, you bought a bike 10 times worth more than that, so no, you've done that as well. So well done. But Rogan Chandler and Sam Colt, fantastic. So remembering yesterday, Sam Colt had the lap record. That is now with Andy McLaughlin, and there you've got Rogan Chandler. You've had 4 commentators, folks, that have all been jumping all around in this box and all getting excited about some great racing. And why not? Because that is absolutely superb. You don't just have to have superbikes, do you? You don't have to have sidecars or Supersport. You have all of our classes, and here's been a good example of one of the new classes, lightweight production, because these newer bikes are that little bit more than 250s. Unfair to put them into 250s. All the 250s would be sold overnight, and we'd get rid of the name 250s. Other manufacturers are still making 250s, and we've still got the likes of Team Aspire, Total Access National Personnel, HMCC, that's Hamilton Motorcycle Club, Waikato Suspended Ceilings, and their other sponsors to really put it together. So we love Team Aspire. I hope you do as well. Everybody says they can do it better, but are they supporting New Zealand motorcycle road racing, motorcycle sport, motorsport full stop here in Canterbury? No way. So make sure that you choose Mike Pero, your choice for real estate. Proud to be our sponsor of the series. Spider Staples, you've got your breath back. Your lovely pat on the back between you and Dean there, a deal that you helped make. I saw that race yesterday with Rogan on there. To think that he would have come through to first today, I'd put money and said no, I didn't think he.
This is a race start. Yeah, you do the lineup if you like.
And I just clicked 50 in the straight in the front.
What do you mean come in and out? Okay. Okay, you bring the line up now if you want it.
One of the official photographers. Hi Dad, nice to see you here joining us again this year, so lovely to see you back in New Zealand. That's Toby's dad and Spider, a great update of our class.
2 Hondas out in the front. It was Al Hugenbosom there leading until Tony took him here on this corner here, the first corner, turn 1, Flexibars corner. So 2 Hondas out in the lead, 2 Suzuki's there and a Kawasaki. The 3 top bikes have already broke away. Sloane Foster's closing up, as indeed is Al Hugenbosom. Honda, Tony Rees, number 11. Number 43 for Al Hugenbosom. Sloane Frost pokes it up on the inside. He did it a couple of times yesterday and got ruffled and run wide. He's made it stick. So Sloane Frost on the TSS Red Baron Fujitsu sponsored GSXR 1000 into second place there, Jacob. Mate, this is getting electric.
Toby Summers on the Barnes Checking Insurance has gone past Daniel Medham into the hairpin here, and the Daniel Medham with all the experience here at the Suzuki Series was running up in the top 3, and Toby, all the problems he had with his quick shifter and the bike problems, he's finally sort of making amends for it up into 4th with the 3 best riders in New Zealand only just in front of him.
Talked to Sloane yesterday and said, what are you going to have to do? You know, you're pretty quick out there, but he was 3rd fastest on the track, and he said, I've just got to take more risks. He knows that Tony knows the track like the back of his hand. He's just going to shove it up inside him where he can. Rides clean does Sloane, but he's got Al Hugenbosom there sitting in behind him on the 43 machine, very, very close. And in fact, there's 2 bike links as they come around the Rock FM corner between 1st and 2nd, and 2 bike links back to 3rd place. We're looking about 80 metres back, and that is a 22 machine, the Mad Love Media sponsored Kawasaki of Toby Summers. Change of position out the front. I think Sloane Frost has gone through, has he? No, not quite. That is, he has gone through, Jacob.
Yes, the power of the Suzuki down the straight, and the slipstream just got the great drive off the last quarter, and he's taken Tony Rees that took him all race to do last time.
All right, Sloane Frost, a 135, a 131.1 for Tony Rees, and a 132.25. In fact, look at this, a 132.256 for Alistair Hugginson, a 131.256, 132.256 for Toby Summers. So the action is on. Out of the hairpin they've come. They're into the Fulton home corner. They're spreading out just a little bit, and it is the GSXR 1000 leading into the Christchurch Casino Carousel there. Who are you going to pick for the end of the race? Is it going to be Tyre Ware?
Oh, I don't know. Sloan, I know, was definitely very disappointed. Yesterday, he couldn't really do the moves he wanted to, but he's been a lot more aggressive this race and putting the bike where he wants it, not where the other riders around him are dictating it.
A 15-lap race here, and the Suzuki out in the front, followed by the two Hondas. We had the fastest lap was set by Al Hugginbotham yesterday. Tony Rees second fastest lap, and in fact, I think it was Sloane's second fastest lap, and Rees third fastest lap, despite winning the race. 49 years old, Tony Rees on the Honda Ride Insurance. Busy man this weekend because he's also got young Mitch Rees, his son, out there in Superbikes. In fact, where is Mitch out there? Back in 8th place, had a couple of crashes this weekend, unfortunately. So a whole team to manage there for Dad to look at his own bike as well as keep his eye on his two sons and that, and just keep them on the track. The Honda Ride Insurance team, Rees Racing, what legends in motorcycle racing in New Zealand.
Yeah, the times are at the 1:30 mark, so there's a little bit more they could go and push. They're like sussing each other out and seeing where each other is stronger at the moment, and not really showing their full potential at the moment. As Sloane runs a bit wide into the hairpin, and Tony Rees is able to close up the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he was much tighter on that corner. That Euromark corner is just beautiful. You can watch the difference in the profile. You want to compare the height of their helmets, folks, to the black tyres on the safety wall way in the background of that Euromark hairpin, and get an idea of just how much lower that Tony was and tighter on the inside when you'd see the gap in the tar seal to the grass. And Tony did that corner so sweetly, and he would have got just 3 bike lengths out of that just for the corner alone. The legendary Tony Rees in magnificent form. So Team Rees Racing, Team DNA out of Whakatane, and never to forget the lovely Vicky, who's the manageress of the team behind the scenes, the wife and mother that is so exceptional to manage this, to control the finances so that they save and really get the best in behind them. We've got Scooter and Jared back in there. They normally have Phil, but he's busy back in Rotorua with his work to do, so that's meant that Tony's doing his own bike. So hi to Jared and Scooter. None better than Jared Love, the Love Machine, the number 69, of course. He's back there, and nice to catch up with Scooter and find out all about what that young English gentleman loves about New Zealand road racing and why he's got him behind the great Rees family and why we all support them out there at the moment. But it is Sloane Frost. Had the privilege of knowing Sloane for the first time 25 years ago, 25 years this year since I first got to know Sloane. Mum and Dad, of course, they're here as well to support him, and this was a young man from, of all places in those days, he used to live in Whangarei, and here he was doing a sport called junior motocross, and it gave him a taste of it, and then later on, of course, he took a gap from motocross, went out into business, became a successful business person, and decided to take the run into road racing, for which he quickly became accustomed after doing all of that great time in junior motocross. Remembering Jake Lewis did time in junior motocross, there is no substitute. I go back to the first time I ever commentated Tony Rees, he was doing junior motocross. Simon Crowfoot came from there, Aaron Slight, they've all had a taste in that, so never say no with the likes of junior motocross, because it does develop these riders' skills, and that's why many of them become champions on the racetrack, as we're witnessing here today.
The race out the front is pretty hot. They're coming out of the carousel into the Southern Salvage corner, but I'm looking at the race for 4th and 5th between Toby Summers and Dan Medham. These guys have swapped places about 3 times in the last half of a lap. Mind you, Dan's got a bit of a break over Toby Summers. We call Toby Summers the artificial inseminator, straight up no bull. That's his nature. He's going to fight back and try and get Dan Medham. Almost a change of position out in the front too. The bikes are tightening up, coming around the Rock FM sweeper. 1 bike leads between 1st and 2nd, 3 bike leads between 2nd and 3rd. Remember, Al Hugginbotham was the fastest on the track yesterday. Can he make that close up that gap and get in there? Tony Rees is hunting Sloane Frost at the end as they go into turn 1. Almost side by side. There's a bike length there. Who's the quickest out of this corner? They're both. I tell you what, Sloane settled down from yesterday's race. He made a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes, but it looks like Sloane Frost has settled down. He'll be able to hear that bike of Rees on the back of him. There won't be long before they hear the Honda of 43 mounted Alistair Hugginbotham. Back to that battle with Dan Medham and Toby Summers, and Dan Medham has broken away. There's probably 60 metres, but don't discount Toby Summers on the 22 machine, the Kawasaki ZX10, to fight back there.
Well, there's only 0.6 of a second in a lap record at the moment, and in that previous Supersport race, of course, we saw Damon Reeves beat a lap record by 0.8 of a second. So those records are very, very contactable here today, and it's Andrew Stroud, of course, Jacob's father, that has that lap record here at the moment, but within point.
Wind down the commentators when the countdown starts. Wind down the commentators when the IPG starts. You sure? Okay, I'll stay. I'll stay here. Wide and narrow as it is.
Stock bikes home as well, won the Superstock class yesterday, so action aplenty. And what do we got? We got 8 laps to go, so around halfway through. It's a 15-lap race here for the New Zealand Superbike Championships. Don't forget, folks, next weekend in Invercargill, get there and have a look for round 2. It should be electric weekend. Not too sure what the weather's going to do, but there's the lead 2 bikes. In fact, the lead 3 bikes going into the ICOM corner, formerly pothole. They're off towards the hairpin. Both strong breakers on the hairpin here. As I say, Sloan made a couple of mistakes here yesterday, but he seems to have settled down and just controlling this race. But right now, Al Hugenbosom is closing. Wow, what an excellent race. Dan Medham sits there in 4th place. He's got about 120 metres, maybe about 1 second ahead of Toby Summers on the 22 Kawasaki. We go back further behind him, and it is Mitch Rees has got past Jeremy Holmes, Ray Clee, Chris DeForey, Sam Sharp, Robert Whittle back on track after a big crash at the Christchurch Casino Carousel corner yesterday. David Sharp and Kevin Beaumont is not listed as starting.
Yeah, you can see the whole race. These Superbikes have been extremely close. Alistair Hugenbosom, man, that was a move. They've been this close the whole race, but they're on that final line at a minute 30 flat. There's like they're right on the edge of the performance of their bike and what they can actually physically do. Because I remember when my father set that lap record, he crashed the next lap because he was trying to go any faster.
First crash in 7 years, I remember that. That's back in 2011, so our oldest lap record at the moment. Right now they come down the start-finish line. Who's it going to be? It is still Sloane Frost, followed by Tony Rees. They're all, look at that, 1:34.84 for Tony Rees, a 1:34.84 exactly down to the thousandth of a second for Alistair Hugenbosom, and the slower one of the three of them is a 1:35.56, only 0.1 of a second behind Sloane Frost, the leader. So those two bikes absolutely matching. We saw it on the same lap in the Supersport 600 racing. What electric racing. Thank you, Mike Perot, for getting behind this meeting and all the other sponsors. Is there a change of the lead there in the hairpin, boys?
No, not at all, not at all. He's made it stick. That's a brilliant bit of racing there again by Sloane Frost. Held the mark. I think he just knew the line. He went in shallow and he came out that fraction deeper, but because he'd gone in shallow, he'd cut the line off for Tony Rees. And Tony, of course, has got about as much as defence as he has on attack. It's not all just about getting past Sloane, because to try that, you could be over, inside and outside and weaving your way across. As soon as he leaves a gap that's wide enough, Al Hugenbosom is going to be there to take it. The Triple R Racing's on fire. Al Hugenbosom, what a race to see. This man's come of age to be joining the elite company of the two men in front of it at the moment. And and great to watch. And I'm sure these will be the three riders that will define this championship going all the way to the end as well. And look at the margin between them, absolutely. So just when you see Al Hugi charging in on the tail of Tony Rees, then you watch Tail, and he charges in on the tail of Chopper as we go for the glory at the moment. Sloane Frost, Tony Rees, Alistair Hugenbosom on for the championship glory. That is Suzuki to lead the two Hondas in the Mike Pero supported New Zealand Superbike pre-Grand Prix race. Grand Prix coming up this afternoon. Of course, a 20-lapper for these guys, a big 20-lapper this afternoon. That's going to be energy sapped to the max as these guys try and lay their body on the line. Sweat that'll be going on for their bodies out there. The athleticism that's being shown is just incredible as these guys move all over their bike. Watch where their thighs are. They're hanging on to the bikes by the inside of their leg as they then put their arms to go through. To give you an idea here the other day that we had Mitchell Rees, he actually took a fall and everybody was going, oh, poor Mitch has had a fall. He'd actually broken his handlebar. He did not realise, but from an incident that happened previously, he'd thought he'd just knocked his handlebar, but it obviously cracked, and he put so much pressure on it when pushing down on the inside that the inside handlebar dropped. Of course, it threw his hand off to the side, and that's when he then crashed and did a wobble. And it was probably a nice story to hear the fact that it wasn't a rider error or actually a machine error. It was actually the mechanics of the fact that a minor crack had caused the handlebar to break. So much pressure put on by these guys. The forces that their bodies are being shown to exert on these bikes is incredible. And remember, of course, a little bit like the motocross, that we know that they've done the calculate energies of what your body is doing, and this is a huge strain put on your body. So these guys are sportsmen. Only have a look at Jeremy Holmes. He's got the push bike set up on the stand there. He's warming it up. I like his summary. He says, name another sport whereby you do much exertion with your body and you have no practice or warm-up, because all you're doing is effectively coming out of the pits onto your bike, doing a one lap and then putting all of this pressure on. So there's not actually a huge amount of actually body work that's done. So that's why he builds up on those push bikes on the stand, or does others. You see people like Tony Rees always doing the flexing. It's a little bit of movement, but it's nowhere near in comparison to what their bodies are going through out on the racetrack. Spider.
Almost like the game of Twister I've played a couple of times, but that's not at 140 miles an hour, 150 miles an hour. Look at them, three into that turn one. Going to the lap times, a 1:33.514, there's a 1:34.22 and a 1:34.38 for Frost, so nothing in it here. We're looking over to the I-Cup corner. Rees has been trying to get through on this hairpin for the whole race long. He's still got 5 laps to go. We're 2/3 away through the race. Maybe he doesn't want to give away his secret, but also maybe he just wants to get in front and try and get a break. But Sloane is riding exceptionally well today. Rode a very good race yesterday, but definitely a lot more settled today. Great work, Sloane Frost and the crew.
Yeah, sorry, with the closeness of the racing at the moment and the speed, the times they're doing, they've been this consistent the whole race, that if they make their 50 centimetres away from an apex, that can be the difference between losing a race and winning one. How you could be racing for 35 minutes and then come out and just one 40 centimetre mistake and you've just lost your whole race of all the hard work of 25 minutes. So they're this close, this much, these speeds, you have to hit every single apex, every single corner, and it is almost physical. Like I don't think Usain Bolt is the most trained athlete on the earth. He's got a race for 9 seconds or something, and then these guys do 25 minutes of just full-on adrenaline rush.
And in fact, the other consideration, of course, here is that, folks, take a picture of the sport. Is that Ray or Davis out in front? Is it Rossi or is it Marquez? It's what we're talking about. The quality of our New Zealand racing. These guys hard at it. People around the world would just be loving this. So the iFilms coverage is going to be fantastic. Remembering it's going to free-to-air on Duke Channel, which is TVNZ as well. So do stay tuned and watch out for that. Become a friend, of course, of the NZSBK Racing Series under Rob Cochran, and Rob will be able to tell us when that TV coverage is coming up. So you'll be able to lock and load that for TV and say you were there on the day, but more importantly to tell your friends about it, give the exposure to all of our sponsors and key people, because this is exactly what we want to see. World-class motorcycle racing right here. Look at the Al Hugenbosom, absolutely sensational for that, and around that corner again, I think he's the quickest one through that Euromark corner, because at the point about 50 out to when you get 50 away from it, I think he's getting through there a little quicker, and you see other points of the track where you can see the margins made up by Tony Rees. But as all this goes on, Sloane Frost still holds it. What's going on in his mind at this stage? He has just got to cover himself so perfectly on every part of the track, because he's got 2 hot Honda pilots right behind that could claim the glory back there. And as we're watching those two, another 2 good pilots go past, and remembering, of course, our Superstock class as well today with them up there, and keen to actually have a look through our lineup at the moment. Jeremy Holmes still the first, and the second is Sam Sharp, by the way. The third is Christopher, who's out there, and Rob Whittle back in 4th place, and that's compared, of course, to our Superbikes of Sloane Frost, Tony Rees, Alistair Hugenbosom and Daniel Medham.
Just 3/100ths of a second separate the lap times for these top three riders as they come onto the front straight. We've got 4 laps to go, 3/100ths of a second. This is a 15-lap race. We're already 4 laps to go. Later on it'll be a 20-lap race, but let's concentrate on here. And what do we got now at the moment there? In fact, we're less than that, just 2/100ths of a second. We've got a 30.915 for Sloane Frost, a 30.930 for Tony Rees, and a 30.911 for Alistair Hugenbosom. So how perfect is that? I've watched Superbiking for many, many years, but right now the lap times, I've never seen them so close, so late in a race for the top three riders at all. Rees tries on the outside of the hairpin. Can he make it stick? Makes the track a bit longer. What are we doing is trying to unruffle the feathers of Sloane Frost. Say, I'm here, mate. I've been here for a long time. Frost will be able to hear that Honda in behind him, maybe able to hear the 2 Hondas, but as far as tactics goes, showing his face up on the outside of that hairpin is what he needs to do, because what I'm going to pick is in a couple of laps' time, when he sees the white flag, Tony Rees will poke his nose up on the inside. Sloane will be expecting him. Frost will be expecting him on the outside, although he might know that foxing rule as well. Here we go, Tony Rees trying up on the inside, not quite making it. They come out of the southern salvage corner, trying up on the outside. Hugenbosom closes up on them, trying on the inside. Yes! Got through. Tony Rees on the Honda Rider Insurance has got through there. What can Sloane Frost do to that? Already he's just slowed down a little bit, and now Hugenbosom is now on the pace. Be interesting to see what this lap time is for these things. Did Rees run a bit wide in that big sweeper there, boys?
Well, there we go. I tell you what, we're about to find out. I thought for a minute he could have good call there, Spider, but here he goes now, opening out a little bit of a buffer. See that? A little bit of a buffer. That's been one of the biggest marks as we look out for it. That's still that best Sloane time back in lap number 3. That was a long time ago now when we look out the fact that we've only got 2 to go of 15. So this is now lap 14 that we're on at this stage. And there you go, to 130.0. That's now just a 131. Tony Rees in front at 131.0. Then you go to Sloane Frost 131.3. Take on Alice 2 Burns at 131.2. So again, 0.3, 3/10 of 130.
Oh, he's up the inside. Tony Rees must have missed the gear and got terrible drive out of pothole. Slows up the inside. He's run wide though, and Tony back up the inside.
Oh, how good was that? How good was that? The lead's just changed twice through there, and watching all of this is Al Hugenbosom. And here he goes, Sloane up on the inside, going into Fulton Hogan. Sloane's got it back in, puts the block pass on, beautiful. And now watch it go back. Oh, it's just changed again, but he's on the outside. He'll have harder work to do from there. Can the Honda still hold on to it? You betcha. Look at a Hugenbosom. We've got a chance of finding Al if he can come up and do a second place here as well. What an incredible run. We've had 4 lead changes in the last 400 metres on the track as we fire it down into Southern Salvage for the penultimate time as we go. Check it out at the moment. It is...
Oh, Tony! Just a massive high side moment and almost loses his whole race's momentum.
Yeah, there we go. In fact, that's done the change for seconds. Man, I tell you what, when he came out of Southern Salvage, that was really going for it. One side, the other side. How did he control that? That was great work. Remember, of course, he was leading at this point a lap ago. Now he's back in 3rd place. I tell you what, come on Christchurch. Remembering our 2 North Islanders as well. And now here you are, seeing the South with a chance to pounce. Because come on, can Al Hugenbosom do it from here, the Triple R, as we come up towards the white flag. It is 1 to go. Frost, Hugenbosom and Rees to go for it at the moment, and the charge is all on. Tony will be disappointed with what's happened, that he'd fought all of that way for so long, so hard to then get the lead and then lose it twice before really losing it, and then losing 2nd place as well to go back to be in 3rd as we're on the last lap to run at this stage. Who else is in the race? A whole lot of other good riders, but I'm sure nobody's taken their eyes off Icon down to Euromark to look for this on our last lap at the moment. Les Hugenbosom, here he is. I told you about how quick he's been at this part of the track. He plays follow the leader. Good work. No, there was a gap on the inside, but they've both gone in pretty hot, so there was no way the gap was going to be taken as Tony Rees looks for the work. All 3 of these guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warm your heart, warm your soul. I hope you're ready to stand on your feet for a standing ovation for some brilliant Superbike racing. We say it every year that it's the best we've ever seen, but hey, I tell you what, you just go from race to race when you got this kind of action going on. This is world-class motorcycle sport at its brilliant best, and it's happening right here at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park today as we take it out Spider Staples. Will there be any change from this point?
Oh, we're coming across lappers. Maybe they'll play a part in the big sweeper there. Sloane Frost is under pressure by our Hugenbosom. Hey, Mr. Nearly Perfect there. Tony Rees is in there. He's got the box seat. A couple of years ago, he crashed 3 times at this meeting. He sorted himself out and won all his races in the last 7 or 8 races, including the cemetery circuit. But right now, into the Rock FM corner, Sloane Frost done so much better riding, so much smoother today. It's going to be a drag to the finish line. line. It's going to be a drag. Can those Hondas match the Suzuki? No, Sloane Frost there on the number 1. He carries the number 1 plate because he's a current New Zealand Superbike champion. Wow, what a last lap there. And lap times wise, Sloane Frost a 1:38, a 1:39.7 for Alistair Hugaboozum, a 1:39.26. I have never seen such a tight, even match lap times in the Superbike racing ever. And I'll stand by that. In the times are so close, 30 thousandths of a second, 20 thousandths of a second separating. What a great finish to the first of the Superbike races for today. Have to go back down to Dan Medham, who's gone through in 4th place, and now we're looking at the Mad Love Media sponsored Kawasaki with Toby Summers. He wee grumpy with that one. He always wants to win, but maybe there's something up his sleeve for next weekend. And that indeed is Mitch Rees there on the 94, a very creditable 6, especially after having 2 crashes this weekend. And following him going through there is Jeremy Holmes, the first of our Superstock bikes, and Evergreen Ray Clee, 36 from Auckland, as we see the sidecars lining up in the pits to have a go.
Pete the Pirate, that's his newer machine that with Kendall on board, so it's just a matter of seeing what name we have on the side of it. Yeah, that's the new machine, the Pirate. So there is, and I think an appropriate name. So he should go to Radio Harrick and get some sponsorship, shouldn't he?
Oh, interesting to see his new leathers this season as well. He's been wearing the former Ron Haslam ones, I think. Pharaoh leathers for years, but got new leathers, and great to see Kendall Dunlop, her and her husband here racing. Matt Dunlop was out there leading the Pro Twins class yesterday, struggled a bit today, but certainly Kendall getting out there and enjoying her racing. Pole position goes to 17. Spike Taylor with Robbie Shorter doing the swinging. Pete the Pirate and Kendall Dunlop there in 2nd place. 3rd place it is Barry Smith with Tracy Byron doing the passenger. Now this is a 600 machine. As we say that, it goes out to the lead, so a 600cc machine. Wow, incredible. Pete the Pirate missed the start yesterday, didn't quite have the start sequence worked out, so he had to let everyone else go. So he might be further up the field this time. He got a 2nd place yesterday, and right now he's in 3rd place with that little 600 there in 2nd place. Beautiful presenter machine, all of these machines. And Spike Taylor there in 4th place off pole position. I noticed in the scrubbing this morning there was a fair bit of misfiring, Neil.
Oh, there we go. Something maybe that we've got to watch. In fact, those 2 guys that were on the front row, look at that. And in fact, I was about to say 3rd and 4th, but Pete the Pirate's gone up on the inside and taken the advantage. So great work to get through there. He's pushed back the other contenders. In fact, they have gone back. Look at that. In fact, you look across at one point there and you think there's one machine, but it's actually 2. Look at that in the shadow and trying to get around on the outside with Barry and Tracy through there. But the work's already done. I'll tell you what, 17 is still no better than the 4th place. They smoked it up here in the race yesterday, but haven't got it all its own way. Maybe it's an opportunity, like we've seen with the number 42 Rogan Chandler, that give more people some race time on the track and they can really change their performances. But great to watch sidecars. And Spider, worth explaining a little bit about this Formula 2, because I think I go all the way back to one of my favourite sidecar efforts I saw at Wanganui, and I'm just trying to think of his first name, the British man Morrison.
Vince
Morrison, with a light blue machine, and it was a Formula 2 machine that we'd had a long time ago at Wanganui. Pretty awesome.
Back in about 1980s, yeah, Vince and Jamie Biggs.
Oh, okay.
They won the New Zealand TT at Pukekohe on the 600, come to Wanganui, and they were just, I was up in the tree with you commentating.
Yes, that's right.
and they flicked their sidecar wheel up on the grass through the S's. I thought, no one gets away with that. Well, they did it 4 or 5 times. Oh. Unfortunately, they clipped a curb on the overhead bridge and was sidelined. Hey, how long is it since you've seen the National Championship? I've never seen this. Number 83 lead a race there for almost a lap there. Pete the Pirates come through. So local man Warwick Demons on the Independent Line Services, Kiwi Bike Insurance, JVDW McGregor Motorsport Machine leads a New Zealand Championship. Very hard charger is Warwick Dimmicks with Will Climo doing the passengering, but to lead a championship race, and Pete the Pirate's got ahead there. So Spike Taylor having issues. Spike cleared off yesterday, but having issues there. Still sitting in 3rd place, O'Neill.
Yeah, indeed, and fantastic to see as well as we look out for our sidecar updates. So Pete and Warwick and Spike, Barry back there with Tracy as well. So there's a man-woman partnership. So great to see. After all, lightweight swinger and one as good as Tracy. I think a great feature that Spider that you picked up on is the fact that her and her brother that swung together at Wanganui and taking the new classic sidecar lap record, breaking that by over a second, is something fabulous to know about. And the work that Tracy is doing and just holding the credibility of Sidecars. She's just a real lady, a patron saint behind the scenes, and her smile, her enthusiasm, her professionalism is so good. And ladies, if you're looking to somebody to introduce yourself to and talk about sidecar racing, track this lady down, because she is absolutely incredible, an all-round lovely person, and her input into our sport is great. In fact, speaking about that, look at them, they've gone through into third place, so good work to do there. In fact, that's already pushed to 17, back a little bit at the moment. So I tell you what, Spike and Robbie, you've talked about it, Spider, and a bit of a misfire. We can't hear anything like that from here, but there's got to be something wrong. Those guys had bolted by this time yesterday. Here they are struggling for a fourth place, and when Barry can overtake them on that F2 machine, I think something must be wrong.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, we can't hear them out there. And Tracy Bryan, mate, she's had wins at Whanganui before. Her father won in 77 on sidecars, and this year with Bryan and Tracy winning the classic sidecars, he won there. So that's three different people in the family all won at Whanganui. So back to the racetrack, Neil.
Oh, look at that, and how good was it? Well, I don't. Maybe it's a handling issue. The bike sounded good. We could hear them closer at hand in. I don't think there was a miss in any way. And hey, proving that an F1 machine is faster than F2 in a straight line, because he's gone past the awesome Bears Smith out there and Tracy Bryan. He's got himself up into third place, but I tell you what, he's got to get past Warwick Dimmicks at the moment, and Warwick's in a great form. But as all this goes on, look at the Pete the Pirate, the beautiful Englishman. Loved us here in New Zealand. He's now imported another machine. He's brought both of the machines on the big trip down there, and I love the fact that he's got the 111 PG as his personalised number plate on the old Ford Tranny van. I call them trannies now, folks, because that's what Guy Williams calls Ford Transit vans, trannies. So it was a word I wouldn't have thought you would have been able to use in public, but apparently, and according to the English language, tranny is a recognised word. And in fact, as far as he was concerned, I said, no, in New Zealand we like Toyota Hiaces. And as far as a van, he said, no, there's nothing better than a tranny. So that's the Guy Martin moment, and take it for what it is, the tranny. So that's the van that is used by this man. Two sidecars. I tell you what, talk about taking cargo. That is absolutely massive when you've got to cart two sidecars, but they've had their share of mechanical problems over the years. So Pete said, if you're coming all the way down here to the beautiful south, then you make sure you bring all of the machinery. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there and an overshoot. Did they correct themselves again? So a bit of a problem back there. They've dropped right back. So that's bad luck for Warwick in there, just as he was doing so well. The independent line services machine Spider. Oh, that slows right up through there. And they're about to be caught up there as well by Lance Bayliss and Craig Pedersen. So I think a mechanical problem.
Yeah, this is the Australian machine, the number 11 machine that come all the way from Perth, and he was listed as having Brendan Gilder as his passenger. Don't know what went on there, but he put out a call, and Craig Pedersen was the man to come out there and fill up the spot on the side. So great to see them. Yeah, that was a run-off there at Southern Salvage Corner for the local boys, 83, Warwick Dimmicks and Will Climo. Looking out for that little 600 in second place. We've got long and short bikes here. The long bikes, you can see they're monocoque construction, one-piece construction. The top two bikes, in fact, all the bikes out there except this little short bike are like that. They've got the engine behind the rider, probably about 750 mils longer than a shorter bike, whereas the shorter bike, not only is it a 600, but it also carries the motor underneath the riders. It'll be a magic bike to ride around here in the rain. Pete the Pirate's getting hunted down by number 17. Let's look at the lap times, and in fact, we don't have a screen. Oh, yes, we do. A 45.317, a second quicker than Pete the Pirate, so a 46.343 for him. So they're closing up into the Christchurch carousel. There's less than a bike length between first and second here for the sidecar race. And what happened there, Neil?
Oh, certainly all of a sudden there's been a slowing up, and they may even be going to take around the outside. But you also, we were sensing some problems from the number 17 before of Spike and Robbie, but they've all of a sudden sorted it out. So I think there's sort of something gone wrong. See, that's a definite slow up there by the 111. Look at that. In fact, the boys are saying, nudge, nudge, we want to go past. Or I'm wondering whether, as the race has gone on, whether Spike has sorted out whatever his problem was and he's that much quicker. Because he proved it yesterday. He'd bolted by this stage of the race yesterday. He was almost straight in front of any of his fellow competitors. We've seen a huge advantage by the 111, of which they seem to have got the handbrake on, of which Spike seems to have sorted out his issue. So, as you well know, with sidecars, Spider, there is so much more to them technically, both in chassis and in engine, that it's not always a clear-cut kind of a thing as to what happens in the racing.
Oh, no, definitely not. You can buy one of these machines locally, $24,000 for a machine that's capable of getting out on the front. It is on Traby. Alex McDonald has finally decided at 73 he's going to hang his leathers up and spend the money on touring and that. Look at Spike Taylor. He's gone past two-thirds of the way down the front straight. Spike with Robbie Shorter doing their passengering there, and now they've got a 100-metre gap above Pete the Pirate and Kendall Goodwin. So whatever was going on with them earlier on, they've settled down, and it could be as simple as they've changed a gear change position and got to get used to that. It just could be that the bike's clearing its throat. We can't hear whether it's just firing. So number 17 out in the front, the Mobility Wire Wrapper, sponsored LCR 1000. Bike Taylor owns that company. Robbie Shorter doing the passenger. Robbie, one of the most experienced passengers around. We go back to Pete the Pirate 111. Pete Goodwin, the prison officer from Auckland, and Kendall Dunlop. Don't know what Kendall does for a living, but she's in there in second place. And another male-female team, Barry Smith and Tracy Bryan, they're doing the passengering. As I mentioned, her family now has got father and son and daughter have all won at the cemetery circuit. There's only one other family that have had 3 people on the podium, and that's the Holmes family, where 3 generations, grandfather, father and son, have all raced and run at Wanganui. So that's a hell of a scout for the local people. Tracy's now in Tauranga, but she is from Wanganui originally. And the big thing is the dad built the bike as well. So the old man had a win in 77, and both these won there this year. It's not for Tracy's first win there, so that's a hell of a scalp, because it's over 63 years of racing. That's impressive.
Here indeed, and great to see that you're keeping the records going, and more importantly for Spider, recognising our sidecars involved in the sidecar fraternity. Of course, it is the Sidecar Racing Association, so it's effectively sidecars have made their own body within our sport, and recognising their efforts to promote them. They also, of course, keep up communications, so when it comes to selecting events that the sidecar is at, they're communicating and saying, these are the ones we want to get out and support, guys. This is where sidecar racing will be at its best. This is where the fraternity is working for the betterment of their entire sport. So love to see it. Sidecar Association, and they often have a go days. They're more dominant in the North Island than the South Island, but not to say it can't happen in the South Island. Man, we'd love to get another half a dozen units here. And speaking about units, good to talk about is Spider used the initials LCR before the Lewis Christensen Racing endeavours. These are a Swiss-made machine, and LCRs, well, since I've hit New Zealand shores, the sidecar racing hasn't looked back. Yes, there are a few other very good chassis, and taking nothing away from them, but the LCR being a more manufactured, more available, more affordable chassis has meant that people have been able to do some more development engine-wise and not worried about actually trying to build or redesign a sidecar. So we actually haven't had the John Britton as such in sidecar racing. We've left that to Lewis Christensen, and these machines are fantastic. But in saying that, Spider, the LCR was under a bit of a hammering at Wanganui when we saw our top endeavours there of the Tim Reeves machine actually breaking a chassis, which is unheard of.
Yeah, mind you, 7 times world champion, pushing it around Wanganui, probably had the best tyres out there in terms of compound and that. Just 3 laps later, something folded up in the front end at the Robert Holden corner. Back to Tracy Bryan. I'm impressed with her as well, because 2 years ago she left the racetrack with a broken neck and a big smash up at the turn 1 here. Aaron Lovell went a bit wide there. I reckon he got into the marbles there, and that bike went all the way to the tyre wall, and Tracy ended up with a broken neck. Last year she had a big crash with Aaron again down at Invercargill, and both of them had broken collarbones at the end of the day. Still hasn't dampened her spirit, still hasn't dampened her smile. And great to see Carl Cox Motorsport, the DJ, international DJ, putting so much effort and enthusiasm and money behind the local team. There's a few Carl Cox boys out there and girls, in fact, from time to time, of course, including Tracy, but we also see Dean Outtreed, the Australian guy on the Post Classics, who's a weapon. He had his first cemetery circuit. It was a bit uncomfortable there with all the power poles and that, but Carl Cox Motorsport, dial into YouTube. Some of his music there has got 2 million views on it. I sometimes put a bit of Carl Cox on a Saturday night or a Friday night when I'm working in the shed. It's a new type of music to me, and it's awesome.
Here indeed, and we thank Carl Cox Motorsport. What an influence they've made into our sidecar racing in New Zealand. And sidecars, well, we go back to days of the Gordon Skiltons and building, and one in fact put into recognition as a life member of Motorcycling New Zealand as well, and Robin Atkins. And Robin was a former national champion, I think 1972 his year as well. So we've got a lot of history with our sidecar racing, but they were often sort of Kiwi built machines, and they were modified motorcycles rather than now being a purpose-built sidecar. And when we got the purpose-built sidecars, was a revolution. And now to in fact in our Formula 1, Formula 2, we literally don't see a modified motorcycle anymore. We see a specially made sidecar with a motorcycle engine to front of it. And these Formula 2 machines, and Spidey, we know that for a long time that 600 or the F2 bike has been the choice for the Isle of Man, but now you were saying as well it's also the choice for World Championship.
Yeah, they're trying to slow the speed down and make it more even, so they've gone to 600cc bikes. They're only allowed short bikes, as I've described before, at the Isle of Man, but I think at the international level, at the World Formula One Sidecar Championships, they are allowed long bikes as well. So LCR had to get out their books and their drawing board and design a new bike as well. So another competitor out we haven't even had a chance to talk to. It's been so busy is Phil Munro, a team there with Stephen McInerney from Christchurch on the Dunoon GSXR 1000 on the 77 machine, still circulating, and no DNFs so far for sidecars this weekend. Small field, but no DNFs, and good racing amongst it all. Has spread out a bit as we've got 3 laps to go in the second race for the weekend. New Zealand TT later on today. 83 Warwick Dimmock and Will Climo, early leaders there for the first lap. This will be a good boost of enthusiasm and morale boosting for him. He's never led a New Zealand Superbike Championship race. Did Wanganui the other day, enjoyed that. Great to see the South Islanders drag all their kit up to the North Island and have a go as well, Neil.
Yeah, great to see. I'll tell you what, if you were on your smartphone at mxt.co.nz 10 minutes ago and then you'd walked in here and you're now looking at the racing and say there was something wrong with your results, how would a guy gone from 4th place and now be in 1st place and be leading by the margin? How would a guy like the 111 of Pete Goodwin be leading by the margin he was and now be a distant 2nd? And I tell you what, a long way 2nd. Your race leaders go through the dipper at the moment. 2nd just comes through Southern Salvage here at the moment. So just incredible to see the changes of fortunes that have gone on with this one. But there we have it. All right, looking of course to our program, still on our Mike Pero Super Day here, Super Sunday, and we're coming up to our Legends Parade and also our scooter demonstration. So this is the last round prior to our lunch break with the parade and our scooter demo before we go into this afternoon's program. Now, folks, unfortunately there's been an error in the program. There's been 2 race number 14s here this afternoon, so effectively this is actually now race 16 and not 15 as is shown in the program. So where we look at the bottom of the program in 23, there's actually 24 races in total and amongst all these. All right, so there we are, the 111 to go back past again, the awesome Mr. Pete. And he is on fire at the moment. Pete Goodwin, ladies and gentlemen. PG, that's his personalised plate on the van. So Spike Taylor, Pete Goodwin, and go to Barry Smith. And remembering Warwick Dimmock, who was our race leader for some time in this one. And Warwick is now back there. Out of Ringiora for Independent Line Services, Kiwi Bike Insurance, your specialist motorbike insurance brokers, JVDW and McGregor Motorsport. Some great people. And another LCR, looking down on your list. LCR for the race leaders. LCR for Barry. LCR for Warwick. And, of course, LCR for Pete as well. So the LCR dominating the landscape of sidecar racing for sure. Pointing out as well to Craig Pedersen, the swinger, not Brendan Gilder, for the number 11 of Lance Bayliss, machine out of Australia, courtesy of codedwelding.com.au. And his swinger is Craig Pedersen, and Craig has been a swinger for the racing going on for what was Spike Taylor through the Suzuki Series, but then in fact there was an opportunity for the racing for Robbie Shorter to join that team, and Craig was all of a sudden, I suppose you'd say, surplus to requirement, but quickly gobbled up by Lance Bayliss. So a new combination coming together for the first time, and Spider, you'll know what it's like straight away with a rider and then a different swinger, or a swinger going to a different bike and that kind of thing. It's not the thing that's instantly going to be national championship written all over them. It takes some time to develop that relationship.
Well, it's also about the weight differential. I remember when I got on with Andy Kipper back in '89, I was 11 stone in old weight, and his previous passenger was 7 stone, so the whole bike just handled completely different. I couldn't tuck out of the way, out of the slipstream as much, so we just had to get on with what we had. You know, I couldn't chop 4 stone off without losing maybe my kneecaps and a few other pieces. Okay, the white flag is out. We're looking over towards the Icombe corner at the back of the Ruapuna circuit here. Number 17 laps number 11 there. The Australian team of Lance Bayliss with the Kiwi passenger Craig Pedersen on there. Craig was on this bike only just a week ago or 2 weeks ago at Wanganui and got a very, very creditable third. It was finally, I think, at Wanganui that Spike realised that he could settle down and just go as hard as he wanted to. His passenger had brought up to speed. That shows you the skill and the trusting of the passenger, and certainly not just thinking, oh, well, they're on. And it shows you the skill that got the man 3 New Zealand championships. This is Spike Taylor, and that spans 3 decades, I think. That spans, he got one in the 90s, he got one in the teens, the next decade, and then in the teens as well. So it looks like he's on form to maybe win one as well. Colin Buckley's passenger from last year, they were the New Zealand Superbike Championship sidecar winners. Robbie Shorter is on the side. He's the current New Zealand sidecar passenger, and look at him, so well. Rode for John Holden at the Suzuki Series, and what a credible rider. And also, when Tim Reeves' passenger couldn't make Wanganui 2 years ago due to a road riding incident, he grabbed Robbie Shorter and put him on the side. Mate, that's spectacular. The chance to swing for a 7 times world champion would just be absolutely amazing. There it is, the first win. No planking today. He was planking there yesterday, Neil, not showing off as much, but Spike Taylor, number 17. I wasn't too sure whether they'd come through and do that after a misfire there in the scrubbing session this morning. Going through there, we're looking out for second place, coming around on the start-finish straight. Pete the Pirate and Kendall Dunlop in a second spot there.
For a country way beyond our resources in years gone by, and long may it continue with people like Avalon, and not to be forgotten, Mainland's Courtney Duncan, our fastest woman motocross lady in the world as well. All right, well, a quick break for our officials at the moment. They'll be fed and watered out there, and we're delighted to be joined by Rob Cochran here at the moment, and Rob will take us through a parade lap. And a parade lap, there's two parts to this, Rob. First of all, there's the pilot. That's one thing.
Yep.
But hey, then there's the machine, because aren't we lucky to have some of these quality machines. Thank you, Rob, and welcome. How's your day been going?
Yeah, it's been pretty busy. We had a couple of glitches with the streaming in the earlier part of the day, but we've managed to get that all booted back up, and I just hope that everybody out there has really enjoyed that amazing Superbike race we had before. The weather down here is stinking hot. It's a beautiful. The track's in great condition, and I'm sure we're going to see more lap records fall as these guys chase GP honours later in the day. So yes, we've got the Legends Parade coming up. The idea is to bring back a bit of the history to the Grand Prix. Some of the former riders who won New Zealand Grand Prix are out there on their period machines, and also members of CAMS who are the organisation Classic Action Motorcycle Sport in the South Island that have developed and continue to develop classic and historic racing, and as some call it, post-classic, over the last few decades. And we've got some amazing machines down there. Mike Perro, of course, is the sponsor of this meeting and has come on board with a lot of passion and a lot of enthusiasm for the Superbike series, the New Zealand series. And when I gave him the sponsor proposal, I said, would you like to have a ride around the track in a new Legends Parade? And he was over the moon with the idea. And he's on number 8, the Mike Perro in Marlborough colours. Mike Perro on his TZ 250G. There are bikes that go back to the the oldest bike is a 1950 Velocette, and there's also a Triumph Trident out there, some Yamahas and Kawasaki's, and I'll just go through as they come round. I think we're looking at the Triumph Trident out in the front. That's a Rob North replica, owned by and raced by Gary Cottrell. 1972 model, and he's an ex-UK single-cylinder champion in 92 and 93. And this bike has been ridden at Daytona at historic meetings to 5th place, so it's a very sweet-sounding machine. There's also that's number 122, the blue and white machine. There's also number 20 out there as a Honda, a CB 750 Honda. 836 big bore engine, putting out 86 brake horsepower, so not a slow machine by any stretch. Of course, based on this is a replica of the CR 750 that Dick Mann took to the famous Daytona 200 win back in 1970, when we had the birth of the Superbike era, where BSA and Triumph had come out with a machine in 1968, the BSA Rocket 3 750 Triple and the Trident 750 Triple Triumph, and of course Honda came out with their Honda 4 3 months later and completely blew the motorcycle world away, because it was such a cool machine. It had electric start, disc brakes, 5-speed, and it was cheaper by about in fact I think they were $1,425 new in the US. And one of the few things that came out of all that era was the great racing that came from Formula 750. So there's a couple of those bikes out there. And of course, here goes in the TZ rolling through number 6. Certainly John Humm on a 92 TZ 250. The TZs went on to originally with their 350s. They came out of the air-cooled twins. The TZs just went out and dominated not only Formula 750 but Grand Prix racing. Yamaha as well turned around and created the TZ 700 by joining two engines of the twin together and created motorcycle history. I mean, Kenny Roberts was the great American road racer, dirt racer, who actually raced the TZ 750 on the mild dirt in the US, and it was a bit scary, and I think they banned it in the end because these things were just putting out too much power. But look, there's other bikes out there today that are all just as an important part of history. And I mean, if you're a Bears fan and a Bears follower, the number 63, 1984 Macintosh Harley Davidson, ridden by Peter Boos. This was originally built by Lindsay Williamson of Christchurch Motorcycles, and he was one of the founders of the Bears movement back here. I think the first Bears Sound of Thunder would have been about 1985. I remember riding down on my Triumph to the 1987 event and became a sponsor, one of the small sponsors in '88. That was an event that was unique to, and still is, to New Zealand and the world. And the whole Bears scene came out of this track, and the locals that were so enthusiastic, and Lindsay was one of them. And this XR1000 was a special machine that Harley Davidson brought out, limited numbers, after they built effectively a bigger bore XR750, which was dominating all the dirt track circuits across America, and they brought out this XR1000 to race in a Battle of Twins race at Daytona, and it became so famous Harley made a replica, and a couple of engines at least came to New Zealand, and a couple of bikes later on in the 80s. So the good thing is Ken McIntosh put a rolling chassis together around this, and it's been, well, I'm quoted here, it's got Robert Holden's ridden it and John Britton. It has puts out 85 horsepower and has a top speed of 240. Now, looking down the line, there's a couple of other bikes out there that I think you'll find really fascinating. This looks like a Yamaha going past. Number 91, Wayne Graves. No, it's the 87 RG500. The RG500 Suzuki came out of, I guess, came onto the world stage with the great Barry Sheen. And he won a couple of world titles on that model for the brand. This is obviously the production bike, although they were pretty wicked, and they used to use them in production racing in New Zealand for many, many, many years. So while we're talking Suzuki, there's the brand new GSX-R 1000 and a GSX-R 250 over there with Avon Motorcycles in the display area in the pits. So if you're looking at motorcycles and thinking about something new, Suzuki have got some really good offerings now. The 1000cc machine is an entirely brand new bike, so it's looking to be one of the hot bikes next year for our Superstock 1000 class. And I was talking to Jay Lawrence and Wanganui in the pits, and he said he'd already ordered one to go racing next season. So hopefully we're going to see a few more guys coming out of the woodwork, coming back to Superbikes, and not only just increasing the numbers out there, but also building the sport. Now, we just had the Gold Star run by. Now, the BSA Gold Star, ridden by Jungle McGregor. He's been well known in Canterbury circles, and in fact, not only New Zealand but internationally, as one of the top Gold Star people in New Zealand. He certainly restores bikes to pristine condition, and he's built this Cronshaw replica. It's got a very modified frame, and the motor hangs from the trellis type frame. They race them like that in the UK, but in New Zealand the classic racing kept more standard frames. And it's been really interesting to have a look at that bike. The bikes are displayed down there in the pits down towards the front gate, and if you want to have a good look at them, the guys are really happy to chat, and there's display boards and lots of information about them. There's also Gordon Wilcox is out there on a 92 YZF 750. It's an ex-New Zealand Superbike machine, putting out only 140 horsepower. So, yeah, there's some of these bikes, they might not have the suspension or the chassis designs of the day, but they certainly poked out a fair bit of horsepower, and they weren't that easy to ride. But I've got here with me, who should be live now, a very famous Superbike rider from yonder days, Gary Goodfellow. How
Hey,
you going,
thanks
Gary?
for having me here, Robert. What a great event so far, and it's been a lot of fun to watch all this really close racing. Fantastic, mate.
Yeah, no, it's certainly this morning that Superbike race was just mind-blowing, and I guess the 600 race. In fact, and then seeing Rogan Chandler coming through on a bike he only stepped onto yesterday, showed the class of the young man.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's fantastic to see this new talent coming forward, and to sit back and just watch it from this side is fantastic, Robert.
Yeah, no, well, I think that when we hear these, I think, one of the things about historic racing, and CAMS have got a lot of activities coming up over the year. Their next meeting is at Ruapuna on the 21st, and then they have the Mountain Thunder at Easter over at Methven. They're running bikes from 1946 to 96, plus buckets, so there's a chance for younger guys to also get out there and have some racing. And these guys have come forward today with bikes. Some of these bikes are worth a bit of money now, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are. They're getting more valuable all the time, and you wouldn't have thought that, otherwise we would have kept them all.
No, that's excellent. I mean, one of the things that I found is that when I started in the classic movement, which was way back in the 70s, mid-70s, when there wasn't really much of a movement, was bikes were absolutely so cheap, you just couldn't give them away.
Well, that's right. In the early 70s, that's when the market really started to flourish, isn't it? And, late 70s, really early 80s, I guess, when they really started to go, when the racing got really popular, competitive, and the old GSXR days, RG days, that kind of stuff, Robert?
Yeah, no, that's definitely. I mean, there's certainly been some amazing things happen. One of the other bikes out there at the moment, it hasn't got a number, is a yellow RS 250 Honda. It's only just finished its restoration from a couple of boxes of bits, the couple of boxes of bits, and he's done an incredible job. I had a close look at it yesterday, and that was a former New Zealand Championship bike. There was about 10 of them brought to New Zealand. They were very, very expensive. So today it's a bit of a collector's item.
Yeah, good to see it. Good to see it back on the track again, Robert. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Well, Gary, what are you doing these days as we hear these lovely sounds roaring past us? Hey? You've given up racing. What sort of business are you in now?
Yeah, well, I haven't given up riding. I'm in the motorcycle riding business, I guess. No, I'm not really, but I love riding, and have never stopped really, and came back from Canada around 9-10 years ago. And of course, slowly getting back into the old racing field like it's an itch. And have a company called Suji, the health jewelry company, and with that I'm trying to sponsor and support some events that New Zealand Superbike and Sidecar and so on. So just doing our best there to be in and keep a hand in it, and look at something down the road, down the future, and try to just help out the sport and the series, Robert.
Yeah, no, that's excellent, Gary. I mean, I know when I approached you about getting involved in the Sidecar series, you were one of the first sponsors to come on board. You have a lot of enthusiasm, and obviously you've raced all around the world at the top level, and you crashed a few times, and you've got a few of those old war wounds, and so I happen to be wearing a Suzy wristband myself, because I've had a few problems with one of my arms, and so tell us about how they work. It's something to do with...
I broke my feet five times, and I was always in pain and always had a problem walking. I was good for like 2.5, 3 hours, and then one day I put a Suzy on that a mate of mine gave me in Canada to try. And I just couldn't believe it, being a real skeptic, and you're allowed to be a skeptic, but don't be one until you've actually tried one. So that's where I'm going with that. It really changed my life, and I've seen it happen to hundreds and hundreds of other people, changing people's life just for the good. So it's a really great thing to be able to support a sport and do something that helps people. Really, it's fantastic.
That's excellent. Yeah, well, if you want to find out a little bit more about Suzy, down in the trade stall area by the Mike Perro stand and First European and Avon Suzuki, you want to look at some motorbikes, and hey, have a look at the jewellery, and you might find something nice there for the girlfriend or wife as well.
Yeah, thanks very much, Robert. I appreciate that, and
Not a problem.
the support for the people that support the the racing, and I'm just going to say as a sponsor how great a deal it's been, and how you guys have looked after the sponsors up to date. Anyways, it's been fun. Thank you.
No, not a problem. Well, I'll just as the bikes are winding down now here, where they're just all coming in, we'll be having a scooter demonstration out on the Tri-Oval, so I'll be giving you a bit more information on the people out there that are putting on this display and are keen to get some scooter racing going in the future. You can put a whole pile of gear in the boot, and it's just a straight open the throttle and go. Really easy to ride and very cheap to run. I mean, I'm sure that a few of the crowd out there have ridden scooters at different times, and I have to say I spent 6 years riding them as daily transport in Wanganui. Well, there she goes. Mary's trying to jump the gun. They're just getting the clearance now from the officials, and they'll be off shortly. Yep, here we go. The guys are just going out there. Now, hey, this is not about speed. This is about having a bit of fun. We're just going to watch them go through. They'll do a hard left turn here and go across to the inside track, which is the Tri-Oval. Going through, there's a couple of guys out there that might interest you. They're little Andrew Gill. He's got he's riding a CPI Hussar in Repsol Danny Pedrosa livery. It's got a Malossi 70cc MR replica cylinder, Technogas chamber exhaust, and a stage 6 inlet system including reed block. They've got it's got beefed up clutches and quarter turn throttle and a stage 6 ETA gauge. And he says here it'll be a bit slow off the line, and I guess you all saw them then and they were all slow, but it should have good mid to high end performance. He said it's a good setup for longer rides out of town with a good top speed. I know that one of the things that people talked about yesterday was the great scooter, I think they call it a safari, that they run across to the west coast from this track, and how participating in those has been a lot of fun. So yeah, the scooters are people use them for all sorts of things. Oh, someone went very wide there on the Scootek. He's off on the grass. I think that was Craig on the Scootek machine. It was quite funny. He's been running around organising things, and he said, oh yeah, look, I'll make sure I don't go and roar away and leave everyone. I think this has got quite a bit of extra performance tucked under the bonnet somehow. But there's a range of other machines out there. There's a Yamaha Jog factory silver machine. Been ridden by Bobby Brichetti, and he's actually a certified scooter. He's part of a scooter stunt team. And oh, here it goes. This is tongue in cheek. He's a beginner level scooter wheelie. He's a first European factory scooter. He's from the first European factory scooter race team, and he'd like to thank his partner Laura Wood for her unconditional support during his high-speed scooter racing career. So, yeah, there's obviously some very clever guys out there just having a bit of fun, and they've given me lots of notes to talk about. So they're coming around now through the infield. This one looks like a street machine straight out, almost near new, just coming through, the red one. Someone's here not getting a lot of performance under his belt, but that looks like number 45. I would say that's probably Jacob Husenboosem. It's called here an Overthor 50cc. He's 15 years of age, and he's been racing for the last 12 months in both development junior class and the bucket class on a Suzuki FXR 150. He's raced at both levels and Ruapuna, and he also has a Kawasaki 150 KR, which he originally learnt to ride on. He's actually got 3 cousins, so you may obviously recognise the famous name. He's got 3 cousins that are all racing out there in the series, and he sees them on mentors, as he puts it, but in 5 to 7 years he'd like to turn out to be a competitor as well. So he enjoys the pit camaraderie and the other young riders. He'd like to move on to a Ninja 250, so if there's any sponsors out there that want to get behind the youngest member of the famous family, you could look out for Hoogie Jr. in the pits, and as he said, the scooters in over Thor. God, these names are a tongue twister, aren't they? There he goes. He's not even on the lying on the handlebars, trying to get a bit of slipstreaming going on. Obviously, the performance on these scooters vary. Some of them have had a little bit of tuning done with racing exhausts and heads and cylinders, and big bore kits out to 70cc. But and the others are just 50s or more likely 49cc. I remember I've done a number of interviews over the last 10 years with Rod Coleman, and the very famous motorcycle racer from Wanganui who won the Isle of Man TT Junior and on an AGS 7R back in 1954. Well, his father, Percy Coleman, had a very successful importing business. In the 30s, he became the Royal Enfield distributor. Oh, here we've got someone peddling. Actually, that looks very much like an NSU quickly. It's called pedal assist. And Percy Coleman had the Royal Enfield agency and also developed parts and accessories. One of the things that Rod Coleman did was he saw the potential in Europe with the massive number of scooters in use and step-throughs in places like in France in particular, and he petitioned the government through his local MP. He went down and saw the minister and campaigned to have step-throughs or the scooters as they were included on a person's car licence, and that was way back in the early 60s, and at that time he was distributing NSU Quicklies, and in 1958 he became the third customer for Suzuki. In those days he had to work through an export agent in Japan, from Tokyo, and it wasn't until 1966 that Suzuki set up an export department. So Rod was, and one of the biggest problems back then, as he said, for any person involved in the trade was you couldn't get new motorcycles. You couldn't get import licenses. Everything was very, very strictly controlled. So they had to go out and, in fact, what used to happen was all the push bikes in New Zealand would be granted £1,000 import licence.
It's back to that 1 point bonus. So 1 point to separate those top two after two racing. This is now the third and final of leg number one of our 4-leg and 12 race championship. Go to Jake Lewis, go then to Cameron Hudson, looking back to the second row to Dan Mettam, looking out to James Hugenboos, and watching for James. I tell you what, he gets a good start, and he's straight into 5th place at the moment, and that's a very good start to get there for James Hugenboos, but it is again the Kawasaki, and this is where Shane Richardson comes in today. Notice 2 riders come out of pit lane. That's because they were too slow in the time to get onto the track, so rather than wait for all the riders, how do you know when all the riders are there is a 1 minute window when the gate opens to when the gate shuts. If you're not there within that 1 minute, you start from pit lane, so it is a disadvantage, and those 2 riders late to the start, so that's their penalty, late for class, so they've got to sit at the back of the class, and they quickly make their way through and amongst the field. Great lineup as we see green versus red, Kawasaki versus Honda, 2 great sponsors of the series. See the new sponsorship on them. I was meaning at lunchtime to put a Kawasaki shirt because they'd had a Honda shirt on this morning, and that's no offence to the Honda shirt, but more the fact that we want to make sure we represent these great sponsors and put on their apparel and represent them to the best that they deserve to be for their new sponsorship of this series, courtesy of Rob Cochrane and his media and sponsorship package. So out there with the number 28, it is the Shane Richardson show, courtesy of Wainui Joinery. If you haven't been to Wainui, folks, you're missing out on seeing a little part of paradise, a part of Wellington that was opened up way back in the late 60s in the Wellington area, because it was a whole basin over the hill and out of sight from Lower Hutt, and they made a fantastic hill to get up and over and made a whole little suburb, and you got businesses over there like Wainui Joinery, and they've sprung up because it's lower residential prices, and of course available for commercial and industrial land as well. So Wainui Joinery, you'll love it, over the hill from Wainui, out of sight from Wellington. You're often spotted in a plane, in particular where you're coming from the northern side to land in the airport, because you can see down over Wainui as you're coming in across the harbour and across to land at the airport. Here we go, 28 to look out for it, 28 to go with the 5, and there they are, Shane Richardson and Damon Rees, as we look back there to Jake Lewis, David Hall, a good run from him, Jane Hugenboos, thought for a good start from James, but he's in front of the likes of a Jake Lewis at the moment, so Jake Lewis is going to be feeling that one for sure as we fire these guys back, so keen to look out for the update at the moment of our field. So Shane, Damon, Jake, David, James in there, Avalon in there for another good start, Cameron Hudson, what are the questions he's going to be answering? Thought he came into the series better prepared, his bike's going better than it was last year, but in fact in all politeness, Lewis, he hasn't moved up to the next step as far as the ability of riding, whereas the other riders had, and there's just no substitute for doing that. Yes, he's got a better bike and it's a faster bike and it's got more power, but it's Cameron himself that's going to really have to start to do some soul searching and say, well, hey, how have I got to get up with these guys? Getting more racing, getting him more versatility, getting around the tracks. He was smoking the series this time last year, and he hasn't got all the answers this year. But I suppose when you're on top, there's only one way to go from there, unfortunately. As we get back to the man that's trying to get to the top and where he needs to be right at this moment in front of the field, and he is the 28 of Shane Richardson. And back here at the moment with Spider and Jacob to join us. And Jacob, first to you, Shane Richardson. He gets these good starts. What's he going to do to hold that, Jacob?
He's talking before he said he wanted to get his head down as soon as he could and just get a better step and 28 place. And there's a lot of things that can go on to that. Just looking out for David Hall, which is the third race in a row, has managed to find himself off the track and gone down. He was lying in a good fourth place, but managed to has either rejoin or run off or rejoin or enter into the pits this lap.
All right, and I mean, how long since you've seen this? We looked at the front row of the grid. We had pole position, the Honda of Damon Rees. We had the Kawasaki of Shane Richardson. We had the Triumph of Jake Lewis. We had the Yamaha of Cam Hudson and the Suzuki of Aaron Azan. 5 different bike brands. There's another 6th one out there, of course, is the MV Augusta of Alex Phillips. Talking to Alex earlier, he's a bit quicker today. He said they put the old exhaust pipe on and gained another second a lap, so he's got a bit more confidence. I think he's sitting around there in about 9th place. So he traditionally comes on fire later on in a race. Big nasty moment from here last year where the bike cut out on the start line and out a rider behind him, no fault of their own, clipped him and made a hell of a mess of his hand and his leg and that, and also had a big crash at Invercargill. So great to see Alex Phillips, our letter A, back out there on the beautiful sounding MV Augusta. But 5 different brands of bikes in the first 5. I didn't even look at number 6. I was watching the start there, but Shane Richardson already got about 12 bike leads in the lead. This wasn't enough last race. This wasn't enough at all as our timing swings disappeared. We'll wait till another lap to see what's going to go on there. In 3rd place, I think that is and 4th place, our James Hugenboosum, 6th, Cameron Hudson, and I think that might be the MTF machine of Avalon Biddle. She was jumping around before, the first time she's been in the 32s at Ruapuna. So a lady that's sitting there in 6th or 7th place is one of the happiest people in the pits as we see David Hall coming back into the pit lane. Probably going to have to get his bike rescreened. Did he actually fall off there, Jacob?
I think he tucked the front slightly, but he's just gone back in for a scrutiny and he's going to try and back out of the track.
I guess the only thing this man could hope for is a red flag so he gets to restart it. Meanwhile, look at the way Demon Damo on the Honda Rider Insurance bike is closing in on the lead bike. They both shared the lap record yesterday, 31.934. Then Demon Damo came out and took 0.8 of a second on it in the last race, so he's got the goods. So has Shane Richardson, I'll be honest there. There's very little difference in the performance of these bikes. Jacob, can you see anywhere where one of these, the Kawasaki or the Honda, is stronger?
Oh no, not really at all. These 2 bikes are both beautifully prepared by their representatives, and they're just both at the top of the line that you won't get any better. So they're sort of matching each other for everywhere. But one of my picks for the race was Alex Phillips, who was 3rd fastest in the second race, and but unfortunately he's just been getting terrible starts all day, and he was back in 12th place after 2 laps. And so he couldn't really do anything, and he's just having to work his way through the whole field and had a bit of a couple of hairy passes through Ashton Kutcher, and now he's back onto the back of Nathaniel Diprose.
Ashton Kutcher, the actor.
That's the one, mate.
Ashton Hughes, probably. That's right, mate. Great to have you joining us in the commentary. I know you're itching to ride. You're out for the season with a dislocated knee.
Yeah, so I had a couple of injuries that sort of kept me from where I am at the moment. But, oh well, you sort of once 1 year in a whole career. So I thought I'd take a year off and sort of get myself better before I came back.
Damon Rees up into turn 1. I looked over there, I thought, where's the other bike gone? Damon Rees has taken the lead up into turn 1. There's 3 bike leagues between him on the Honda Riders Insurance CBR 600 and Shane Richardson on the Mirrortone Paints Wainui Joinery sponsor machine. Damon just a little bit quicker onto the brakes into that hairburn. You've got to be very, very careful you don't run it wide there. But already a change out in the lead position. A bit of a lonely ride for the 2 Triumphs there. Jake Lewis there in 3rd spot on the Underground Brown. Budget Motorcycle Spares Prepared Machine there. Jake Lewis, 29, the local Cantabrian, the first Cantabrian out there in first place. And then we go back to James Hugenboos and run the 85 machine. Tight pack there in behind them with Cam Hudson, followed by Avalon Biddle. I think that looks like 14. Aaron Hassan in behind them will be Alex Phillips. Great racing. Remember, it is a 20-lap race. All these boys and girls should be fit enough for this, but it is a long, hard day for them.
Yeah, David Hall has managed to get his bike re-scrutineered and he's back out on the track and just circulating to see if he can get any points at all.
It'll be a tough call with so many competitors on the track. We haven't got a timing screen at the moment. We have been trying to sort that out. So right now it's just all eyes onto the track, and already Damon has broken the back of this lead. It's no way that Shane Richardson can get in behind him and get that slipstream. Probably 80 metres, I'd say. There's probably about 0.4, 0.6 of a second between first and second. Very hard to judge along the start-finish line, and plenty of dramas here. We've got a black flag coming out. We've got a black flag possibly coming out. It's up to Grant Madden down there preparing the black flag for one of the riders there. That's right. We'll keep up an eye on that drama. But over to the Icon corner, and Rees has opened up his lead a little bit more. Had an electrical problem yesterday. He said for one lap he run down onto 3 cylinders, and that's what got him lost in the race yesterday. But I'll tell you what, Shane Richardson never gives up. He's getting better and better, smoother and smoother, and more consistent as I've watched him over the last 3 or 4 seasons racing. Go into the Christchurch Casino carousel there, and it still is Rees, followed by the 28 machine of Shane Richardson from Wainuamata, Jacob Lewis there on the 29 machine. Another Triumph. These beautiful Triumphs sound so nice. The 675 3-cylinder bike, as is the NV Augusta, compared with the 4-cylinder 4-stroke 600. Well, they're all 4-stroke 600cc bike. And then we've got the Yamaha of Cam Hudson. He's getting hounded by Avalon Biddle, and behind them Jake brother Aaron there on the G-bike. They close right up there going into the behind them. I don't know who. I think that might be Nathan Diprose on the 88 bike, and Alex Phillips on that NV Augusta.
Yeah, Alex Phillips is seriously getting frustrated behind Nathaniel. He's been for many laps trying to get past. He just can't find a way through that amazing quick Suzuki that Ray Clean builds up there at Coleman.
Yeah, last year we said that Cameron Huns has absolutely dominated. He said he's still going quicker than all of the riders last year. In fact, so did Aaron Hassan there. He said his lap times this year are quicker than all of the lap times last year by the entire field. But the pace is so hot out the front with Demon Damo Rees setting a new lap record there. We got it written down here, the Supersport one. No, we didn't actually catch that lap record, but it was a 31.0, wasn't it? The 31.099. They're coming into out of the hairpin there into the full Hassan is lining up Avalon Biddle, number 21 Avalon Biddle. Got into the 32s before. We don't have time at the moment as yet. We'll keep on looking for that, but Hassan is definitely putting the pressure on the young lady from Orewa in Auckland, and it's great to see the bike there, the Aussie prepared bike. I think this is ex-Phil Van Eck bike, with a few Aussie goodies thrown at it as well. Chris Osborne from Fielding, great master technician in terms of motorcycle racing. Out to the lead bikes here. Rees on number 5 comes out of the dipper, goes into the Rock FM corner with Richardson in there in second place. We might see a change of position for third place between those Triumphs as the gap between seems to be changing. James Hugenboos, a local boy, has his ups and downs in terms of how fast he can race, but he won a race here. If not, he won 3 races here 2 years ago in the double header when his brother Al Hugenboos was riding 600s, qualified I think 18, and had to sit on that grid position all weekend. Al coming through and winning the final race in New Zealand GP from memory. So James can have good days, he can have better days, and right now he's out there on the underground brown Triumph. Looking over to the hairpin, it still is Demon Damo Rees breaking into there. It'd be tough out there for anybody leading a race because of the just the concentration level, but he's been around motorcycle racing for a long time. Probably watched a few laps from his dad too, there Neil Ritchie and Jacob Stroud.
Oh yeah, definitely know the feeling there. I've been coming to Nationals since I was maybe 5 or 6 and doing it every year since then. Sort of learning the lines and learning the characters in the pits. But I think the black flag is for David Hall, who did crash, and I think in the rule book it says you're not allowed to restart the session even if you do get screwed in.
Well, they let him go out again, so that's why I thought everything was okay. He got their permission as such, but in fact, yeah, looking on the far side there, and he still carried on in racing, so it's the second time he's ignored that. He could watch out that he might even get a greater penalty than that. I don't know whether his number's being shown, so I think is it only a flag? Got to display the number as well.
Madden was putting out the black flag. There was two bikes side by side and pointing to the far one, so they might. And to be fair on David, if he's right up within 1.5 metres of another rider as he goes across the start line, he's really got to keep an eye on that other rider rather than keep an eye on the flagging. So we'll give Dave a bit of credit for that. A man who won a Supersport 600 race at Memphis down in very, very wet conditions, I think 3 seasons ago. Then went to Superbike racing and then also does classic racing as well, and back into this class here, the 600 Supersport class. Off to those lead bikes, and I've lost them.
Yeah, the fastest female in the world at the moment, Evelyn Biddle, has just got taken by her Auckland counterpart, Erin Hassan, who's been trying for a lot of laps, trying to get it, so she finally got it down the straight. And Ashton Hughes came into the pits before, but he didn't crash, and so he's now finally got his bike going again and back out.
That's good to see. Listen to that Triumph 675 rev up there, 3 cylinders of absolute beautiful sounding motorcycle, beautiful bike. And they're going to bring out a 686, aren't they now, or a 740 Triumph. I believe they're moving up in the stakes. And what will that do to Supersport racing? Will these bikes be not eligible anymore? Where is the lead bike there? Demon Damo Riesel should be coming in through the southern salvage corner there, young Jacob Stroud, and he looks like he's settled into a position. We've still got no timing screen. There is something happening there, so it looks like it's firing up. It'll be interesting to see whether the lap records are broken. Remember, we had Honda on pole position, Kawasaki on second position, Triumph on third, Yamaha on fourth position, and Suzuki on fifth position. That's 5 different brands in the top 5 bikes here for Ruapuna. 20-lap race, a little bit longer than the last one. I'm picking they've got to run the same compound as they did in the first race there, Jacob.
Yeah, that was one of the hardest things when my dad was riding, was trying to pick the right tyre that could last both races. So both 35 laps on one tyre is a lot of laps, so having to pick the right tyre, that could come into the picture as well, the tyre degradation by the end of the race, to see who's managed it the best and who will have the most grip by the end of the race.
And definitely Damon Rees strong enough. I think he had a crash here on Thursday at the hairpin, so come back from what they carry plenty of spares, but certainly no injuries by the look of it, and he's getting stronger and stronger. They're now starting to have to deal with lappers as we see number 5 going in the Fulton Hogan corner on the inside, sponsored by Honda New Zealand, Honda Rider Insurance, Tony Rees Motorcycles of Wakatani, HJC 5, CD, DID Chains, JT Sprockets, Vezra filters and gaskets, Spectro Oils, R-Track, I know what they do, MWR, BST Leathers, Signage, K-Tech, Hamilton MCC, Pirelli and Team Rees Racing. What a legend this family is, and this will help consolidate his points lead. Already got 1 point for qualifying on pole position this weekend, and has a win and a second place, so he's just 1 point ahead of Shane Richardson. Right now there's 25 points for a win, 22 for second and 20 for third, so it will extend his lead in the New Zealand Championship. And yeah, great to see them. We are looking at the screen again, still nothing coming up there. Jacob, any action out there you're watching particularly?
Yeah, their battle for 5th place is sort of spread out to two bike battles, and they've dropped Nathaniel Dipros. But yeah, Alex Phillips has fought his way through from a crash start, and he's now on the back of Evelyn Biddle. And Aaron Hassan has just got past, is now on the rear of Cam Hudson, who thought he'd have the weekend mostly his own way, and he's now about to lose the position for 5th place as they go into turn 1.
Looking at that battle going into turn 1. Alex Phillips pulls up almost side by side with Avalon Biddle. She was jumping around first time in the 32-second mark, so she's happy with her position on the track, and everyone wants to do better, but she's certainly happy with her lap times and showing just so consistent for our lovely lady of motorcycling. Went to Europe for the last 2 years, and Jacob Stroud, you got something going on there?
Aaron Hassan up the inside into the hairpin of Cameron Hudson, but Cameron lets the brakes off and goes straight back past him, and while that was happening, Avalon runs a little bit wide of the dipper, and Alex Phillips can finally get past her.
What's Avalon got? Can she pull something out of the bag, or will now Alex with a clean road ahead of him at least about 80 metres before he hits across Aaron Hassan? Will he get be able to close up the skid? Hassan's going wide round the outside of someone else there. Could be a lapper. No, it's definitely not. That's Cam Hudson. Wasn't a lapper. There was a lapper there somewhere in the middle of that, I think. The great battle's going on as they lead in towards the into the dipper here. The black flag goes out again. Still got to have a blackboard with it, probably, according to the rules. I don't know. We'll check. The lead bike comes onto the start-finish line. I've no idea how many laps we've got to go because no computer screen. But Demon Damo's opened up that gap. Maybe I'd say he's got 3 to 3.5 seconds there, with Shane Richardson sitting there in second spot on the 28 machine. Shane sponsored by Kawasaki New Zealand Motorrad, Wainui Joinery, Wellington Pipelines, Muratone Paint, Pirelli, K-Tech Suspension, Dukic Performance, Ad Signs, Empire Skate, Photo CD, RST Leathers, iPony Oil, Tsubaki Chains, EBC brake pads, and Wolf Energy. And what a beautifully presented machine that both these guys out the front. A bit more battle damage, I think, Damon Rees one is, but certainly beautifully presented machines. Honda leads, Kawasaki in second spot. Then we go back into third, and it's one of those triumphs here. 2 of the triumphs, I think. Yeah, we've got Jake Lewis still ahead of James Hugenbosom, both running the same machines, identical machines, same tyres. Number 29 versus number 85. We go back down to that battle between Cam Hudson and Aaron Hassan. Aaron closes right up there, coming out of the Fulton Houghton corner into the left-hander, and now into the Christchurch carousel. Alex Phillips is certainly, he's half the distance between where he was before, behind that those 2 bikes I was talking about, Aaron Hassan. So he's got the bit down. He's got a clean road ahead of him. He's done and dusted with Avalon Biddle, and now he's opening it up, and he's getting up into that battle. So looking out for the lead rider there. Should be coming onto the front straight. Should be this. Where are we going?
Yeah, Alex Phillips had quite a rough ride with lappers the last couple of laps, and not doing too well. But Shane Richardson, up until about 2 laps ago, had kept the gap to about 1.5 seconds, and a couple of lappers has really sort of walked his progress there, and I lost about another couple of seconds. So I think from now on it might be David's race to lose. But with tyre degradation and all other mechanical, anything could happen from here on, and it's just a sort of waiting game to see what's going to happen the next couple of laps.
Concentration too, but certainly Damon Rees will have that sorted out, I'm sure. Don't forget too, Prokes, we've got a prize giving down for the TV screen down in the pit lane at about 4 o'clock, depending on when the racing finishes, and then a full prize giving back at the bar later on. The bar is open now, so if you want to get yourself a man coffee, a brown Powerade, or whatever, a loud band soup, it's all the same, a beer or whatever, go down there. They've got some lovely food as well. Just went down at lunchtime and got myself an energy drink. But Demon Damo Rees, he should be, where's he going to be now? I'm losing the plot.
Yeah, Alex Phillips is closing the gap on the 2 in front of him, and he's almost made a three-man battle now between Cam Hudson, Alex Phillips and Aaron Hassan, and that'll be the battle for 5th with the 2 triumphs in front of them, and then Damon into the Dipper and Shane behind them.
Okay, no trouble with the back markers as Damon feeds his way through them. It's a bit of a surprise for these first ones, and then they can get a little bit ruffled up and wonder when the next bike's coming through. All they need to do properly is just keep their head down, race their own lines. It is up to the passing rider to get past them. Remember, they're being lapped, they'll be substantially faster in some places, so the lappers are looking over their shoulder. They just need to keep their eyes ahead on the road. Demon Damo there into turn 1 there, still holding that lead, maybe 3.5 seconds as we see the first of the triumphs. 29 going through second triumph, 85 going through there, and the battle on. Cam Hudson, 14 is Aaron Hassan and Alex Phillips. I reckon this bloody bike of Alex Phillips is just that tad faster down the straight. Will he gobble up Aaron Hassan around the sweep? And Aaron's got a few laps around here, isn't he?
Yeah, the slipstream definitely plays a big part in this, in the race here with the long straight. So Alex was able to tuck in right behind Aaron, and it all was a lap marker right in the worst place probably on the track. And Cam got totally balked and has lost position to Aaron, and now also Alex.
Alex Phillips goes in behind Aaron Hassan. Will he use this as a chance to pounce? So this is what back markers can do. It's not their fault. He did the right thing. He held his line. Unfortunately, Cam just picked up. Great to see the skill of Cam to avoid a collision, because it could have been so close, especially on one of the hardest corners in New Zealand motorcycle racing, either street racing or road racing there, Jacob Stroud.
Yeah, it's just sort of extremely unlucky that it came to that. But Shane, after he's cleared those back markers, actually pulled the gap back by about a second. So he's I don't think he's given this one up yet, but he's just sort of keeping Damo where he can see him. And we don't have any timing streams, so I can't tell if it's David going slower or Shane going faster, but we'll just have to keep an eye on that.
All right, Damon Rees goes over the start-finish line. Right now he's going, yeah, that gap's definitely closed up. I'd say there's maybe a second in it at the moment. So Shane Richardson's got his eye on him, and he's waiting for back markers to do something. could affect both of them either way, and a small error by Damon Rees, as indeed any other rider out on the track could see an issue there. Those three bikes there, Aaron Hassan's broken away from Phyllis, and Cam Hanson's got no answer after their back marker held him up over on the back of the circuit. Cam is just, I don't know whether he keeps slow or these other two bikes are getting away, but Cam slipping further and further down the field after he mastered this racetrack last year and almost mastered the season as well. Cam Hudson, the local Cantabrian, still happy, but everyone wants to be out there further up the field. The lead bikes go into the Fulton Hogan corner. I'm sure this gap between first and second has closed up there. It definitely has. They're coming off back markers. It's all down to back markers now. 20 lap race. I can't tell you how many laps to go, folks. We're going to have to keep a little eye out for Grant Madden, Mad Dog in the starters box to put out the white flag, because we've lost our computer screen. They are trying to sort this problem out, but Damon Rees there coming in the infield there past the Southern Salvage corner there. Jacob Stroud.
Yeah, not a very good place to catch back markers either. He's going to be held up quite a bit, whereas Shane might get them down the straight. But yeah, he's definitely not looking too good into corners. Damo, we ran wide at the hairpin and then also at the carousel as well, so he might be having a couple of issues with the front end of that, not really getting it to stop on time for him.
I think they're allocated 2 tyres for the weekend, so they've probably gone out this 20 napper with a new front tyre. Very difficult to try and pick the right tyre pressure in that. And there it is, the gap is slowing up. Well, it's still a good 2.5 to 2.8 seconds between first and second. There's more back markers, no more back markers in the next couple of laps. So looking out, no white flags as yet. Where's this battle on between the tribes? They're not battling at the moment, but certainly Aaron Hassan still being hounded by Alex Phillips there on the Maha Finance Helicraft sponsored MV Augusta as they go into turn 1, and a back marker played it in there. Hassan got through there and Phyllis had to settle in behind him. He'll come back there, he'll come back. You can see them going towards the former pothole corner, Icon corner there, over on the back. And I think that was an advantage there.
Yeah, Aaron got definitely balked at pothole there, so Alex will be right on him. Oh, the braking from Alex, and he's going to hold it up at the corner as well. So yeah, there's another place for Alex up to 5th.
Alex Phyllis, yes, yeah, definitely. He just he got balked there coming out of turn 1, and Malia Stickwood, Aaron Hassan got balked. So great riding there for the Australian there.
Yeah, for the front gap, anything that David lost with back, David Rees lost with back markers, Shane Richardson lost about the same amount of time. So there's no sort of advantage or disadvantage made between that battle. But James Hugemus on the other tribe is sort of slipping back into the clutches of Alex Phillips and Aaron, and they're looking very racy, sort of a couple of seconds a lap. A couple of seconds over the last 5 laps, sort of quicker. So there might be a three-way battle for 4th very soon.
Supersport Racing brought to you by DynoWorks, www.dynoworks with an x.co.nz, Stadium Finance. Also, we've got 2 classes out there, the Supersport A and the Supersport B. I can't tell you the results for Supersport B at the moment. Sorry, I'm putting some timing screens off, but let's look out. The lead bike is there. I think Rees has opened it up a bit. This gap's got bigger and bigger now. Shane Richardson was closing up. We've got to look out over the back to the Icon corner, coming out there into the hairpin. It's all about concentration. It's a 20 lap race. That's approximately 30 minutes long at about 1 minute and 30 lap times, and it's just about the concentration. Done a lot of motocross riding and dirt riding over the years and used to that concentration level, and mate, he's just starting to dominate New Zealand motorcycle racing like his father is.
Yeah, definitely a sort of a family affair out there with the Rees family. And that's why the New Zealand Grand Prix is such a prestigious title to win. It's a total test of your endurance, and then the back markers with your skill you've got to have to pass in cleanly and safely, and that's why everyone sort of wants to win the GP, and David's right on his way to doing that at the moment.
The other one we've got is the New Zealand TT Tourist Trophy meeting up at Hampton Downs for the final round of the New Zealand Superbike Championship. We got the first round this weekend, of course. We got Invercargill at the world's most southern racetrack, Tiratonga there next weekend. Then we go up north to Taupo and Hampton Downs. Over to you, Jacob Stroud. You've seen some action. Wow, that action's pretty tight there.
James Hugie has been held up by a couple of back markers in the last few laps, and it's definitely not helped his progress at all. And you got Alex Phillips right on him, trying to go around the outside at the kick before the last corner. Aaron Hesson up the inside of a back marker, and Alex Phillips around the outside. So this gap between the 4th place, which is the 3 riders, is definitely intensifying. Right down the straight, Alex is right in a slipstream. The Triumph fumes, we can be smelling them, and he's going to try and pull out to turn 1 on the MV. But I think James has got the line covered, so there's no way up the inside.
No way.
Oh, around the outside, no way. Oh, right round the outside of James Huggins in turn 1.
I get the picture that Phyllis is getting better and better, because last year when he came to New Zealand, he'd done the European Supersport 600 championships and had been racing a lot of the year. This time round he's a little bit rusty, I must admit, and he probably admits it himself, but right now the man is on fire. I'd love to see the lap times of these bikes. They're beautiful. Envy Augusta, and out there on the track, the letter A, and he's already dispatched those guys. He's got about 14, 15 bike lengths as they come across another back marker. That could be Roy Walker-Holt, number 8, a former Pro Twin 650 New Zealand champion from about 3 years ago there, Jacob Stroud.
Yeah, now we've got the battle of the north and south with Aaron right on the back of James Hugenbusen, and Aaron Hassan, he's been all race, he's been trying to fight back from his characteristically bad start right up inside. Oh, trying to get that stopped in there is not an easy feat, and that move did not really pay off, but then James has got a couple of issues with his back marker, so there'll be a lot of room for Aaron to make up the next couple of quarters.
Yes, definitely. Let's give him that break to Alex Phillis, who was going to earn that anyway. He's dispatching up the right eye as the back marker sits up and looks behind. They need to just concentrate on where he's going, because slowing up like that, just coming out of the dipper, can have oh so nasty consequences. So maybe a talking to that back marker, but they got past him all right. Damo Rees out there on the back straight there. I think it is, yes, definitely in towards the icon corner. He's just on fire. This boy set a lap record. Both these guys matched the set and matched the lap record in the race yesterday with a 934. David Rees reset that this morning with a 1:39.099. So hopefully we can get back onto the timing screen and see what the lap times are, because I'm sure the track's got warmer, and I'm sure it's got a bit better, as we're joined by legend in Christchurch and legend all around New Zealand, Mike Perot. He might have a little bit of he's probably more interested in looking at the motorcycle racing at the moment, but we'll just, yes, welcome Mike to Mike Perot.
Yeah, thanks, Sparta. Yeah, it's good to be here. Really good. Great day.
And you enjoyed your laps out there on the little TZ?
Yeah, all 5 laps. So it was brought back a few memories.
Got back there. You've been watching the Supersport 600 race. Do you think that number 28 Shane Richards has got any answers for Damon Rees for the rest of the season? As we said yesterday, Damon had a bike running there onto 3 cylinders for about 1 lap. That cost him the race. He's just dominated this class since then, Mike.
Yeah, look, I haven't seen most of the race, but yeah, I'm sure if he has got some secrets, he'll keep them to himself. Who knows?
So that's it. The white flag is out. We've got the last lap of the Supersport GP, the Grand Prix class here. It is Damon Rees going into turn 1 on the big Honda. Well, it's a middle-sized Honda, the 600cc bikes. Where is he? He's going in. Another back marker to deal with there as he goes over into the Icon, formerly pothole corner. Only a few corners to go. There's 250 metres between first and second, so either he just decided to up the ante because of the concentration level and that sort of thing, or doesn't actually know. He should have good pit board signals and that, but this is the final lap, so he's just going to open up and put a show on for the crowd. Maybe we'll even see a wheelie from him going across the start-finish line. He goes into the Christchurch Casino Carousel corner in second place. It is Shane Richards, and we have to look a bit further down. Jake Lewis there, Jacob Lewis, the Rangiora man on the 29 machine on the Triumph in third place there. And is that Alex Phillis there in fourth? That is Alex Phillis. He's made a good break there from Aaron Assad.
Yeah, Alex Phillis just got stronger and stronger as the race has gone on. And Cameron Hudson is catching a fast-fading James Hugenbusen on the Triumph, and it might be the sort of the last battle on this last lap here.
Mike Pro, you know a couple of these young lads locally.
Yeah. Well, of course, Jake Lewis. It's his first meeting, isn't it, on the Triumph?
Yeah, only sat on Friday, so he's getting faster. Here comes the checkered flag for Damon Rees. Will we see a wheelie? Not enough power there. He's got his leg out there. Fist in the air. That's 2 out of 2 wins from in a second place and a pole position point as well. Shane Richardson kept his head level and rode to consolidate his points. Here we go. Jacob Lewis on the 29 machine coming along there on the Underground Brown Triumph. 6.75 there. And Alex Phillis. Oh, I'm going to see more out of Alex Phillis. 4 brands in the first floor. In fact, there's the 5th brand there. The Suzuki crosses the line with the battle between the 2 Triumphs, 85 and the other Triumph, 85 and 61 going across there. We've finally got a lap board up there, and it's showing us the second half at the moment. So the best lap was 1:31.907
Well, that's 0.9 off the lap record, so 1:31.907 for Shane Richardson. And Jacob, what a race.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. There was a total a battle of attrition out there, and you sort of had to pace yourself through the whole race. It's probably why the lap times weren't exactly as hot as the last race, when you didn't have to put it all out there on the line. But yeah, 31.9 is definitely respectable from Shane. Quickest lap of the race. It's just sort of a shame he couldn't do it the whole race and make a bit of a race out of it.
Definitely. And Mike Perot, you're up here to just say hello, but also I'm very interested in the motorcycle gallery you're opening next month, I think about February the 22nd. Can you tell us a bit about that, Mike?
Yeah, now this is completely new in New Zealand and Australia, a Japanese classic Japanese motorcycle gallery, and that's in Avonhead, so number 1 Hawthornden Road, for those that are local, and we've got a collection of bikes from the 70s, 80s and 90s coming together.
And what I like about what you've set up there is I've been to other, well, I'll call it museums. It's a similar sort of concept. You've called it the gallery. That's fine. But you go to another museum, a lot of other museums, they've got the same bikes, same cars that they've had for the last 30 years. You're looking at doing a rotating of quite a substantial part of your stock over a period of every few months.
Exactly. So I guess most of the spectators here today will be more familiar with Japanese bikes than maybe the BSAs and Triumphs from the 50s, 40s, 50s. So we've got, I've just focused on 70s, 80s and 90s. So it'll be the RD 350s, GT 380s, 750s, H2s, right through to superbikes of the 80s.
And that is the New Zealand Grand Prix. In third place, the Christchurch Union. What about that, Jake Lewis? Once again, I talked to you after this first race this morning. I said you had the best seat in the house. Again, you had the best seat in the house watching that battle unfold in front of you.
Yeah, that's right. It certainly was a good place to watch, but I'd rather be in the battle, to be honest. But no, we did a good job. The Underground Brown Buddy Motorcycles first time. It's going really strong. It's the first time we rode the bike on Friday, so can't complain to the pace we're doing, but looking forward to having the next weekend. So
yeah, I got to be pretty happy with second place. Damo's pace was hot the whole 20 laps, and it gets tiring towards the end, so I think I did alright just to hang in there and settle for second place.
We talked about that before the Grand Prix, and I said, the last race was 15, this was 20. It was going to be harder. Was it harder?
A little bit, yes. I wasn't tired. I just get cramped up knees being a bit taller, cramped up on the bike for so long. So my fitness is good, it's just getting sore.
All right, mate, congratulations. Second place in the New Zealand Grand Prix, Wainui Artist Shane Richardson. And the man of the moment, the man that won the Suzuki Series, is only his second season on the road. This is Damon Rees. You must be pretty happy with that performance.
I'm over the moon. Shane put up a good fight through that race, and I really had to work for it near the end. And I'm glad to bring away number 1 for Honda and all the crew that's helped us out. Everything's worked out real well.
After the disappointment of yesterday when you had that ignition glitch with the bike, to come away with 2 wins today, it must be pretty satisfying.
Oh, for sure. It definitely helps out. Getting a little bit of a points buffer on Shane, not too much, but it sure it shows that I'm here to fight and I'm going to win the championship. Well, I do everything I can to.
We talked earlier on and I said it's pretty easy to lose the championship in the first round, but you've got the bullet start here.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely helps having a bit of a head start at the first round, and it sort of gets the ball rolling. And for sure it'll make all the difference near the end in the championship, I'm sure.
All right, mate, good, and have a rest. Well deserved.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
There we are, folks, the 3 place getters in the New Zealand Grand Prix 2017 here at Mike Perot Motorsport Park. It is in first place Damon Rees on the Honda, in second place Shane Richardson on the Kawasaki.
Great and good lead across Liz Dray, second across line, and Brendan Booth, who's struggling a few issues with his rear tyre this weekend, so he'll be looking to hopefully hang on to this lead group and save the rear tyre for this longer race and to the last 4 laps and sort of hopefully make a good move into the lead.
Great to see Shane Lowry down from the North Island, from Hamilton, on the KTM 390 there, number 84, running about midfield, and that. Him and Eddie Kattenberg decided they were going to do a national championship season. Both these guys, I think, were down here for the New Zealand Grand Prix in the post-classic class a couple of years ago, so they've had recent time on Ruapuna, but up to then, I think they all, if they've done any racing, it would have been on the old Ruapunas. This circuit used to have just 4 corners. We went down the start, finished straight there to about where the tyres are, there was a tight hairpin there, come back up there. The right-hander of Southern Salvage there, the next corner, which has got no name at the moment. Then they went straight ahead all the way to the Rock FM. The dipper wasn't there. They put the dipper in there. Grant Ramage was telling me he was the first motorcyclist ever to fall off in there. Don't know whether you should be proud of that, but they put the dipper on there. That made it 7 corners. And then I think about 95, they opened up to something like 14 corners in the track that we see here now. Okay, back onto the track there, Dean Watson, and it's tightening up there at the front. Andy McLaughlin hasn't got all his own way, maybe 2 to 3 bike lengths in it.
Yeah, not too sure whether he's just backing it off a bit and maybe slow them up and get them having a battle and then try and make a break again, or whether the other guys have just picked up their pace from the first lap and are confident that the tyres are warmed up now and they can really push 100%. And see Rogan Chandler there, he's caught up on Brendan Booth as well, so he'll be able to get a good drive out of the corner and slipstream down the line after passing Sam Golter on that slipstream 2 on the last lap. And Regan Phibbs is flying around the outside. He's managed to benefit from a 3-bike slipstream, but Sam Golter's got back into the toe of Brendan Booth and he's also making time. So you can pass people under slipstream 3 or 4 times down a straight at a decent length. Tiratonga is going to be very interesting, but a longer straight than here, and tighter first corner, so it's last corner, so it's a really good you got a really good drive out of that final corner to get everything to work. Now we see Andy McLaughlin, he stretched a little bit more of a lead out there in those first 2 corners, so whether Lewis is just Lewis is a lot stronger in this under brakes and whether he's a lot stronger during the infield and using the nice handling of the Yamaha and flowing lines, where the KTM's really good and real punchy out of the corners and can get that gap, but Lewis can really hold that mid-corner speed and up under brakes.
So looking at the lap times here, I can't quite see. I'm looking at your bike, number 42. He's back in about 5th place when he got up to the lead before, but right now he doesn't even exist on our timing screen. The timing screen is changing. Can tell you we had a building power failure a bit earlier, or part of the building power failure for the 600 Supersport race, so that stuff all has to be manually timed. They do have the advantage of having maybe some video back up there to do that, but we'll bring you the results for that later on in the place. So right now, Andy McLaughlin, Lewis Dray, Brendan Booth, Sam Golter, the first 4 bikes here as our screen changes. Rogan Chandler's listed there as 23. I reckon is
whether his transponder's not working.
That's what's going on here. He's going to be they're going to have to manually log that in, so maybe someone can go and tell the timing people to keep an eye on that particular bike. I know they've got a lot of things to go on, but we're going to concentrate what's out there. What about the 250 production class as well? You've been keeping an eye on that there, Mr. Dean Watson.
I've been trying to as much as possible. The action out of the front's been so action-packed that it's very easy to think about the 250 production. I do see Campbell Grayling's up in 13th there overall, and they're leading 250, and I think Rob Gibson was about 16th or 17th as the second 250, and Campbell Grayling there's looks like he's just got a bit of a lead out front and a break from the lightweights, and see number 44 Ben Wilson's just past Rob Gibson there on the straight, and Lewis looks like he's going around the outside in the hairpin there, and he's made that move stick. Andy looked like he got a little bit caught up there and nose cut off. So
I think that's Lewis Trailer. He already had that there earlier on there, so the KTM fighting back from an early leader. Rogan Chandler jumped the start, so he's got a 20-second penalty. That's a bit disappointing for Rogan. They have to put out a blackboard to advise him that, so that's why Rogan Chandler is back in. He's not even on the screen. He's back in 23rd position. That shows you how hot the pace is. Let's go to lap times as well. Quickest lap 1:47.7 for Regan Phibbs, waiting for the screen to come along there. 1:48.4, 1:48.1, 1:48.7, 1:48.5, 1:47.7. That is the top 5 bikes here, with Grant Ramage in 6th place with the 1:48.8, I think. Wow, pretty tight racing still over at the hairpin. These lead 2 bikes are having a battle themselves. Not too far behind, maybe 15 bike lengths is 3rd spot as Lewis Dray takes the lead there again. I think maybe Andy McLaughlin poked his nose up coming out of the dipper. They're side by side, almost coming onto the front straight. Andy McLaughlin makes it longer. It's all about slipstreaming down here. How long is this race, boys?
12 laps
12
there,
laps.
so we've got 10 laps to go, 9 laps to go as they cross the line there. So Lewis has managed to get good drive out of that sweeper and pull a wee bit of gap on Andy McLaughlin, and there's a good bit of slipstreaming, and Grant Ramage is just sitting back behind Brendan Booth and Rogan Chandler there, so he'll be plotting a move, and the wily old bugger's going to surely have
That was a mistake there on turn 1 for Andy McLaughlin. He upbraked himself on turn 1, run right up high, so he's lost maybe.
Sorry, Spider, if you do hear us there to come on over the top of you, because unfortunately we can't hear the main PA, but we've got an opportunity to acknowledge the champion. First of all, Demon Damo, put a smile on your face, mate. A Grand Prix title. How do you feel right now?
Oh, it's pretty awesome feeling to win the GP. This time, last year I'd had a big high side out of the hairpin and beat myself up big time. So for sure, it's good to see the checkered flag and also bring home a win at the same time. It's going to be a big help for the championship, and it's also a good confidence booster for sure.
All right, indeed, from that first race yesterday, that was one to Shane. You've had to win both of them today to now move ahead in the points for the first time. What was the difference with our getting past them?
Well, first race last weekend we had an issue, an electrical issue. I dropped the cylinder for a lap, and I just lost that buffer on Shane, and there was no catching him back up because he was going so well. So I just decided settle for second and fight back in the next 2 races. And we fixed the bike up. We had no faults, no issues, and everything went smoothly today. And obviously with the results that came, it was worthwhile.
Smashing a lap record, 0.8 of a second, mate. That is massive. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, no, that was pretty cool. I'm definitely a bit of a buzz getting a lap record. It's 3 so far this season, and hopefully we can get ball rolling, get a couple more. That'll be cool.
Well done, Damon Rees. Congratulations. There he goes. Here. Great stuff. Shane Richardson with us at the moment. First of all, Shane, congratulations. Second place. You had the edge on him yesterday. What's happened today that you slipped back behind Damon?
His pace was just bloody fast today. I mean, his lap record in the first race showed the quality that he is and how much faster than the rest of us he can go. So I got a bit lucky yesterday with a little bit of bike trouble from him. So, you got to take it when you can. And it's a long championship still, so we'll just keep fighting and see where we end up.
Hey, well done. Some people to thank.
Got to say thanks to Kawasaki New Zealand and Motorrad, and particularly to Waitanui Joinery for their support. Let me have the time off and come and do this and have fun. And a whole bunch of others that are backing me, through thick and thin. It's been good.
Thank you, Shane. Well done. Great result to see. Jake's right here with us as well. First of all, somebody from Canterbury doing it. Jake, this is your New Zealand racing really starting now. You've had that huge international run, European Junior Champion. Well done and all your efforts over there, but you've now got to start from scratch, and you've turned up in New Zealand. There happens to be a few other fast Kiwis out there, isn't there?
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's certainly a range of fast riders here, like from 1st to 10th. It's not just the top 3. So, it's really competitive, which is awesome to see, and I'm having so much fun being back home, and really enjoying being back on the Underground Brown budget motorcycle Spears Triumph 675.
What about choosing the Triumph? Because, of course, they've been the bike that's not necessarily been the favourite before, but, hey, with your performances, we're pushing them back up there. You're enjoying the bike, something different.
Yeah, exactly. Like you say, it is something different for sure, but we're getting the hang of it. Both James and I are coming along pretty strong, and the first time I rode the bike with the new bits on it was Friday, so I can't complain with our results. Looking forward to Invercargill next weekend, and we'll give these boys a better run, and hopefully we'll see one on the top.
Well done, Jake Lewis. Thank you, Spider. Back to you guys upstairs. Thank you.
All right, back to an exciting race down here, and it's all changed in the last lap. It's all changed, and 33, Andy McLaughlin, Lewis Dray in second spot, Brendan Booth in fourth, and
I think I have to correct you there. I think that timing screen's frozen, and it looks like Regan Phibbs has moved his way up into first position. Lewis Dray second, and then Andy McLaughlin's back in third. So the early lead that Dray and McLaughlin had, Regan's managed to make back, and so has Sam Goulter. He's worked his way. He's a wee bit back now. He's about 10 bike lengths behind, but it's a long race, and he'll get close to coming up there. 3 bikes wide into the hairpin there. It's going to be whoever chickens out is going to miss out there, and Regan Phibbs has managed to hold the brakes, let the brakes run off and get their lead. But Andy McLaughlin's got that good punch out of the corner, and he'll not quite there, not quite keen enough to do the dive under brakes into the Fulton Hogan right-hander, and that passing has allowed Sam Dray to completely close that gap up, and he's right on the tail with Lewis Dray now. So, and then it's a nice wee ding-dong battle with Grant Ramage and Rogan Chandler there for, fifth place on track, but unfortunately Rogan has that jump start penalty, so he's further back. He's 20 seconds behind theoretically at the end of this race. So
they have actually applied that penalty to the lap times at the moment. We've now got 6 laps to go, so our lap times are updated there: 1:47.9, 1:48.5 and a 1:48.5 for the first 3 riders as we scroll back down. Shane Lowry in 19th spot. Where we got Angela Charlotte back out there too, riding. She's in 24th spot on the number 15 bike, enjoying her racing this weekend. So it is Phibbs, Dre, McLaughlin, Golter, Ramage, Brendan Booth, Richard Willits, Kevin Goddard, Gavin Veltmeyer and Kane Bentley, the top 10 riders out there on the track. Quickest lap so far, a 146.761. Hey, that's pretty close to the lap record, 146.927, so we're 0.2 off. What do you think? Are they going to get faster and faster at the moment, certainly, or does the lead rider need to get a break away from that to actually try and get out of those other people mucking them around and slowing them down and maybe get a lap record here for the lightweight class?
That lap record's a 45.5 set by Andy McLaughlin in that first race, so we've got a little bit more room to improve, but Andy McLaughlin's got that lead now, so he'll be looking to better his lap record and hopefully get a decent buffer for these last few laps and just be able to relax and enjoy that final lap, and hopefully nothing really goes wrong. And these leaders, these second to third, fourth place riders carry on tripping each other up, and it just allows Andy to escape that much more, running the flowing lines instead of having to become defensive.
$3,000, $3,250 for the suspension and the fairings and that. An exhaust pipe's only worth about $250, $300, and you can apply all those bits. I'm using the example of the Yamaha R3. You can either get a wrecked or a new Yamaha R3. Grant Ramage has put his bike with a brand new bike and all these bits on the track for $12,500. If you get a second-hand written-off bike, depends whereabouts you are in the country, you can possibly get a bike for under $5,000 to go out there, and what a great class. I remember the 250 when it first started a few years ago. People says, we don't want 250s. Well, we had two races there with just 0.02 of a second separating first and second, and some great battles all the way down through the fields for these bikes as well. We see the lead bike, Andy McLaughlin, coming onto the front straight, runs very, very wide. That's a standard line for such a slow bike. You've got to keep up that corner speed, but he's got a break of maybe 1 second there. No timing screen. Lewis Stray in second spot there on 73 there, Dean Watson.
Yeah, so those two there, hopefully they don't keep tripping themselves up and can bridge that gap and make it a nice fight and slipstream to the line to keep everyone excited, but they'll still have a really good battle to the end of the race, and just trying to spy back for Grant Ramage and Rogan Chandler. It looks like someone there has gone off onto the grass. That looks like Regan Phibbs. He's obviously outbraked himself into turn one, and he's dropped right back now into sixth on track. Rogan Chandler's just holding off there. He's lost a bit of time there, but he's just got a tiny wee sort of 10th buffer to Grant Ramage. And it'll be interesting, the old boy's stamina towards the end of the race, this being a longer race in this heat, he may fade off a little bit.
What's that, Grant Ramage?
Yes, Grant Ramage.
Oh yeah, and they run out of wine in their bus last night in their camper van, so that was on to the vodkas, I think so. Although he's not a silly man, he wouldn't have got wasted or anything like that. He knows he had to race today, but no dramas, no wine in the thing. They'll find some for tonight if they want it, but I think they've got to do the trip home. So out in the front there it is, Andy McLaughlin there on the green, orange KTM. This is the bike that won the New Zealand Superbike Championship class last year in the hands of Dennis Charlotte, is it?
Yes, it is. So that's as these guys brought it, Andy McLaughlin's old man brought it, so exactly as it come off the track for Dennis. So it's a well-proven bike, well set up, as Dennis is very good at setting up bikes, and as you can see, winning most classes around here. There's not many bikes he can't win on.
I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed to see Alex Bowers not out here. I believe he got a couple of new bikes for the season, and Alex always a good hard charger, and he would have been amongst this mix as well there, Dean Watson, but no entry from him this weekend for the local band.
No, and I'm not too sure what happened there, whether he's, with buying another bike, he's run out a bit of budget to afford the series, although it isn't really cheap, but it's a big buy price, and then you could run your national season on about $3,000, including your food and your water and your petrol and travel and that. Quite cheap to do all 4 rounds. If you want to spend out a bit, flash a hotel, you could probably you go up around the $5,000-6,000 for a season. So incredibly cheap compared to what the Superlites and 600s and Superbikes are running. So great cheap racing, and even club racing, they're still just as close as this, and we have just as many bikes down here in Canterbury.
I'm looking at this battle coming out of the Fulton Hogan corner for second and third. Andy McLaughlin's got a bit of a break, maybe 100 metres, that's about 70 bike lengths. But right now, Lewis Stray and Sam Gold are all over each other coming out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel there on towards the Southern Salvage thing. You can see the orange KTM of McLaughlin there, the number 33 machine. Lewis Stray there, still in second spot there on 73, but one, maybe two bike lengths between them.
Yes. So this is the battle for second. There's also the battle for Ashburton Honours here today. So strong Ashburton contingent generally comes up here for club meetings and that. So it's good to see these guys out there battling up the top of this class, as they did last year in the 250 class. These guys battled all season long. And just here from Jacob Stroud here, we've appeared to have lost Grant Ravage. Yellow flag, and looks like he's down at the Fulton Hogan corner. He's all right. He's walked away, and we've got the marshals there picking up the bike, pushing away. So that yellow flag will go away soon, and normal racing will resume through that corner.
That's the first crash he's had on this bike, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
he crashed his Kawasaki a couple of times when he went to the Yamaha last season, and yeah, that's his first crash on the new bike.
Yes, and unfortunately I hold that unfortunate sort of, I wouldn't call it an award, but I was the first one to crash in a lightweight production national class race, and also the first one to crash one of these R3s, so I know exactly what it's like, and not the best feeling, and unfortunately I had to sit out this first round last year. So again, I don't think this first round of nationals is really good for me. I think we should all start at the second round, and I might go a bit better.
All right, 47.160 for Andy McLaughlin, 47.713 for Lewis Stray, 47.826 with 2 laps to go. That's the last lap times for these boys as we see the lead bikes coming out of. Where's Andy McLaughlin now, boys? I was looking at the screen. Okay, coming out of the carousel, I think Jacob said yes, definitely. There's the orange bike. It tips over into the right hand of the Southern Salvage corner there, and the 2 bikes hammering it out for second place. Dre is still in front. Lewis Dre, the current New Zealand 250 production champion.
You know, and we see there's good 2.2 seconds gap between Andy McLaughlin and Lewis Dre across in that last lap. So he's when he comes across the line now, the white flag's getting ready. So he's just, if he can just keep his composure and ride around this next lap, he win this GPs, which was very satisfying for him. And coming from development senior last year, he's gone on another bike and shows he can ride pretty much anything. So Lewis Dre's looking at, Sam Galter there is looking to get the slipstream on Lewis Dre there into turn 1. So whether he's going to look to outbrake around the outside, and but Lewis Dre is very strong on the brakes, as we've seen all weekend.
Turiana Banks out there on the Team Aspire machine, on the number 13 machine. This is a 250 production bike, as indeed is teammate Aaron Lambourne. Both on Kawasaki Ninja 250s, the Team Aspire machines, and we'll see her, Turiani, going along that back straight. Meanwhile, let's look out. It is the white flag. It is Andy McLaughlin for the last time into the hairpin here for the last development race of the weekend coming up shortly. No, we won't even look at that. Let's look at what's happening on the track. This battle for second place, Lewis Dre versus Sam Goulder there. You got any predictions there, Dean Watson? Who do you think he's ready to pounce? Do you think Goulder's ready to pounce, or is just going to stay like it is?
Yeah, he sat there all race long, so I'm sure he's worked out a plan for this last lap. I'm not sure whether he wants to lead on the line or try do what he did last race and get the slipstream. But for me, I'd rather be on the lead in the last lap. Being a bit bigger, I can't slipstream as well, but also you just have that little bit more, you're better placed. You don't have to rely on a good run out of the final corner. He may have a look around the outside here and dive up the inside into the dipper, but no, he's not quite close enough, so he's going to have to rely on a good drive out of the dipper here and come along right up on Lewis Dre's back wheel and really get a drive out into this final corner. He had a wee issue trying to do this in that first race yesterday and ran on the grass, had a big tap slam. And Lewis is down. He's big high side coming out, and he's at the wall. Hopefully Lewis Dre hops up, but Sam Goulder there, he comes across the line. Andy McLaughlin wins. We're just looking to see if Lewis is going to hop up. There's quite a big hit into that tyre, so.
Well, that's tough. Last corner of the race, a long race like that too, and getting the binoculars out, you can see the bike is good. Lewis is up. That's what I like to see. I don't care whether the bike's broken. Well, I do care a bit, but it's important to see the rider is hopping it up, and especially there, you don't see many crashes there that people walk away with bugger all injuries. So Lewis Dre, wow, what a great race. but threw it all away. Andy McLaughlin took the win. Sam Golder in second place. Reagan Phibbs, the fastest man on the track that race, followed by Richard Willits, Kevin Goddard, Brendan Booth, Gavin Veltmeyer, Rogan Chandler, 8th place. That's pretty good because Rogan got a 20-second penalty for jumping to start. Kane Bentley, followed by Jack Condon, the top 10. There's young Josh Goddard on 37 there in 11th spot. Lewis Trey's disappearing out of the results because he's lying out there in the kitty litter, and expecting Campbell Grayling, Alex McAway and Jason Moreland to come around. Maybe those bikes coming onto the start-finish straight. Wow, what great racing.
Well, we're just waiting for our third rider to join us here at the moment for our lightweight class. Of course, a new class, only debuted last year. And first of all to Andy McLaughlin. Andy, a Grand Prix, mate. It's a championship class. Nobody takes it away. You're a New Zealand champion. How are you feeling?
I think I'm dreaming, I'm not sure what's going on.
Hey, mate, the part that I relate to, of course, is your time. You've just come out of development. You're straight into championship racing, and you're already on the podium.
Yeah, I know what you mean. A month ago, I didn't even have a ride, so it's pretty unreal to be here. I couldn't have dreamed this up.
All right, hey, I'll tell you what, the fortunes of this class have just gone up and down so much, haven't they? Because one race is somebody's a hero and then zero and vice versa. So much happening on the track with your class. Very busy racing.
Yeah, it's really close racing. Everyone's pushing right to the limit. It's not surprising that I'm pretty surprised that I've managed to stay on. I had a couple of scary moments out there with me and Lewis going pretty hard.
Here indeed. All right, tell us a bit about these RC 390s. A different kind of a bike, but different as far as the twins concerned. You're on a single pair. How do you handle it?
It's pretty. They're real awesome bike. Real nice handling. Real lightweight. Got heaps of punch being a single, so they're good off the line and that. But yeah, I really like riding them. I think the best thing about them is their handling. Just with the aftermarket suspension, and they're amazing. Different bike.
All right, where to from here for Andy McLaughlin? Andy, this is just the start of racing. What's your ambition?
I might have to put an entry form in for next weekend, I think.
Oh, right. Hey, yes, please. Hold on. There's some points are going to go to waste otherwise. We want to see you in Invercargill. There's nowhere better to be, is there? Yes, where you want to be next week?
Yeah, that's definitely where I want to be.
Yeah. Andy McLaughlin, come on, give him a hand, Canterbury. That is a great performance. Loving this one. Well done. We're still actually waiting for our third place. We've been a little bit of time just waiting for this one, but second wants to be here all on his own. Now, the difference in the bike, we've just had the KTM 390. Here we are with our R3 and sounding pretty sweet, more importantly, going better. That's your best result by far.
Yep, didn't actually expect that one. It was pretty happy with that, really. But just want to have a massive thank you to Brett at Under Construction. He's helped me so much. Linda and Ross Young, obviously couldn't have done it without them. Jeff Marshall Motorcycles and Dynaworks. It's just made all the difference, really. If I look back what I was doing last year, it was I never would have thought I could be doing stuff like this. So yeah, thank you. Really happy, and all the best to Lewis. Crashing on the last corner is always upsetting for him, but I just hope he's all right and he'll be back racing next weekend.
Well done. Round of applause. Fantastic to see. Here. Well done. Congratulations, Regan. Third place in New Zealand Grand Prix, mate. That goes in the CV. How you feeling?
Oh, bloody happy with that, I wasn't entirely sure whether I got the third, to be honest. I know Rogan was ahead of me, but wasn't sure what happened with his jump start. But, you know, it is what it is, and I'll take it. I thought I was doing quite well for a while. They're leading, but, man, I had a hairy moment into turn one and ran pretty deep and almost hit the gravel. So I was pretty lucky to save it, and so just happy to be here where I am now. So, yeah, thanks for all the support, everyone that's helped me to get here.
What about riding one of these new R3s? What do you think of the bike?
Oh, awesome little bikes, I was riding Ninja 300 last year. These things are just little weapons, man. They steer so fast and it's such tight racing. It's exactly what you need, So love it out there. It's awesome.
Well done, Regan. Congratulations, mate. Here. Still out here with our number 58 for Campbell Grayling. Well done, Campbell. You enjoying Ruapuna here today?
Yeah, I'm loving it this weekend. It's been probably one of my best race weekends I've ever had.
All right, just the package all come together, the old 250. These are a great bike, still reliable?
Yeah, reliable as ever. Yeah, it's been great all weekend. My tyres have been grippy as, so no problems at all.
No problems. All right, as far as being a visitor down here to the South Island, what do you think of these tracks down here in the mainland?
Oh, I love these tracks down here. They're always brilliant to come down. The South Island is tough competition, but yeah, I went good this weekend.
All right, so let's be honest, is your aim to win this title?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Got to go for the win.
Got to go for the win. Congratulations. You got a GP to go with it, so well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations, James. Still loving these 250s?
Yeah, no, second year into it, so yeah, it's going well, thanks.
All right, how's Ruapuna today?
Love it, yeah. Great track, like a motocross track.
Like a motocross track, yeah, indeed. In fact, you got a bit of motocross experience, which is always an advantage, but what do you think of road racing?
Yeah, no, it's excellent. Yeah, I love it.
All right, what about all those old guys back in Timaru that are giving you all the encouragement? You're much younger than them. Are they a force to be reckoned with still, or are they past it?
Can't say.
Oh, yeah. On the grounds that it might incriminate you, I understand. But well done, James. I hope you're enjoying road racing. We're going to see you at Teretonga next weekend.
Yeah, mate, I'll be there. Cheers.
You'll be there. Well done, James. James Squire, I love your work, James. I can just do a quick spin around here with Rob. First of all, Rob, these 250s are still a smart bike, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't go too bad for little bikes.
Yeah. All right, how's your tyre wear through a big race like that?
Not too bad, I think.
Not too bad.
Didn't notice it too much.
All right. And so the others, in fact, some of the others pushing it just that little bit too hard. But what's your secret of staying on till the end?
I'm not too sure. I was actually pretty knackered from racing the 600, so I just kept in there. But no, it was good racing with the other guys and really enjoyed it.
All right, so what's the difference in racing a 600 compared to this? What, from the point of view, as you're saying that word knackered, obviously a bit of fatigue. Is it a different style to ride a bike like this? Harder, easier? How do you compare a 250 to a 600?
I don't know. You have to try it out.
Have you got a preference?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. Some races you have fun on either bike, and it's just both good fun.
Both good fun. What a great answer. Well done. Round of applause, folks. There we are. What an awesome podium. Campbell Grayling, James Squire and Rob Gibson. Thank you. That's our 250 production. Remembering, of course, absorbed in amongst the big guys on the lightweight production.
Number 43 machine, Alistair Hugenbosom. 34 is Daniel Metum on another Suzuki. So it's Suzuki, Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki of Toby Summers. 94 Mitch Rees, who got 6th in the last race. Then we go to 36 Ray Clee and also Jeremy Holmes, the first of the Superstock 1000 bikes, off for a good clean start. 20 laps here for the New Zealand Superbike Championship Grand Prix, and we're joined in the commentary box shortly by the Australian Alex Phillis. Congratulations, Alex, on a 4th place, but let's get on with the Superbikes at the moment there. All good, clean round out of turn 1, and who's that? That's got to be Sloane Frost on the black and red GSXR 1000 TSS sponsored Red Baron Motorcycles and Fujitsu Suzuki New Zealand bike. In 2nd place, that is Al Hugenbosom, the Honda rider. Al Hugenbosom, the fastest of both the last 2 Superbike races. So Tony Rees slots in there to 3rd place, and Dan Metum in 4th. I think that might be Ray Clee up in 5th place there on the 36 machine. Going back to 6 is 22, the Kawasaki of Toby Summers. The Barnes Jenkins Insurance ZX10 machine there. Can't quite see who's behind that, folks.
Yeah, it's a good start by everyone involved, keeping it clean in the first couple of corners. Tony Rees ran the outside of the hip, and it was an incredible move around Daniel Metum to try to stay at the top 3. So we might have the same 3 pretenders for this race, and see if Dan Metum can get in there and spice up for 4th.
And Tony Rees wasn't even going to do this season. He thought, no, I'm going to come down south and help my 2 sons out, Damon and Mitch, and thought at last minute he got some tyres in there and decided to do the New Zealand Superbike Championships. And wow, great to have Tony back here at 49 years of age. Right now, the Rock FM for the first time there. It is Suzuki, followed by 2 Hondas. Oh, I'm going to put a lot of money on Al Hugenbosom on this one now. He's although Sloane Frost has got a lot more settled than he was yesterday and rode a very, very good race last time. So any of these top 3 or even 4, if Dan Metum can hang with these guys and improve his times down there. What an amazing first season on Superbike racing too that Dan Metum is showing on the 34 machine. Into the Icon corner they close up, and there I think who got the better drive out of there was Al Hugenbosom on the Honda. There he is, round the outside at the hairpin, round the outside. Sloane Frost on the inside, made the track a little bit longer, slots back into 2nd place with Rees there in 3rd place. So Rees has got to hang with these boys. Of course he's got the ability to do it, but he won't be wanting to let these guys away, and he'll have to do some daredevil stuff to dive up on the inside or the outside of another one of the rear rider. Hugenbosom tries up on the inside, going into the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Now, he's the strongest man coming out of this next quarter, the right-hander, Southern Salvage. Watch to see what he can produce out of the bag. This is his shining corner to me, and gets a bit of the drive, not quite enough to get up into Sloane Frost on the inside, but it won't be too much longer. Rees is only a half a bike length behind with Dan Metum, not dropping off the pace at all. And then we go back to Toby Summers Back then to Rakeley, and that's Jeremy Holmes, the first of the Superstock 1000 machines.
And certainly the Superstock 1000 class has been dominated by Jeremy, and a great effort from the top cars, Southland Honda man, courtesy of Blue Wing Honda as well. He's got the standard CBR 1000, so acknowledging that Superstock complex, and deservedly showing his class and being in front of the likes of Mitch Rees, a newcomer in Superbike racing. So there they are, the two Hondas to go past, one the Superbike, one the Superstock, as we look out for this class. A reminder of those two classes now. We've split the field a little bit. People like Jeremy were a Supersport rider before, but they've now gone into Superstock, loving the opportunity to be up on the big Motul 1000, Metzler Shod Southland Honda, and getting an opportunity to race still amongst these guys, but being in that new separate class. So a little bit diluted, and there comes Alistair Hugenberg trying to get around the outside, goes all the way. It's a harder line to take, and he does the best, but he can't quite pull it off as we look out for Sloane Frost. So Al Hugenboozem, you heard that from Spider there before, he's going to put a bit of money on Al Hugenboozem, and a lot of people have been talking about it and just how well he's been going, and under that Triple R mentorship, I'm sure the Triple R team will be ready to take the best of this one, and what a great race it will be. So Tony, the best seat in the house to watch those two, and Sloane has gone out early. He seems to me to be better as an attacker and then a late defender, so he's got to defend through this entire race. I'm just wondering whether the 20 laps may be a little too much, and we go, so there it is. Oh no, he can't quite pull it off and get up on the inside, and of course a lap record at stake for this one as well. People are talking about perfect conditions here today, and the man who holds the lap record is Andrew Stroud for this class, and son Jacob here with us in the commentary box today as we watch Al Hugie doing a nice wheelie through there. What do you think, chance of a lap record? Are these conditions right enough for it, or would Dad's hold at the end of the day, Jacob?
Oh no, there's pretty perfect conditions out there. We've seen lap records going pretty much every other class, so it's definitely the conditions for it. And Al around the outside out of the last corner and leads over the line.
8,000ths of a second, 8,000ths of a second. That's the Superbike tyre width. What's going to happen here in turn one? 3 bikes all on the place. Dan Menham's got some electrifying lap times. In fact, all the first 4 riders within about 0.3 of a second. Dan's dropped off the pace a bit, but a 1:31.1 for Hugenboozem, 1:31.2 for Sloane Frost, a 1:31.16 for Tony Rees, and a 1:31.5 for Dan Menham. I reckon these front 3 guys are going to be fighting it out for the next few laps, and Dan Menham's going to get up there and make it a 4-bike battle for the podium there, boys.
Oh, isn't it great to see young Daniel Medham? I love his composure, and the man on the Coleman Suzuki out of Auckland, well supported. He came away as our Supersport winner last year, won the title. Said, well, there's only one thing to do when you're on top, and that's move on to the next class. I'll tell you what, for the new kid on the block, first year up into this class, great racing. Hey, you got somebody there that's, of course, old enough to be your father. One's your uncle, and the other's your brother. So certainly an opportunity to see some of the older statesmen, but this new young gun coming through. So Daniel Medham, keep an eye on this name for the Coleman Suzuki Hotshot as he goes to join the 2 Suzukis and 2 Hondas. And just when you all of a sudden see Al Hugie have a dab to go up on the inside, all of a sudden Tony Rees wants to have a dab back at him. So that's that awkward position, being chased or being the chaser. How are you going to fit in between there as he pulls a beautiful wheelie to come out of the dipper and then have a run through to our Rock FM sweeper. Got Alex Phillis here with us, and first of all, Alex, welcome back to New Zealand. Nice to see some consistency for the Helicraft team this year. How are you feeling? Much better than you were last year?
Yeah, for sure. We've started with pretty much a new bike from the start of this weekend, and we've made really good progress. You know, all the guys are riding exceptionally well, and just even watching them on track, you know, it's really hard to keep up, and it's quite impressive with this championship this year.
All right, indeed, coming to Superbikes, obviously something that you want to step up to. You see this kind of racing in New Zealand. What a great season that the championships had back in Aussie. Do you see this getting closer? This talk about Superstock, Supersport bringing together and making an opportunity to race with New Zealanders here in Australia and Australians in New Zealand. You'll be a fan of that, wouldn't you?
Oh, for sure. I'd love that, you know, bringing these guys over to show them what we've got in Australia, and the Aussie guys over here to ride some really tight and technical tracks. You know, it's always good fun, and there's a bit of banter between the two countries for sure, but it's everyone likes it. And
You got a favourite New Zealand track?
To be honest, it's probably this track. Really tight and technical, but you just make it flow, and it's really nice to ride.
Thank you, Alex Phillis. Awesome.
All right, back on to action. I'll tell you what this Al Hugenboozem reminds me of, the way he's trying to have a stab at the leader, Sloane Frost. He's like a midget with a yo-yo. Can't quite get it in there, but it's funny to watch, entertaining to watch, and special to watch as well. Dan Menham has put the best lap time in so far of the race, a 1:31.086. Actually, Hoogie's a bit quicker, but in the last lap. So The other boys on 131, 4, 5 and 7. Dan Medham there. He's moving up into this pack with a 131.0. These other guys at the front are slowing themselves down in each of the slipstreams and that sort of thing. You see Suzuki go through the two Hondas. Can there be a change in position for second place? Tony Rees is on fire now. He's trying for the long way round on the outside going into turn 1. The flexor pass corner there. Not quite got it. This is given Sloane Frost maybe 2 or 3 bike lengths. There's probably 7 bike lengths between first and second at one of the fastest bits of the track, certainly the fastest corner. 7 bike lengths between second and third as they go into the hairpin there at the moment, and Dan Medham is closing up as well on those 3 bikes. Lonely ride there for Toby Summers there in 5th spot on the 22 Kawasaki. And then we go back to Ray Clee and Jeremy Holmes, the first of the Superstock riders. I think Jeremy Holmes is third out of that bunch. It's Ray Clee who's at in the middle. It is Jeremy Holmes, and in behind that, Mitch Rees probably. It'll be Mitch Rees, yes. Yes, definitely Mitch Rees out there. Further back down, Christopher, Sam Sharp, Robert Whittle and David Sharp there. That's 12 bikes on the track for the Superbike car and the Superstock class. The lead bikes come through. The Southern Salvage right hand into the next left-hander and lining up towards the Dipper. A great place to pass, but all these guys are so perfectly matched with their lap times. It's just where are they going to do it? We saw not much passing in the last race, but people glued to each other all the way through. Honda following the Suzuki with another Suzuki in behind. They come on to the front straight again, Neil Ritchie.
Yeah, great to see, and here's the racing you've all come to watch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the Mike Pero Real Estate Championship here today. The Grand Prix title on the line. Of course, the flying number 1, he's on that Fujitsu TSS Red Baron Suzuki GSX R1000 has been the man to hold the glory so far. He's got the number 1 plate on board, got the GP title, looking out to defend it here today, and more importantly, by the glory of what is a esteemed honour in New Zealand motorcycle sport. These TTs go back to 1934, and long may they continue. And here at the new Mike Pero Motorsport Park, of course, a well-established venue for quality GP racing. We've got the best of New Zealand laid on right here at the moment. And look at this, really 2 groups of what we're watching. This top group of 4 at the moment. Then we've got the lone run there by Ray Clee at the moment. Then look into that next trio at the moment as they go thundering through, which is Toby, Jeremy and Mitchell, and looking out for it. But it's we've got Ray Clee and Ray Clee in there as well. Toby, day to go. Tony, yes.
Toby's over there.
Toby's over there. Sorry, thank you. Well picked up indeed. So we'll get that one a little bit better. So Toby up there, a different position to what I'd called them, but much better. But hey, look at all this, folks. We're laying it off for you. And there's, look, see, the door opens up and he just can't get through there each time. What have these got to do, Jake Stroud? What have they got to do to get past the flying number 1, Sloane Frost?
I think Alistair actually had to go into one of the salvaged corners here, and Sloane might have accidentally pushed him a little bit wide, might have not seen him, and just as he came around the southern salvage right-hander, just gave him a bit of a wave to say, sort of apologise for maybe accidentally running him a bit wide.
Al Hugenbosom is still the fastest man on the track, the fastest lap, a 1:38.05 set in the last lap. Is that going to change? 1:35.60 for Sloane Frost, so he's up the ante, 1:35.89, so 30 thousandths of a second separating first and second, and a 1:37 for Tony Rees.
Yeah, Dan Medham might have slightly dropped off the pace, still in the low 31s, while the others are getting into the mid-30s. And I think he's going to have to go a little bit faster to keep the pace with the top guys, but he might just settle for where he is at the moment.
Now, Al Hugenbosen's been trying up on the outside of this hairpin so many times. Is this a foxing move that one day, one lap, he's going to try up on the inside? Does he get Sloane comfortable with the idea that he's expecting him on the outside and shove it up on the inside rather than give his secrets away? That's a question that'll be answered towards the end of the race. And Tony Rees is looking for a way past those guys as well as they head into the Christchurch Carosino. Al Hugenbosen takes a big lunge up there, mate. He's been doing a lot of lunging this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, so probably Alistair around the outside. I have seen him go around the outside, so that's the problem Sloane has, is that he can actually go around the outside, so he has to block that, but then the preferred line's the inside. Oh, man, he's tried to go there many laps now, and he's just not, so he's going to get his nose pinched off on one time, and it's just not going to end not well for anyone. Holy moly, man.
Oh, look how good this is, all over each other. This is absolutely brilliant. We had a look after that 600 race. I could not believe the tyre wear of those so-called treaded tyres. Tyre technology come a long way. Part of the reason why I think we're breaking lap records now, taking nothing away from our pilots, but as the machinery improves and the tyres improve and the pilots improve, all 3 of them together making a huge difference, and that's why lap records have been done, and we're seeing this world-class racing right here in New Zealand. And love that chat with Avalon Biddle before, of just realising how fast these guys are going. No Women's World Cup this year, so she's going to have to be up there with all of the guys, but we'll still call her the world champion because she'll be the fastest woman in the world again for sure. And great to know that she gets this racing. And the tight, petite racing that's going on for her and her build, of course, really is running out of that energy. Gets those great starts, but can't quite take it all away. Back to our supers at the moment, and there is Tony Rees. He's doing the Al Hoogie, trying to get around the outside. And love your comments before, Spider, about whether they're all having a go at saying to Chopper, we're always here on your right-hand side, and one moment one of them will be there on his left. What's it going to be? Because Tony, of course, had that. He got into the lead last time, then got back, was nudged back to second. The lead changed 4 times. Oh, look at the dust. Dust comes off down there, but nobody is off. Nobody is off, and yet the dust is flying on the edge of the track. Who is that? Who is that stays on the bike? That is incredible. So
yeah, it was Ray Clee. That's what I've done. That is one of the scariest places to go off.
I was looking for a bike, but there wasn't one. They were still on the track. So is that a case of one wheel on the track, one wheel off the track, and hopefully it was a back wheel that was off, and he still had the front wheel going straight down the track. Scary moment, I'm sure, but more importantly, stays on the bike as my co-commentators nod their head to think, how does somebody save that? But a man of the vintage of Ray Clee, take a hat, ladies and gentlemen. Go and see this man in the pits. Get his autograph, put him on your posters as well. One hero with a capital H, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it on, Ray Clee, staying on the bike. And a Minty's magic moment on the racetrack.
Give them man about 10 minutes to change his underwear, because I'm sure it's full after that moment. Ray Clee, what a legend you are. Those 3 bikes going down the front straight, all in the 31s now. 31.362 for Rees, 31.369. 7 thousandths of a second separating the last lap. Alistair Hugenboosman, and a 31.414 for Sloane Frost. So both those 2 bikes in behind Sloane are a little bit faster. Bit of a drive got there by Alistair Hugenboosman coming out of the Icon corner. Rees closes them down there. 3 bikes. Mate, there's half a bike length between each of these at the apex of the corner. Dan Metham is still there on the pace doing 32s, but a lonely ride there in 4th place. We're looking out for Toby Summers going through the Icon corner on the coloured circuit, struggling with set up with this bike, but still getting out there racing. You won't be enjoying it. And Al Hugenboosman has a big dive. He's done this every lap on the Flexo Pass, on the Christchurch Carasino corner there.
Al has had the speed in the last 2 races, so he might have the speed if he gets past to take the lead. But I don't think Al has ever led any race so far, so we haven't seen if he'll be able to pull away or get a gap on the 2 behind him.
Yeah, he had a tough season last year, and I'm sure if he had another half a lap or 1 lap at the final round at Hampton Downs, he would have had a win. They were dogged with mechanical issues throughout the season, but all seems to be right in the Honda camp on the Triple R Superbike car. Supported by and the work done by Red Fender. Great to see Red back at the track, and your boy is doing so well. Another Hugenboosman who's a legend. 2 years ago he was New Zealand Supersport 600 champion, moved up to Superbikes, as did his brother James Hugenboosman. James gone back down to the 600s and still enjoying himself, but wow, what tight Superbike action there. It just gets better and better. 131.4, 131.4, 131.4 for the top 3 riders as we watch it going to Icon corner there. Al Hugenboosman is getting the drive out of that. He wants to launch in there so he can get under the brakes into Sloane Frost. And there he is, round the outside, still going to make the track longer. This is a move that he's tried again and again and again.
Ooh.
Doesn't work, but never mind.
Had a little moment there. You saw it go sideways. Just got a little moment coming out there and trying to get that advantage around the outside. But, of course, it is further to go. But one thing he can get right up there, but it just has to watch. I think he goes wide each time to allow Tony Rees that opportunity to come back on the inside. Remembering Tony, he made the mistake last time. He let that gap open for 2nd place and lost it and ended up by being 3rd in that opening race of the day. So this is the Mike Pero Real Estate New Zealand Grand Prix for Superbikes. The creme de la creme of racing. Has he made it stick this time? Yes, he has. Listen to the Canterbury crowd here today, and so they should do. Al Hugenboosman has made it stick, push and push and push all the way. That finally had to happen, didn't it? If it wasn't going into the Christchurch Carousel corner, it was certainly going to be an opportunity to do it out of the salvage corner here, because in fact that's part of the corner as well. People actually call it the Southern Salvage S's. It's not just the one corner, but it's that next corner that you go through, and that's exactly where Alistair Hugie got the advantage. And now look at that, he opens up a little bit of a buffer. That's one of the biggest margins we've seen between them. In fact, that gap is 0.279, so a fraction over a quarter of 1 second. We know it's not a great buffer, but when you compare that to other times that we've seen, that is how good. And of course, he did a 138.9, so he's the only one to go under the 131 during that last lap. So good work. Sloane Frost still with the fastest lap. That was way back earlier in the race. 9 laps to go in the 20, folks. So that's 11 down as we come back. And there goes Sloane again back up on the inside. This time we'll have the advantage. He's putting on the Hoogie performance, and yes, he makes it stick. So back to the previous order. That is Sloane Sloane Frost in front, Alistair Hugaboozum in second, and Tony Rees the best seat in the house right there in third place. Almost too close. If those guys would have a little wobble and coming together, a touch of some description, he might be a little bit too close, have to brake heavier and lose that advantage that he could do as we watch Hugie again trying to look to go back on the inside. So there you go. A slight mistake made here by Frost. Hugie got the advantage down into what I would have called Hugie's own the corner. He's really dominated in late braking, and Sloane Frost has taught him a lesson back on himself there. Spider Staples.
Oh, definitely, absolutely sensational racing in the Superbike class here. And don't forget, in the North Island, we might see Hayden Fitzgerald out there back on the Yamaha after braking. He was never going to do the South Island, but he broke his skateboard there at Manfield. But he's a man that's finished as high as second here on the track in the New Zealand Grand Prix back in his Suzuki days, now riding in Yamaha. So that'll be for the North Island rounds. But right now we've got to look. 9 laps to go. Over half the race done. Now will it come down to tyre wear? They'll all be wearing the same tyres. They'll all be wearing the same compounds. Pirellis, it just depends on the characteristics of the bike. Should be much the same with all 4-cylinder, 4-stroke, 1000cc capacity. There's nothing in it, mate. It's just tighter and tighter every lap. We look at a 131.2, 131.5, 131.0 for the first 3 riders there, Neil Ritchie.
Indeed, and over with Jacob at the moment. We were talking before about how Daniel Medham has an opportunity to run with that trio. No, still looking to be in the same order through Euromark this time. And Dan's just dropped off. It's a very lonely race, but can he take a lot of heart, Jacob, from just how well he's riding? This is his first event here at Ruapuna on a Superbike.
I mean, for a first ever event last year, I mean, before this national started, he'd never won a national race. And here he is, 4th in the Superbikes in his first ever season. And doing a great job. And there's the 3 in front of him are physically and mentally totally prepared for this. Tony's been around a while, and Al and Sloane are just physically and mentally being all year. You see them on Facebook, they're just training every 4 or 5 hours a day just for this one moment where they are at the moment.
All right, here we go. Keen to look out for another update as they go down through the dipper. All the eyes are just watching people's heads. It's like looking at the laughing clowns at the circus, isn't it? Because all the focus is on them. There might be some other great riders in this field, but take nothing away from them. Interesting to see now that Mitch Rees has gone in front of Jeremy Holmes. So Jeremy, remembering it's the Superstock, and he's the first of those, followed by Chris DeForde, and also in Superstock, Sam Shark, Rob Whittle, and David Sharp. Unfortunately, a non-start with Kevin Beaumont out of Superbike. So the Superbike order at the moment is Sloane, Alistair, Tony go to Daniel, Toby Summers, and then Mitch Rees in the 6th place. So a good improvement by Mitch as he picks up the race pace. And all of these guys, remembering at the moment, are all running the same lap. So effectively, we haven't had any lapping going on yet at this stage. So that means these riders out in front are having a very clear run.
Yeah, we just come across the lapper there coming out of turn 1 while you're looking at the screen there. Looking at the lap times, I've dropped now back into the 30s. 39 and a 39 for Sloane Frost and Hugaboos, and a 31.4 for Tony. Maybe Tony's race is done. Maybe he's dragged off the place, but I'll tell you what, that guy's got the strength to come back from here. Certainly 5-6 bike lengths between the Suzuki and the Honda out the front. Number 1, he's a New Zealand champion and one of the biggest legends in motorcycle racing in recent history. 43 there in second spot and 11 there in third spot, the evergreen Tony Rees. Still, as I say, 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Al Hugie would be mentally and physically exhausted as he is at the moment, but just be so sort of disheartening to get into the front and finally get the work you've been doing all race and just be like to sent back to the same routine of following the bike in front of you and knowing what he's doing.
And we saw Jacob, in fact, that after he'd overtaken over here just prior to the dipper, by the time they came across the line, he'd actually built that bit of a buffer, one of the biggest we've seen for these guys, and all of a sudden to find it over the back into Euromark, that Sloane's gobbled it all up and taken the advantage back again.
Yeah, it is definitely
very disheartening for him, but never over yet. It's almost as if Sloane Frost is always just doing enough. If he's not in front, he quickly gets back in front again. Sloane Frost, the man of the moment, the current number 1, the 1 champion, the 1 NZ, and of course our 1 GP holder. So in this Mike Pirro Real Estate supported championship, we're down to the wire for an awesome race at this stage with 6 laps to go.
And lap times wise, all those 3 bikes are now dropped into the 30s. I said the first 2 bikes had the last lap, and Tony Rees had lagged a bit behind in the 31 marks, but they're all down and all doing 38s, 130.8 seconds. So just like the last race, they were so tight in terms of lap times, and it's still got another 6 laps to go as they head into the Christchurch Casino Carousel there with Sloane Frost leading and Alistair Hugaboozum there in second spot, and of course Tony Rees there, the legend, 49 years old there in third spot on the Honda Rider Insurance CBR 1000. mate, this guy just gets better and better. You know, had a sensational season. Remember, he come back here 2 years ago. Tony Rees, I'm talking about, had 3 big crashes. He had 2 at turn 1 there and 1 at pothole. And it was a tough season, but back out there showing us all the class he has. That drive of that Honda out of that dipper may be the answer for passing Sloane Frost later on. Instead of diving up on the inside, got to try both then, though. Never mind, you've got to try both sometimes. 5 laps to go when the guys go across the start-finish line.
All right, so you had a practice yesterday, a qualifier yesterday, a first race yesterday, so 3 times on the track, 2 times that Mitch Rees had crashed. Then today you've got a tyre scrub session, only 3 laps, but more time on the track, then a 15 lap. And now for the 6th time on the track, this big 20 lap Mike Pero Real Estate Grand Prix title, a massive race. It is an endeavour of endurance. These guys fit mentally and fit physically, and of course bikes to perform at peak, tyres to perform at their ultimate edge. So a fantastic colossus that we build to in getting this finale for the Mike Pero Real Estate to New Zealand Grand Prix title. Look at how close they are. The 3 of them are incredible. So it is Sloane Frost in front. 2nd place for Canterbury's own Alistair Hugenbosom, and then back to Evergreen of Tony Rees out there on the 11. The Honda Rider Insurance, Tony Rees Motorcycles, Honda CBR 1000RR. Similar bike to what you've seen. In fact, when I say similar bike, I looked at actually 2 different models of Honda that we've got there in 2nd place, but the models don't count. In fact, it's the actual mark of the bike that's more important, and they are different year versions. But the work that's been done with that beautiful team Triple R Racing Superbike for Alistair Hugenbosom in very good form. We know that Triple R have had some great pilots here over the years, none better than Robbie Bugden, a former New Zealand champion, and congratulations to Robbie, of course, the 2016 Australian Superbike champion, and didn't we all thoroughly get him behind that endeavour, because we call him a half Kiwi for all the racing he's done here. But Triple R getting some real reward with Canterbury's own Alistair Hugenbosom on board. Yes, if you heard the name Hugenbosom, have you what? You've heard Jacob, you've heard Matthew, you've heard James, and now you hear Alistair in full flight as well in this incredible Superbike class. As look at that, Sloane Frost pulls out the buffer. What a margin we've got there, 0.9, nearly 1 second. That is huge. That is a margin we've not seen before. What happened there? Maybe is that something, has he pulled something out? Did we see Alistair drop back, and did he hold accidentally Tony back behind him? What's going on there? Look at that buffer, Spider Stables.
Well, they were up in the 32s before, now he's the only man in the 30s. I don't know. 15, 16 laps gone. He just must be so strong, this man Sloane Frost, and certainly deserves it. Doesn't wear the number 1 plate for no reason at all, but those 2 Hondas now off the pace a little. It's a battle between them for 2nd place. All it needs is Sloane to make one little error there, and these guys will be back in on the pace. Got to look at the lap times too further down. Mitch Rees in the 133s, 133.4. That's a very respectable time for Mitch Rees, who's getting faster and faster during the season, his first Superbike season. First road bike he bought during the year, I think. Yeah, got to Manfield with it, and I think it dropped a valve. Bad luck.
Tony Rees is definitely looking to get past that. Alistair now, you see Sloane is getting away, and maybe Alistair might have problems with his tyres or something, but Tony Rees is really looking to pounce here, because he knows that he sees Sloane Frost getting away in the distance, and Alistair, I think, might have a couple of tyre issues or deterioration issues, and he's not really on the form he was at the start of the race.
Sloane won't believe his luck in this one. Look at the buffer that he's created here. If he has a quick glimpse behind him as he goes round, or gets the feel, and all of a sudden saying, I can't feel that noise, maybe this is the Tony Rees opportunity to go past. No, it's not. Al Hugenbosom there, and that buffer, it goes out to 1.7. It has almost doubled, 1.7, nearly out to that 2-second barrier. So Sloane Frost, the elite athlete that he is, has made the mark, and he's pulled away on this field at the moment. And maybe is it the others are Sloane? It's a combination of 2, because Sloane's still there at a 130.7. You're talking about less than 1 second off lap record material there. So great work by Sloane. Al Hugenbosom for the 2nd. He's just done a 1.315. Tony Rees for a 1.318. So for the 6th outing out on the track, these guys, an air of fatigue starting to set in, both for Ryder. Don't think mechanical, but yes, mainly it might be for the tyres. We've already seen a Minty's moment out there for Al Hugenbosom, but he's keeping the bike straight and on form and on track at the moment. So good work by him. As we still want to go back and acknowledge those other riders, with Dan Medham still there, and 3rd, 4th for Toby Summers from Mitch Rees. Then back to Superstock hero Jeremy Holmes, looking good now to take 3 out of 3 for that Superstock class, and that will be a handy lead for him. He's even gone past Ray Clee now, as Ray is into 8th position overall from Superstocks as well. 2nd place Christopher, and at 3rd then for Sam Sharp.
Okay, I'm going to say that Al Hugenbosom is struggling with his tyres. The 2 places where he really shines is coming in towards that Christchurch Casino Carousel. carousel there. He's always lunged up there. He's always lurched out of the southern salvage corner now, as we see a yellow flag out at the Rock FM corner. He's always lunged up there, but right now Tony Rees is quick around both those corners, so I'm going to say that his tyres have deteriorated. Tony's he'll be struggling with his tyres, but that's my prediction there, and that's allowed Sloane Frost to get away. Sloane's still on the 31s. In fact, Tony Rees is in the 31s. 31.7 for the last lap, half a second quicker than Al Hugenmusen for a 32.2, sorry. So I'm going to predict that Tony Rees is going to get through here somewhere along the line.
Tony Rees around the outside into turn 1. You might be done a little too late with 2 laps to go, and there's about 2.5 second gap to Sloane in front of him, but he's definitely got Alistair for second now.
Yellow flag back in from the Big Rock FM corner. Not a nice place to crash. That bike was lying outside of the track, but that's gone away, so great to see that all tidied up and that, and looking out for the lead bikes there into the Christchurch Casino carousel there. 2 laps to go. When they finish this lap, they'll get a white flag out, then it'll be all on. I reckon Sloane Frost has got this in the bag, but it's all about those 2 second place riders. Has Al Hugenbusen just pushed his tyres that little too much? Remember, he had a really shone on those 2 corners. Maybe that's cooked it too much, but actually in that lap there, he lunged there as well and got back onto the back of the Tony Rees. So this is not over yet. Going into the dipper, out of the dipper, the TSS Red Baron sponsored machine of Sloane Frost from Wellington, Eastbourne and Lower Hutt, actually also supported by Suzuki New Zealand, Bell Alpine Stars, Derby Partners and Black Ink. The white flag comes out. We've got the last lap of the Superbike and Superstock New Zealand Grand Prix there. Frost goes through. It is Tony Rees with a bit of a buffer, and Al Hugenbusen all into 31s now. In fact, Al's slowed down, 31.7. The other 2 boys on the 31.3, 31.2. Can they hold it together for the final lap, Neil Ritchie?
Well, yes, indeed, but I just want to update. It was Sam Sharp that went off down here at the moment. So Sam Sharp, bad luck to Sam. Sam and David Sharp, both out of play day on tracks, rest to race motorcycles all the way from Auckland. One rides in Aprilia. That's David and Sam, who's gone out on the Kawasaki ZX-10R, and they're doing that new Superstock class. So bad luck to them. Names that we don't call, names that won't feature because they're effectively newcomers to big time racing. But more importantly, they're in Superstock racing, which is going to become the new Superbikes by the end of 2018. So a great future for those guys, and wishing us speedy recovery for Man and Machine, taking a detour down there as we look out for this final lap and keeping our eyes on that race pace. I'll tell you what, after we saw the Al Hugi and that tyre problem for him that Spider has pointed out, really has just meant that by the time Tony Rees went past, he had all that hard work to do, and I'd get the idea at the moment that Sloane has faltered here a little. Oh, in fact, Al Hugi wants to go back, and indeed, has he pulled it off? Yes, he has. And right there, it goes back the other way, and to bring it back with Tony Rees or Al Hugi on the inside. Tony's got it there. Tony, whoa. So the lead changes twice within 100 metres of the track, and that's the fight for second place, and we're doing all of this on the last lap. Yeah, these guys aren't vying for number 1, they're vying for second and third overall, and they still want the glory. It will be Sloane Frost, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your Mike Pero Real Estate New Zealand Grand Prix champion, NZ number 1, Fujitsu TSS. Sloane Frost second, Tony Rees in third, Canterbury's own favourite out there with the great Alistair Hugenbusen, and an exceptional performance from Al. As we look out for Dan Medham, and Dan's had this very lonely race. He's about to come through the dipper here at the moment. The margin from third back to fourth is a fortnight. Well, it's 2 weeks anyway, if you get the idea. So a bit of bad luck there. So Daniel Medham, and the boys said earlier, and it was a good comment to say that who will run with them, but unfortunately for whatever reason he didn't. I would suggest for not doing that, he's kept out of harm's way, and he's just establishing credibility. A young guy, a rookie, 4th in his first year in Superbikes at the Grand Prix. Well done to Daniel Medham. Love Dan, and a good performance there as we see the performance going all the way with these guys. The other one was Rob Whittle, by the way, who'd been lapped. There's Toby. So there's Toby coming through there. He's done the 20 lap. But Toby Summers on the Barnes Jenkins Insurance supported Kawasaki ZX-10. So he comes home with Mitch Rees following on behind. And Mitch Rees, in the end, only 49 seconds, make it 50 seconds thereabout behind his father. His father's done 1 million laps in New Zealand road racing. And here's Mitch in his debut year, has not been here to race a Grand Prix before. His first event ever to race here was they turned up for a King of Ruapuna round just prior to a week before the Munro, so they were coming all the way. They first of all raced on the Friday at Manfield after leaving Whakatane late on the Thursday. They then got the ferry crossing, came down on the Saturday, raced here on the Sunday, then headed off down to the Burt and started racing there, went to the practice day on the Wednesday, in fact did a ride day on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the Bluff Hill Climb. Mitch Rees went to the New Zealand Supercross.
Well, I'm sure you'll agree, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic race for the Mike Perro Real Estate New Zealand Superbike Grand Prix. And the man in third place, and you'd have to say, Ellie, a cruel third place, because you were in second for a while and you were leading for a while. And before we get into the meet and greet of the race, let's talk about the passing move coming out of the sweeper into the dipper.
Yeah, well, there's a few good passes going on. It was definitely a tough race. It was quite a slow race pace-wise, but definitely 20 laps of Rapuna is quite grueling on the big bike. So happy I had a go at the front. I was the second most of the race yesterday, and sort of disappointed with third, but then I had another go at Toby. So not disappointed that I had a go, but third's not really want to be, but we've finished and we got some pretty good points, and we know we can run with these boys, so we're pretty happy in those.
You mentioned it before, you've got some pretty good points, and this is all about a championship. This is a 4-round series, so to go away with a good hatful of points must be fairly pleasing.
Yes, on the podium all weekend, had reasonable points. It's not one at the first round. It certainly helps to get some decent points, but we haven't fallen off. We've learnt heaps, and we know where we stand and what the rest of the championship's going to be like. So we're going into the next round with a bit of knowledge.
How do you go at Teretonga the next round?
Teretonga will be one of the favoured tracks. As last year was. Probably best not to talk about that one, but we've been down there and done a few test laps, and we're feeling confident going into all the tracks of the Nationals actually. So,
just before I let you go, you've got to do a favour for me. You've got to go up and give your mum a big hug, because you've nearly caused her a heart attack in these 2 races today.
Yes, with 3 boys racing, she does very well. She's got some other mums who help her out, and good friends and family. So she's a good girl.
It's always been a family thing with you guys, hasn't it? For
Yes, been at the track for a few years now. This is our holiday. The national crowd is an awesome bunch of guys. Let's get along. Each town we go to, we normally hang out with the locals, go to their house, have a barbecue after the racing. It's not elbows out stuff off the track, maybe on the track, but helmets off. We're all pretty close and friendly. So it's a great atmosphere to be in, and we love it. So.
Good stuff. Well done on today. Safe driving down south for next weekend. Hope you go well.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good stuff. There he is, folks. Third place in the Superbike Grand Prix for 2017. That is Alistair Hugenbosen, the man in second, the oldest man in the field. And that was a last gasp pass, 49-year-old Tony Rees.
And it was an awesome race. It was a bit like the first one, and I got to the 15 lap mark. I guess another 5 of these. So, but no, it was a good race. I was just sitting there actually watching the race, and getting you some GoPro footage for TV, and actually, they're riding really well at the front there. And so I had a few moments out of the seat, out of the hairpin, and had to gather it all up and then try and drag it back in. And at the end of the race, it was still relatively strong, but we lost a little bit of a gap to Sloan, sort of around that 15 lap mark. And once I got past Al, I was thinking, can I get him back? But the gap was too big, and then Al come back at me on that last lap, and didn't want to give it away on the last lap, And,
it looked to me, watching it, if one rider made a mistake, that was an advantage for the 2 chasing. But if the guy's chasing behind, it wasn't so much of an advantage for Sloan.
No, that's right. And most of the time you gather up under brakes when you're behind, because you can see how hard they're braking. You can see that into the hairpin word pulling in. And, as I said before, everyone said I was weak under brakes yesterday, but it's easier from behind. But Sloan did a good job of covering the inside every time we went into a corner. So we was doing about a point and squirt, but riding really well at that. But so we really, both Al and I, couldn't find a way up the inside anywhere. So it was a good race.
I asked Alistair this, I'm going to ask you the same question. How do you go at Teretonga? Do you like the track down there?
Oh, hey, I love all these tracks. We're just fortunate enough we can go racing in this great country with all these awesome tracks. And I enjoy Teretonga. It has got a nice big straight. So it's probably not as much of a rider track as this track, but you still need to be on your game.
All right, mate. Well done. Travel safe to the South Island, and all the best in Teretonga.
Yeah, on a plane, go back to work for the week.
Good stuff. Second place in the Mike Perro Real Estate New Zealand Grand Prix for 2017. Tony Rees, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the man that has taken it all out. Yeah, I do. Sloan Frost, of course, he is the defending New Zealand Superbike champion. Didn't have the happiest times in the Suzuki Series this year, but he has made up for it here today at Mike Perro Motorsport Park. Unbelievable race. racing with Superbike. We look forward to more of the same. And of course, if you've been satisfied with the live stream, don't forget that we'll be live streaming the 4th and final round from Hampton Downs coming up in March. I hope you book a spot on the couch or wherever you're watching it from and get excited. So I'm just doing a couple of interviews here with the press. Awesome, buddy. We'll get in there and have a quick chat to them. Mate, what about that race? We talked before and you said that 5 laps wouldn't make too much of a difference, but geez, it did.
Yeah, I know. It was tough work. I'm super pleased that Suzuki gave me a chance to have a motocross bike in the shed. You know, the RMZ 450's just made all the difference to my training preparation. I didn't really get tired through the race, so it's been a huge advantage.
Was it a sort of matter of sort of keeping your head when Ellie was doing those lunges?
Yeah, I could hear him, and I knew where he was strong and where I had to sort of block my lines and that. So it was the whole race was just came down to a big plan, you know. And I was just riding to my pit board and just seeing as soon as I got a break when someone made a mistake, and it opened up to I had a bit of about a 0.2 gap, you know. And from that point, I knew that I didn't have to ride defensive, and I could. So I picked the pace up a little bit and managed to break up the field a little bit, and you know, and that made the rest of the race relaxing a little bit, you know.
You said when we talked before that a lot of the time you're riding defensively, but if you're riding defensively, you're still breaking the track record, so it's not too defensive, is it?
Yeah, it is tough to ride defensive and go fast, you know. But on a track like this, you have to. You know, there's a couple of good braking opportunities where you can, if you're running the fast race line, you're just going to you open yourself right up. So. Yeah, I've been racing a long time, but those are some of the toughest races that I've ever done, you know, and the closest racing, and it's going to be a tough season.
How's the rest of the boys? How do you go at Teretonga?
I've always gone well at Teretonga. I got my first national Superbike win at Teretonga. I think the track suits my style. It's nice and flowing, but it's a little bit more difficult to pass at Teretonga, you know, and it'll be interesting, but I do feel confident at Teretonga.
All right, mate, congratulations, Grand Prix winner. It's got a nice ring to it. Have safe travels down south and all the best in Teretonga.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers.
Good stuff. There we are, folks, the 3 place getters in the Mike Perro Real Estate New Zealand Grand Prix for 2017. In 3rd place, it was Alistair Hugerbosen, the local from Canterbury. In 2nd place, from Pakatani, Tony Rees, and the champion and the New Zealand Grand Prix winner here at
Ruapuna here, and Kendall out there leading the race as well, so they're all happy campers. Hopefully they have a good weekend and we'll see them down Teretonga all bright and fresh. There's 3-4 bike links. I say Pete the Pirate's got the legs on this machine, opening up a bit of a gap. We go down the lap times, and 0.3 of a second separating the first 3 with the fastest on the track, Pete Goodwin, 47.4, 47.6 for Spike Taylor and Robbie Shorter, and a 47.781 for Barry Smith and Tracy Bryan. Further down, Warwick Dimmicks, followed by Warwick Dimmicks with Will Climo, Lance Bayliss, and Lance Bayliss doing the riding there, the Australian gentleman, and Phil Munro and Stephen McInerney. All right, points are out there. It is, what is it? I've got to look to the program there. It is a 15-lap race. They've already done 2 12-lap races. Not too sure on what the tyre changes are, but the battle is on. Almost side by side coming out that Christchurch carousel. I'm not even going to predict where Spike's going to get this guy. It comes down to the width of the machine and maybe looking for a mistake. Maybe he's following around for a couple of laps, working out where to pass. Here he goes, tries round the outside. Will it be a tuck into the next corner? No, the other bike blocked them off. Remember, this got the drive just a bit more out of the corner, and that's allowed the 3rd place bike there to close right up into these lead 2 bikes. So action aplenty. Remember, it's only a 600 there in third place. It'll be a quick machine, but still only a 600. This machine got 11th at the Isle of Man TT in one race this year, had a failure in the other race, the first race, got 11th there 2 seasons ago in the hands of Colin Buckley and Robbie Shorter, the current New Zealand champions. Spike Taylor's gone round the outside and is now opening up the distance. You can hear that bike misfiring, so it's not on fire as much, but Spike Taylor has now dropped it into the 46s. He made a faster lap earlier on with a 45.3. 5 laps to go. We're 2/3 of the way through the final sidecar race of the weekend. Already the gap's opened up 70, 80 metres. It'll be all down to reliability. We've seen a clean finish from all the sidecar teams this weekend. Sometimes they've suffered from mechanical reliability issues. Just 6 sidecars. Wait till we get back to the North Island after Invercargill. There'll be Adam Unsworth and Stu Dorr, and I'm sure that Barry Smith and Tracy Bryan will be back on that long bike as well. See some more fireworks up in the North Island. Spike Taylor had a lovely run at the Cemetery Circuit, up in third place, trying out a new passenger this year, Craig Pedersen, and he had the maturity to do 2 or 3 race meetings with him to get him up to speed, and then he said finally he could forget about the new passenger and just concentrate because he was more trusting in Craig Pedersen. Take my hat off to Craig for jumping on different bikes, especially one that's right out in the front of the field, and also once the Australian visitor of Lance Bayliss was looking out for a passenger, Craig jumped at the chance to come down here and get some mileage in. Sidecar action there going into the dipper. Steve Taylor from Wairarapa, Mobility Wairarapa owner and sponsor, of course. 3 times at least New Zealand champion in the late 90s, in the years 2000, and also I think it was 2-3 years ago he won the New Zealand Championship, and it would be 3 years ago because Adam Unsworth and Stu Dorr did it, and then Colin Buckley and Robbie Shorter. That battle's going on for second place. I'm wondering if Pete the Pirate is getting a little tired. Already. That'll be the fastest lap of the race. It is 1:43.168 for Spike Taylor. Let's look out for the lap records. It can't be anywhere near that. Sidecars 1:38.093 set here last year, so 1:43.167, a 1:47.060 for the third bike there on the track, and a 1:47.114 for the second bike. So just 0.1 of a second, but the big open legs of the 1000cc give a bit of a gap there. Maybe that's half to 3/4 of a second as we see second and third coming out of the Icon corner. Going into the hairpin, it is Spike Taylor with, used to be Astrid Hartnell for a number of years doing the passion. She'd come down here, she was riding development class and sidecars, said, I like the sidecars too much, I'm going to park this solo bike up there and get on with it. She's decided to take a gap year this year, and I think she's concentrating on her new career as being a firewoman as well. So she'll rescue your pussy out of a tree if it gets stuck in a tree. So Astrid Hartnell hanging up her leathers for a season. Robbie Shorter, of course, doing the job here for Spike Taylor. Coming across the lapper, and that's the local boys. Phil Munro with Stephen McInerney. They'll get past there easy. All eyes are on second place at the moment, and can that little bike reel back in that big bike? They close it up a little bit through the infield. It's going to be who's the strongest towards the end of the race, and Pete the Pirate's not a young fella, I don't know his exact age, but as mentioned earlier, that Barry Smith is 57 years old and riding there in third place. Tracy Bryan can't be far off that. I'd have to say 47. Very hard for a woman to, very easy for a woman to disguise her age, because all they've got to do is take their bras off and it pulls the wrinkles out of their face. So that could happen. Spike Taylor goes through there at a 1:46.085, so slowing off the pace. He knows where he's at as the other 2 bikes go past in second and third and past that lapper of 77, Phil Munro. Another 4 races to go. We've got the Pro Twins and 125 Grand Prix, a 12 lapper coming up next. Listed as race 20 in the program, but it's actually 21. The Waireki Resort Superlite New Zealand Grand Prix, 12 lapper, and then we've got the support class developments, 5 lapper, and the support class JC Asphalt's Formula 1 and Formula 2 Bears, which is an 8-lap race. The sidecar
thank you, Spider. Sorry, just to coming over the top, but we've now got our Superstock class, and the boys are asking, is it a championship? Yes, we know the answer to that, it is. And is it a Grand Prix? Yes, it is. After being a support class, that Toby Summers had been the supporter, it's now a championship, and winning the Grand Prix today, Jeremy Holmes. Jeremy, how good was that to be amongst Superbikes and doing it as a Superstock and being a champion?
Oh, it was great fun. I really enjoyed it. I had a good wee tussle there with Mitch and Ray. Just got a little bit more punch, but I was trying my hardest, and at the end of the day I sort of got a little bit more power, but man, it was fun. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
What about moving up from the 600 to one of these bikes? What's the bike like?
It's like you're in first gear, every gear. It's pretty wicked actually. It's a lot of fun. A little bit daunting at the start, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. Still got a bit to go with lap times to catch these other fellas, but no, I'm really enjoying it. It's really nimble in the corners, like a lot more than I thought. Just under brakes, it's a lot heavier, a lot more physical. And of course on the gas, you're just holding on for dear life. And yeah, heaps of fun.
Hey, no pressure, but your home track next weekend, can you win the title down there?
Oh, I just don't want to give it the curse yet, but I'm hoping, yeah. I've always gone pretty well there. We had good results at the Munro against Tony and Alistair and Mitch. So, yeah, it was really good fun. And, yeah, home track's always an advantage, of course. And we'll see what the weather does, of course.
Of course we will. It'll be sun shining. What else would it be in Invercargill?
It'll be 5 seasons in one day, you know that. Yeah.
Well done, nice one to congratulate down there, Jeremy Holmes. And up here with Chris, and we just try and squeeze in the gap. Chris, how much riding are you actually doing? Have you calculated the number of laps that you've been covering this weekend? It's huge.
Oh yeah, I've been doing a lot of laps this weekend. I was waiting for the white flag to come out in the last race because that was enough for me, to be honest with you.
All right, what about this new class, Superstock? Do you like it?
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, I just bought this bike and put some fairings on it, and we're away. Really, it's good. You can go and ride with the big boys, and it costs you the price of a bike from the showroom. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so fairings make it in fact affordable, because if you do have an off, you can then go and put those back on. So after a season, you could sell it as a new bike almost.
Perfect. That's exactly what you should do. Yeah.
All right, you got a preference for the class you're competing in? Is big bike the best?
Oh no, to be honest with you, they're all. I've been having more fun this weekend in the Superlite, to be honest with you. But they're all good in different ways. Yeah, so.
Great to see Christopher. Well done, Chris. And Rob Whittle, what an absolute honour to see you up here, mate. We always knew that you were capable of bigger and better things from those little 650s. What do you think of this beautiful Aprilia?
Oh, a bit of a dream come true, racing 1,000. But I'm just learning. I'm having a lot of fun. Definitely, there's nothing quite like it.
All right, being out there amongst all the superbikes, not too daunting?
Yeah, incredibly daunting. We're best in the country here, and but at the same time, it's the best way to learn. Go and get yourself schooled by the best guys.
All right, thank you, Rob. Congratulations, well done, mate. Put it on your CV, third in the New Zealand GP. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
There might be a little bit of a change there, because I understand there is a protest on those results from one of the riders possibly passing under a yellow flag. So the white flag is out for the final lap of the Shuzi Health Jewellery Company sidecar race. And we look over into the distance here, the ICOM corner, used to be called Pothole, and Steve Taylor with Robbie Shorter there doing the fine work up there, running in the 146s at the moment, and going into the hairpin, leading the race. It's back a couple of 100 metres to Pete the Pirate and Kendall Dunlop. They've finally broken away from that little 600 of Barry Smith and Tracy Bryan there in third place. Shuzi, the Health Jewellery Company, aches and pains, arthritis, carpal tunnel, migraines, gout, vertigo, nano vibration technology. I was telling you before that one of the world superbike competitors, Gary Goodfellow, own Kiwi Gary Goodfellow, had a massive crash, I think, at Canada, and got run over by several people. I think he broke more ribs than he had unbroken, and huge injuries in that. And as he gets older and older, he started to creak around and bought one of these Shuzi bracelets in, and that gave him a bit more mobility and just seems to have improved his overall injuries in that. And he's liked it so much he bought the company, and it's good to see him sponsoring not only individual sidecars but also the series. So right into the dipper for the first time. We may even get a change for second position, because the gap's closed up right between Pete the Pirate and Tracy Bryan doing the passing for Barry Smith. But coming along the front straight, Spike Taylor, New Zealand Grand Prix, another fine win this weekend on the 17 machine, with Robbie Shorter there in second place. Out to the Rock FM corner, they've come out of there. Pete the Pirate, Kendall Dunlop, a good solid second spot, and 73 Barry Smith with Tracy Bryan on the 600 machine. The first three sidecars there. Fastest lap of the day in the sidecars is a 1:43.168. So that's it, looking a long way back down to fourth place, and it will be Warwick Demix and Will Climo. They go into the dipper just a quarter before the dipper now, and into the dipper here at Ruapuna. So great racing in the sidecars. Coming up shortly, we're going to have the Avon Suzuki Pro Twins and 125 Grand Prix. I'm going to disappear and get myself an energy drink. I'm fading a little bit. Don't forget the bars open down the bottom of the complex as well.
We want to have a range of services from the most basic in sales and service right through to your full race. I mean, that's my thing. My bike that was out there today is 5 years worth of love and passion and hard work and dedication, and then we want to offer that to other clients when they come in. We can build it to a budget and build it to a style of what they want.
All right, so your machine started out as just a 50cc bike. It's now out to 95, so we'll call it double it. But have you done the Burt Munro? Have you doubled it? So it's now got twice as much horsepower as well as CC capacity?
More than twice. They start out factory at about 4 horse.
Oh, yeah.
Mine is about 25.
Oh, wicked. That is definitely the double by double. Yeah, exactly, the Burt Munro story indeed. All right, Craig, so years in the making, but when we look at the list of guys, there's a heap of you. So are you starting to set yourself up with a few different CC capacities and opportunity for guys to actually be a bit contestable on a smaller bike as compared to a bigger one?
Oh, definitely. We've talked a lot about it, me and the group that we're with, and we're all very serious about creating a class. We all think realistically it's going to be a 70cc class, probably small wheel. I think there's room for the 12 and the 10-inch wheels, but you don't want to be any more than 70. As I showed today, you start getting out into my level of bike and you're going to be on your own. So we want to be close, we want to be tight. It needs to start as a 50, and then you can work it from there. I think max 70, and then we're all going to be rubbing elbows the whole way.
Great to see. Well done. We're talking with Craig Harrington from Scootek, your Scootek Scooter Performance Centre. Thank you for being a sponsor in the series as well, so hopefully that's some exposure for you, Craig. But more importantly, putting scooters out there to be more than just a commuter bike, but being a whole lot of fun as well.
Absolutely, mate. It's called the Smile Challenge. I challenge anybody to come and ride a scoot and come back without a smile on their face.
Love it. Craig Harrington, Scootek, go, you hard fellas. You're awesome.
Thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Isn't it great? Scootek, we love you. Well done. Back to the boys up in the box. More great racing to come and more Grand Prix to be decided.
And here we are back with the Pro Twins and the 125 GP for today for their last race. We're missing Sam Davison from the front row, who's had a couple of issues and won't be here for the rest of the Nationals. But we've definitely got a good class with Dennis Charlotte leading the way and helping these young guys to sort of get around the track as fast as they can. Dennis is saving tyres for the next race where he's going to be out in Superlites, so he won't be pushing as hard as he probably will in that race trying to win there. We're the 125 GP, so in a split start starting next with Chris Kane, who's got some pretty rubbish starts the whole weekend long, and he's going to be trying to rectify that. And Matthew Hugenberg, who won the first race, so it'll be a top three, how they sit on the grid at the moment. And the Pro Twins go into the first corner, and Dennis Charlotte in second, and Josh Augustine's managed to get out the front and doing a great job at the moment.
That's certainly a good break as we see that's certainly a good break they've got in the Pro Twins there for the first lap as we see the 125. That's Damien Perriton on the 34 machine, the other man limited from Hines, just out on the Canterbury Plains, south of Ashburton, and he's out there on the 34 machine. I think he went into turn one in the lead. Looking back over to the Pro Twins, there's a bit of changing on there for about 5th place. Still have to, the sun's turned around, so very hard to pick up which colours of the bikes here, and we're joined in the commentary box as well by young Rogan Chandler, the current New Zealand 125 Championship winner from last year. Hopefully we'll get another microphone up when Neil Ritchie comes up and have a chat to him, but all eyes on those 125s going into the hairpin and coming out of the hairpin, and Matthew Hugenbusen had a crack that was 3/4 around the front of the header there, about 6 or 8 inches down from the header, that he cracked his exhaust pipe. So lucky he even finished that last race. So now they've got another exhaust pipe and Matthew Hugenbusen on fire.
Yeah, we'll be back to the best today. We're waiting to see what happens with Chris. Only lost 4 positions off the start, and in Aaron Hassan's world, that's pretty good. So hopefully Chris can be up with the front guys. Chris Kane will be up with the front guys for the rest of the race, and we'll get some good racing out of them.
Yeah, the 125's already a good lead there for the Pro Twins going across the start-finish stripe. The 125's the GP class going into the dipper there, and that's Chris Kane, I think, on the red bike that got up there and got into 3rd place.
Yeah, he's trying to gain back a couple of places. He's lost off the start, and it looks like the same 3 that are going to be out in the lead, and it looks like Damien Perriton as well, trying to catch onto the back, who's done some pretty quick times the last couple of races, so could expect a couple of things from him this race.
Certainly they come down along the front straight there, 10 GP bikes, mate. I thought these things were dinosaurs and disappearing. What a great job Steve Ward has done to support, and the other riders being supported out there. So it's great to see the little 2-strokes out there looking over to the hairpin there in fact, way out of the hairpin. The lead bikes are all the way up to the Christchurch Casino Carousel for the Pro Twins. Spread out a little bit, but 8 bike lengths between 1st and 2nd, and about 25 between 2nd and 3rd spot there.
Yeah, Chris Kane has managed to work himself into 2nd, gone past Chris Wallinger and So Damien Puritan working his way into the lead group, and now he's going to renew his rivalry with Matthew Hugenmusen and having a race win each, and see who comes out on top on the GP.
Now in the 125 Grand Prix class, we've got the microphone up here for young Rogan Chandler to give us a couple of expert commentaries. Favourite part of the place for a 125s here at Ruapuna, Rogan?
Yeah, the best spot really to pass for a 125, probably coming into pothole or just under the slipstream down the straight. So that's what Chris Kane's done the lap before, and Matt Hugi will be looking to do that back to him again. So yeah, it's close racing out there in Ruapuna.
So that's one lap, I think. Chris Kane on the red machine, the number 6 machine has gone through from 4th. Hello, Chris Kane's down. He's going the other way. He's gone down. Luckily, the other boys avoided him. He must have done a full pirouette, but he stayed on the bike and was facing the other way. He's up and okay, and he's pushed his bike. He didn't even have to let go of the handlebars. He just pirouetted. So that's a bit of a shame for Chris Kane, and it's lucky no one else was caught up in that incident. So I didn't see it happen. I saw the tail end of it. So, wow, that's just coming out of the dipper there. Yeah. So over to you, Jacob Stroud.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely disheartening for Chris. He spent a lot of work trying to get it to where it is today, and Matt Hugi looks like he was caught up in that, and he's dropped now back down to 4th in the field. So with Chris out, might give a chance for some of the people who aren't regularly at the front of the field to have a good go and might even get a podium in a GP race.
Yeah, it's a bit hard on Chris. Last year he finished 2nd right behind me in the GP, and but he actually got pinged for a 20-second penalty, which dropped him back to 8th. So he has hard luck in the GP and again this year. So yeah.
Right, Dennis Charlotte, the fastest man on the track, in 2nd place there as they come in towards the Fulton Hogan corner there, in through that series of left rights, and then the long Christchurch Casino carousel. Dennis is a little bit faster. How much faster? A 1:46 as opposed to a 1:41.4, so 0.8 of a second quicker. And remember, he's only on a pro twin bike. It's not as highly spec'd as, so it is pro twin class. Oh, silly me, sorry. Sometimes it takes me an hour and a half to watch 60 minutes. Over to the 125s there on the Southern Salvage corner there. And you've been watching this as we're starting to see the 125s weaving their way through the first of the lappers from the second of the lappers from the Pro Twins there. How much of a drama is this there, Rogan Chandler, for the lapping people?
Yeah, it can be hard sometimes, but the best thing is getting behind a Pro Twin on the straight and getting a good toe down the straight. But I think watch out for Chris Waller. He's going to be one to watch out for, and I think he's going to make a move on Damien towards the end of the race.
Yeah, Damien Perez having a
Oh, we've got a crash there, and I think that is Jordan Burley gone down at the hairpin there. I was just looking over there. He slid out. He went round the outside of Dennis Charlotte. He's up. He's pushing his bike back to the side. So 2 guys that were in the lead out in one session there. We had Chris Kane there was leading the 125 race, and he's crashed out. And we had Jordan Turley leading the Pro Twin class, and he's out. So Dennis Charlotte would have seen that happening. It happened right in front of him. So now Dennis Charlotte's got about maybe 4 to 6 seconds lead. He may or may not know. Dennis has got to keep on going. All he's got to do now is slow down and conserve some energy and maybe some tyres for the next race. So that's handed 2nd place to Josh Augustine. We go to Peter Gunn, Matt Dunlop and Philip Bunt, and then Jace Augustine is the top 7 guys in the top 6 guys now, in the Pro Twin class. So 125 action. We've almost lost that. They're coming into the Christchurch Casino carousel. God, I'm ending up talking Swahili there. The 125's still hard at it there, young...
Just Lift, yeah.
Yeah, it's Just Lift I'm drinking, sorry. Yeah, Jacob Stroud, yeah. What's happening in the 125 class? They're coming into the Southern Salvage corner.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changing in the 125 in the last lap. Damien Puritan was leading over the line and has now dropped back to 3rd behind Matthew Hugenmusen and Chris Wallinger.
Okay, fastest lap of the meeting, the race so far, a 1:46 by Dennis Charlotte. He's now dropped into the 1:42.6, so he's obviously seen that Jordan Turley has crashed out of the race and conserving himself. He's still a little bit quicker. He's about a second quicker than Josh Augustine in 2nd place. They'll have a pit board showing them the gap between 1st and 2nd in the Pro Twin class. The 125's come along the start-finish line, and Matthew Hugenmusen takes the lead by 6/100 hundredths of a second as they go across the start-finish line. This was a classic slipstreaming example, and I think he's held that lead into turn one there, Jacob Stroud.
Yeah, he's done a good job, and Damien Perriton in third has been pretty well balked by that Pro Twin, so his race challenges might be slightly over with the gap between the second and third bikes, quite a lot now.
One of the things with the 125 is that they're certainly not a very powerful motorcycle, so if you get stuck behind someone, it's not like you can just chop down 1 or 2 gears, open up and like a big 4-stroke and gobble that up. So that could have but it's still, he's on the podium there at the moment if he finishes in this thing, but it's left the front 2 guys to get out and hammer and tongs, and they close up together as they go in towards the Christchurch Casino Carousel corner. I'm not even going to call this race. I'm certainly thinking Dennis Charlotte's going to win it in the Pro Twins class, but as he goes across for another line in the another lap in the start-finish straight, and 89, Josh Augustin second place. We're looking out for Peter Gunn, goes through there in third place, and Matt Dunlop in his first ever visit to Ruapuna there on the 81 machine. The 125's there, young Rogan Chandler. You've been watching that?
Yeah, Daniel Jenkins, just to cut in there, Daniel Jenkins is caught right up to the back of Damien Perriton now and have a great fight on for the last spot on the podium for the GP.
Yeah, one man that deserves a shout out is John Medlin back in 6th place. He jumped on the bike just on Saturday morning after a little bit of problems on Friday, and he's up in 6th now with his first ever time riding it in about 20 years. So,
is that a family bike or something like that? I don't know much about the bike, but certainly I was just going to mention John Medlin because usually runs around on the Pro Twins Formula 3 ultralight class as well on it.
Yeah, well, that's actually my bike from last year that we've chucked him on now. So yeah, he's doing pretty well for a bike he's never ridden and coming up in 6th place. So it's a lot of hard work.
And are you having a bit of a discussion with him on how to ride a 125 correctly, or does he know it all?
Well, I'll try to give him a couple of tips, but he's way too hard on himself. He's a really good rider, and he just doubts himself a bit too much. But yeah, what he's doing now is crazy for a first time on the bike. So yeah.
First time at this track too. I don't remember John Medlin ever coming down there. Certainly been to Manfield and those sort of tracks up north quite a bit, but John Medlin, I don't ever recall that name being in the South Island. So
well,
what
he's
a great...
just gotten up into 5th now, so he's improving every lap, really.
All right, coming on to the front straight, Dennis Charlotte, the man who owns Budget Motorcycles, prepared this bike, prepared his smaller bike for the 250-300 production class, and also prepared the 3 Triumphs for the Underground Brown team, as well as running a bike shop. He's got a lead. What's that? That's going to be 5 seconds and 6,000 between first and second. 42.8, 42.5, so Josh Augustin's a little bit quicker. Dennis will be controlling this race. He knows exactly how much of a lead he's got. He's just going to go and cruise to the finish. The biggest thing will be concentration. Dennis doesn't like that. 6 laps to go here. Over to the 125s, and they're coming out of the dipper there, are they, at the moment? 125 classes coming out of the dipper there. Oh no, is that along front straight? Sorry, along the front straight. 43, 40...
43. Matthew Hugenbergen has sort of got a bit of a gap over the rider behind him, which is Chris Wallinger, and he's sort of controlling it and sort of going to try and see if he can keep the gap or extend it over the next couple of laps.
I had to have a double take there because listed on our screen it's number 3, it's 43 on the bike. That's because Matthew Hugenberger was entered in the Superlite class but had issues with his bike, and they've obviously dug into the shed and found a bike with 43 on. That'll be his brother Al Hugenberger's number, run that number for a number of years, 43. So over to the hairpin, and 125 spreading out a bit. Is it going to stay like this, you think, Jacob Stroud?
Oh, there's a couple of quick guys. Like Chris Wallinger is not letting him get away. He's really closing up in the last lap at least, and Dennis Charlotte is so way out in front. He's sort of wishing for a magazine he'd strapped to his tank and just look at it going down the straight because he's not really doing much else.
So close to the lap times. Matthew Hugenbergen a 1:43.36, a 1:43.31 for Chris Wallinger. In fact, Damien Perriton on a 1:42.84 in the last lap. And we go back to Daniel Jenkins on the 125s with a 1:43.2. So tight time. So maybe Damien Perriton can make up for the problem that happened before when he got sort of slowed up by a back marker.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call the 125 race here as Damien Perriton's closed up on the back of Chris Wally, and Chris Wally's closed up on Matt Hoogie. So yeah, I don't think it's finished yet, especially with coming onto the front slate. and all the slipstream that can happen down there. So
5 laps to go, and up to you next will be the right now we've got the 125 Grand Prix in the Pro Twins. We got the Wairiki Resort Superlite Grand Prix, and then the support classes, the development race, and then the final race of the day, the support class JCL Ashfeld's Formula 1 and Formula 2 beers. There is a prize giving for the TV screen down in pit lane. I think it's scheduled for 4, depending on the timing of the meeting. So it'll be great to see. And then, of course, a full prize giving back at the bar later on this evening. 125 racing there. Jacob Stroud, are you just... Sorry, you're following that, of course?
Matthew Hoogie is still out in front, sort of maintaining his grip to Chris behind him, but Damien Perrotton is trucking along, and he's going to get to the front too any time soon, and they're going to have to look out for what's coming from behind them.
So into the Fulton Hogan corner there. The number 43 bike had a problem last race with a cracked expansion chamber, almost broken too. It was probably 70 or 80% around the circumference of cracked. And of course, those that know two-strokes know that expansion chamber is so important to the performance of it, and that explains it. They got that bike sorted out, and it's doing them well and leading the class at the moment. Pro Twin wise, we've still got Dennis Charlotte in the lead. He's opened up his gap to 6.074. Actually, he's maintained it. Was I think 6.006 or something last lap, a little bit more. So just maintaining that consistency as we see Dennis Charlotte there. That'll be Dennis Charlotte going into the Icon quarter, I'm pretty sure, past another lapper, the orange bike in the Pro Twin class. Brought to you by Trevor Pierce Yamaha, SPS Scandinavian Brake Systems, and Avon City Motorcycle, your Suzuki and BMW dealer locally.
Sometimes riding out the front is the hardest thing to do. Like, you could be battling with like Sloan and Alistair and Tony, Sloan Frost, Alistair, Hoogie and Tony Rees in the last race in the Superbikes, how they were with each other for the whole 40 minutes the race was going, and they couldn't make one mistake because they had riders right behind them. But here Dennis out all by himself, sort of hasn't really got the adrenaline rush, just sort of cruising along and waiting for the next race to come along, where he's going to have to do another 15 laps and try and win a Superlite race.
And certainly I've got to take my hat off to Matthew Hugenboos. He's not the smallest of the guy. He doesn't carry any sort of many lumps on him, any fat, but he's quite a tall guy running at about 6 foot, so hard to get around the track when you've got other smaller riders, the likes of Chris Kane, although Chris has crashed out, and Rogan Chandler, I see you've got an eye to the microphone. Your mouth to the microphone. Your face.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a struggle being so tall on the 125s, and Matt Hoogie's well over 6 foot, so they've had to spread out the front clip-ons and spread out the subframe to make it fit, so he can actually fit on the bike. So so it's a bit of a struggle for a tall guy like him.
And indeed, tucking in behind the fairing will be a struggle as well. Have to move the seat or anything?
Yeah, well, even just having an elbow out, you can lose a kilometre down the front straight. So someone like Chris, who can get under the screen so easy, it's no wonder that he's pulling over 200k before he hits the end of the straight. So these guys might be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I remember talking to Jaden Hassan back when he was riding 125s, and he looked like a grasshopper or with his massive legs sticking out down the straight, and he said he was losing 10k's to the likes of Avalon Biddle on the 125s that were just flying past him, and he had to sort of work on his corner speed, and now he's a national champion, so maybe it helped him being a little bit tall and having to carry the corner speed around instead of relying on the speed down the straight.
3 laps to go. 142.7 for Matthew Hugenboos in the 125 class, a 142.633 for Chris Wallinger there in second place, and a 142.611 for Damien Perrotton. So 0.1 of a second separating the lap times for the first 2 bikes. They spread out going over the back of the circuit. I didn't see where that happened, but into the Icon, but it was a much tighter coming along through the start finish line. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go for both the Pro Twin class, as we see Dennis Charlotte dipping it into the dipper for another time. He's being followed some distance back, 6 or so seconds back, by Josh Organston on the 89 machine. Peter Gunn in 3rd spot on the Pro Twins. Matt Dunlop followed by Phil Munn. They're the top 5 bikes on the track at the moment. The fastest of the 650 Pro Twins, and then we go back to the 125 class. Remember yesterday, the 2 125s out in the front were the fastest bikes in the class. So what's happened today? What changes? Where yesterday the fastest people in these 2 classes were 125s, but now the Pro Twins quicker. Is it a win thing, do you think, Rogan, or what?
Yeah, well, anything really can change a 125 and how fast it's got. And if the humidity picks up, you have to change the jetting and richen it up. So, yeah, then that loses your horsepower. So anything can happen. And with Chris not being out there, I think the pace might have slowed down a little bit and may not be getting pushed along as fast as they were yesterday.
The lap record for this class was actually set by Steve Ward back in 2003, or 1:38.3. So it sort of shows how the bikes have not changed much since then, and you have to have a perfect day to sort of go anywhere near a lap time like that.
So, in terms of changing these 125s with jetting and all that, in the old days it was put the jets in and try it and do a bit of a plug chop and that. What do they do now technically?
Well, we all have weather stations that we set up in our pits, and they'll tell us the humidity and the temperature, and we just have a chart that we go off and we can set it all from that. And so you pretty much know now, just with the help of technology, what your jetting's going to be and what it's going to be like out on track.
Yeah, it certainly removes the guesswork out of it. Are they a proper motorbike weather station, or you just gone down to Dick Smith or found one in the neighbour's bird cage?
Yeah, well, anything can really work. Just down at the local Dick Smith, pick up a weather station, and it's accurate enough to give you a rough reading of what it's going to be like. And yeah, you can be a couple jet sizes out. It's not going to be too detrimental to the bike, but yeah, when you're really out, you know you're out. So.
And what sort of tyre pressures do these machines run as we see the white flag go out for Dennis Charlotte?
Well, pretty low actually, maybe 26, because 26 front and rear. There's not a lot of weight on a 125, so you have to run them pretty low to get any heat in the tyre. They're not like a Superbike where you crank it up to 36 in the front and that squishes around, you know. So, yeah, it's a bit harder on the smaller bikes.
And in terms of tyre wear, how long does a set of slicks last on a 125?
Yeah, well, 125 is probably the cheapest in the Grand Prix classes in ways of tyres. You know, a 1 set can last you the whole weekend. You're not burning through a rear every race. So, yeah, it's pretty cheap on tyres, but just a little bit more expensive on everything else.
And you're running something like maybe a Superbike front tyre on the rear of the 125s. Is that the sort of relatively widths?
Yeah, almost the same size.
All right, so close going across the start-finish line for the 125s. It was Matthew Hugenbusen's got a gap of about 1.8 seconds, but for second and third, we saw 8 thousandths of a second difference between second and third. 62, Chris Wallinger, Damien Periton. I looked straight up to the screen in that, so I haven't seen how that race has evolved, but certainly Damien come from behind and was getting the whole shot there. Are we going to see Damien Periton get a third in the New Zealand Grand Prix title holder race for the 125s? Is that going to happen here at Ruapuna today as we see Dennis Charlotte, the Pro Twin leader, coming out of the dipper? He'll take the checkered flag shortly. Eyes are on Matthew Hugenbusen into the Fulton Hogan corner. We go back to, is that Chris Wallinger there in third place?
Yeah, Damien Periton managed to get up alongside and take the lead into the first corner, and Chris Wallinger didn't really want to back off and lost a lot of ground in turn one around the outside. And there's Dennis Charlotte taking the winners. So thanks guys, it was cool. Yeah, and there's actually Jace Augustine is a lap rider, and then his brother Josh Augustine behind, who've come all the way down from the North Island.
Who calls their kids the letter J? A family like you with 10, but 2 J's in the house when you get a letter. Who's it for? But anyway, yeah, Jason Josh Augustine. So the 125 class, we're looking out for that. We've already had a finish for the top 4 of the Pro Twins. Charlotte Augustine, that's Josh, Peter Gunn and Matt Dunlop. We're expecting Philip Munt along now. And the 125s, there's another lapper coming out here. Matthew Hugenbusen is going to take the New Zealand 125 Grand Prix class at Ruapuna, a 15-lap race. And in second place, Damien Periton looks over his shoulder on the 34 machine, followed by Chris Wallinger, while Chris Kane licks his wounds over at the hip. Sorry, Chris, mate, that was a bit of a shame, but it looks like you don't have any wounds. So, outstanding racing in the 125 class, and it'll be interesting to see what the points are like at the end of the day. So, Hugenbusen, Periton, Wallinger, and then Daniel Jenkins takes, I think, 4th place in the 125 class. Expecting John Medlin there. He comes on the little silver bike, the number 20 machine, taking 5th, with Brian Hardacre going through there in 6th place. Carl Merriman 7th. This is in the 125. 12th on the on the track all over. So there it is. I think everyone's done and dusted. 13 goes through. 13th spot, Matthew Reichenbach. I didn't quite catch who that was missing off the front row, but Lee Tidman tells me after coming within 1,000th of a second of the lap record last time round that he's still got a bit more up his sleeve there. He does the classic racing manoeuvre, gets out there, gets in the front and starts to lead for a while, gets a bit of a buffer there and then backs off. He was 1,000th of a second off the lap record, but right now it looks like he's sitting in third place there over on the back of the circuit with Dennis Charlotte there in fourth place. Pretty sure that's Dennis Charlotte there, yeah, leading out of that corner. Christopher, no, it's the Barnes Jenkins insurance machine, and I say that looks like Christopher. Gavin Veltmeyer, sorry, he's gone through. The sun's playing tricks with me, but Nathan Jane was the one that I was thinking about on the Barnes Jenkins insurance. Had 2 crashes this weekend. He crashed coming out of the hairpin yesterday, a nasty looking crash, but walked away okay and lost his front end in the Southern Salvage corner there, I think on the last lap of the last race in the Superlite, the Superlite cars, which used to be the Formula 3. So Gavin Veltmeyer, where's the number 2 NZ, because he won the championship, second in the championship last year. Our own Jacob Stroud here won that championship. Here we go, Lee Tidman trying up on the inside. Lee's got to get up there and get a bit of a break on the field and hunting lap records at the moment. The top 5 riders all relatively tight as they go into the Rock FM corner for the first time. This is a 12 lap race. Yeah, a 12-lap race for the New Zealand Grand Prix title. Everybody's hungry. Everybody wants it. Lee Tidman sits in there in the 45 machine. Much smaller bike. He needs to slipstream down here. There he is, trying up on the inside. Gets out of that slipstream, but it still is Gavin Veltmeyer into turn 1. Gavin, you can see that bike's a bit bigger. Lee Tidman tries round the outside, settles back in there. In fact, almost misses a gear. So that's given Veltmeyer about maybe a 25-metre lead, and he's been hunted down too. Lee Tidman's been hunted down by the third place rider. Who's that? That's Nathan Jane there, followed I think by Christofori and Dennis Charlotte. In behind them, who's that in 6th place? That could be Ashley Weller there.
I just want to quickly come in and do our interviews here at the moment, and to Damien Perrodin. First of all, Damien, I'll interview you. You're probably going to get back to bed earlier than these guys, so you can slap me around for that later. But hey, congratulations on coming back on a bike, mate. This is great to see.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to help make up numbers in the 125 class, and I've actually appreciated how good it is. It's the first time I've ridden one in anger, so no, I've really enjoyed it and got faster and faster through the weekend. So yeah, I encourage anyone to have a go who wants to improve their riding, because it's definitely done that for me. At 40 years of age, I'm still learning on these things, so glad to be here.
Oh, indeed, so if it wasn't going to be one of your sons being a champion, it was going to be your turn. Do you think you could challenge Matthew to be number 1?
Yeah, well, I think with a few more rounds under my belt, I think I had it there. In a few areas I felt pretty strong, but there was a lot that I felt weak in. So, yeah, I was worried about my fitness, but it was actually pretty good. So, yeah, thanks to Steve Ward. He's done a great job getting these bikes out here, so thanks, Steve.
Well done. Thank you, Damien. Well done. 62 over here for Chris. Well done, Chris. Hey, you had 2nd place, but you gave it to Damien. Was that for good sportsmanship or your mistake?
Oh, yeah, I'm a good bugger, eh?
Yeah.
No, that was hard work. I 12 laps, so I was getting pretty tired after about 10, I'll tell you.
Right, so is it, for telling people out there in this kind of heat, is it tougher than people realise?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not too bad. It's more mental than anything, I find, anyway, trying to keep your body in check and trying to keep on the bike. But it's pretty hard when you got two hard out guys that are flat out. They're either in front of you or behind you, or they're around you, in you.
All right, what's Ruapuna like for a 125?
Oh, it's fantastic. I think any track's fantastic on a 125.
All right, good to see you. All right, we're going to see you at Invercargill next weekend?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. Nice answer. Well done, Chris. Fantastic. Hey, we've got commentary to get on with our big race, so over to you, Matthew. Hey, bad luck that you couldn't do the Superlite, but is this a good consolation?
Well, I didn't really plan on riding the 125 or any bike at all. I just thought, the Superlite's out for the series, and I thought, why not go back to the 125s? I mean, I could have gone to the 600s, because I had my brother James's bike sitting in the garage and wasn't doing anything. So I thought, instead of risking myself being a backmarker at the 600, I thought I'd go hard again in the 125.
Right, and talking about going hard, I would have thought early stages when I saw that you were going to be a 125 contender, I thought you were going to romp away with it. But hey, these guys are going pretty fast and they're keeping you very honest.
Yeah, they're keeping me on my toes. I mean, I don't know if you saw me, but I was looking back a fair bit, seeing where they were. I know I shouldn't be doing that, but I mean, what can you do?
Hey, good one, Matthew. Over to you guys, back to the box. Thank you very much.
All right, Lee Tibman's got that break. He's now leading. He's in the 139.149, so quite a way off the 137.311 that he 312 that he did in the last race. But a huge moment there in the corner after the Southern Salvage there for both Cristofori and I think Nathan Jane. Cristofori done it earlier in one of these Superlite races where he actually banged into Gavin Veltmeyer and pushed him off the track, and he's done the same again to young Nathan Jane and pushed him off the track. Lucky that Nathan got away with him. I don't know. I hope the officials had a good eye on that. But right now we see Lee Tibman coming out of the hairpin there with Gavin Veltmeyer in second place and Cristofori there, and going into Fulton Hogan there in third place. Dennis Charlotte's in fourth, and Nathan James coming back after running off the track, as I mentioned earlier. He'll be a little bit miffed by this. Already had 2 crashes this weekend, both his own fault, but this one wasn't his. This incident certainly wasn't his fault, so maybe the officials are going to have something to say to Cristofori out there. We'll leave it over to them. Little wee bike of Lee Tidman. Tiddles, they call him. He's not a very big man, but certainly punts his Grand Prix 125 chassis bike with a 450cc engine in there. Look at that, great move by Cristofori round the outside, classic dipper stuff. Went round the outside on the left-hander going into the dipper of Gavin Veltmeyer and then cut up on the inside. That was a good clean move, so maybe Cristofori is going hunting Lee Tidman there as they come along down the front straight. A 139.149 for Lee Tidman in the last race there. A 138.980. 138.980. A 137.311 for the Superlite lap record. So, I don't know, we've got a bit of a tailwind down the start-finish straight, but not too much, enough to keep the sort of flag, MNZ flag, almost horizontal. That may be something to do with the lap times slowing down so much. The battle is on for second place there as they go into ICOM, and Gavin Veltmeyer tried to get Cristofori back, but Cristofori had the superior straight line speed coming in towards that ICOM. Lee Tidman goes round the hairpin, nice and tidily it is. DeFori there in second place on the number 40 machine, and Gavin Veltmeyer there. Do you think Gavin Veltmeyer can reel his bike in there, Jacob Stroud?
Yeah, it was quite a crucial move going in the pothole that Veltmeyer could have got up the inside of DeFori, but Gavin's got a lot quicker bike, and all this time in the infield for Chris to make up on Lee without a bike in front of him, he might be able to put a good lap time in, but with Gavin behind him, he's got a really quick bike down the straight, so Gavin will be able to stick with him, and then it might be a 3-way fight for the lead in a couple of laps.
Plenty of good racing out there in the ultralight class, the Superlite class. We had Superbikes, we had Superstock. This is the Superlite class, used to be called Formula 3. Cristofori, wow, what a move there, trying to make up some time going into the dipper. He takes the one wider. He got past Gavin Veltmeyer on the previous lap. This is his favoured line at the moment, and already he's closed in on Lee Tidman. Lee Tidman not carrying any sort of a pit board at the moment. He'll wait, and he'll be able to hear this bike. So a 138.980 for Tidman in the last lap as he slowed a 139.5 and a 138.851 for Cristofori. Fastest lap of the race is from Nathan Jane, a 138.729, and that's on the last lap in 6th place. He's got a couple of seconds to make up, or about a second after being shunted off the track earlier on. 12-lap race for the New Zealand Grand Prix Championships, and also the New Zealand Grand Prix title, and also national points as we see the lead bikes going into that hairpin. DeFori was a full 0.7 of a second quicker, so there's about a 1.5 second gap on the track. So I think Lee Tidman's just slowed down his partner Kelly. Will be waving her arms around, giving him an indication of the lead he's got, and I don't know, we're going to see one of those big 4-strokes, the triple cylinder ones, get up there and to take the lead there. Jacob Stroud, you think?
They definitely pull it back in the infield. DeFori's got the 450 of Greg Percival, our road race commissioner. It handles really well. It's got a great front end, and it pulls it back really well in the infield, but down the straight he's just lacking a bit of power with the extra weight on the bike.
So this is the bike that you won the Superlite Championship on last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, you also, Avalon Biddle won the championship 2 years ago, first New Zealand championship.
Chris was off the DeFori was off the track around the outside of the dipper, ran it really tight and tried to get the power on too early, and was off the track on the grass on the exit. This was the bike that Avalon Biddle rode to the national title 2 years ago in 2015, and then I jumped on and managed to win it 2016, and here's Christopher out on his own, sort of doing everything by himself, running the team himself and paying for everything, and sort of just having a bit of fun when he's out in the Superstock as well in the 1,000 class. And he thinks the 450 is just a ball of fun. He's just trying to get his 1,000 more set up as the 450 is running at the moment.
Certainly you didn't have Lee Tidman to contest with in the South Island rounds last year. This guy's an absolute weapon. He's controlling this race as they go into the hairpin here with 6 laps to go of a 12-lap race. We're halfway through, just over halfway through. Was Gavin Veltmeyer going to come back and look at Gavin Veltmeyer's time, a 1:39.2, a 1:39.5 for Christofori in second. So he's got 0.3 of a second in that last lap. So Gavin Veltmeyer's got the ability to get out here and pass Tofori and maybe get a second place in the New Zealand Grand Prix title.
Yeah, they definitely close up during the infield, and then down the straight, Lee and Glenn close up on Lee Tidman and Christofori. Their bikes both get away from
You're doing well, young Jacob Straub. We do like to have surnames, otherwise it appears like a closed shop. It fills up the commentary better every now and then. Look at this. Christofori takes the lead going into the dipper. So he's out in the lead, and this is the bike that's won the New Zealand Superlite Championships for the last 2 years. Can Lee Tidman come back? Has Lee Tidman got something up his sleeve? We're a lot slower than we were in the last race, but now Lee Tidman has something to fight for. I did talk to him over the weekend, and he has had concentration troubles there, staying out in the front. So now he's got something to fight back for, and fight back he is. Pulls out side by side, 2/3 the way down the front straight, and takes the lead into turn 1. He'll outbrake Tofori into this corner, but Tofori is absolutely on fire. 2 bike leads in it. This little wee 450 opens up there and gains about 10 to 12 bike leads. You think Tofori's going to reel him in through pothole?
Yeah, Tofori's had a great run through the infield for the whole weekend, and definitely gains on Tiddles for the whole track. And the dipper definitely seems to be his favourite passing place on the track. He's done 3 or 4 moves there this weekend, and a couple of dodgy ones in the second S of the salvage quarter as well.
Okay, looking at the overall results, Christofori followed by Lee Tidman. This is at the last lap. Gavin Veltmeyer, Nathan Jane is back up into 4th place and running in the 1:38.7s. Dennis Charlotte, Ashley Weller, Eddie Kattenberg on the Kawasaki. That's a Pro Twin bike, or is it Spectre's a Superlite bike? Eddie Kattenberg in 7th place. Jacob Glab there on the 22 machine, followed by Sam Smith, Chris Huddlestone, Dave Rangi, Varun Cole, and Graham Boyd on the 99 machine, the 13 competitors. So looking out for the lead. Tidman goes in there. No, Christofori isn't going to try this move again. He doesn't try to dive up on the inside. So Tidman's coming back. All eyes are on the lap times. It was a 39.3 for Tidman last lap, 38.2 for Christofori. They come round the big rock FM sweeper. There are 5 laps to go for the New Zealand Superlite Formula 3 Grand Prix. Tidman leads. Tidman's opening up that lead a little bit.
Yeah, Nathan Jane, coming back from his off the track excursion, is putting in some quick lap times and may even catch Gavin Veltmeyer by the end of the race, putting in the quickest lap of the race, 1:38.151 in that last lap.
Yep, definitely. That's him coming on fire, and he'll be a bit ruffled at the moment with 2 crashes so far this weekend and getting pushed off there, but certainly a strong contender. And wait till we get to Teretonga, where he set a lap record at one stage in the Pro Twin race. Eyes over to the hairpin there, and the 2 lead bikes are closed up, less than half a bike length in it. The little wee 450cc single cylinder of Lee Timmins opens up a bit of a gap as they go in towards Fulton Hogan. Christofori closes that up under brakes. It's about the same distance in terms of time, but closes up under the brakes. He comes on the inside into the Christchurch Casino carousel, and he makes it stick. I'm sure he makes it stick. We've got a bit of vision problems there. Already opening up a bit of a grape going round that sweeper there as they come in towards the southern salvage corner. It is Christofori on the number 40 bike, followed by Lee Tidman on the 45, and Gavin Veltmeyer on the number 2 NZ machine there in 3rd spot. Going back to 4th place, Nathan Jane, the fastest man on the track there. Bit of a lonely ride for him. And then we shoot back down a bit further to Ashley Weller on that beautiful bike there. Easy to spot there with the bright orange bits on his leathers there. He's wearing the number 57. Dennis Charlotte there on the Pro Twin bike there, coming out of the dipper after his Formula 3 bike died early on in the practice sessions on Friday, I think. Down the front straight, Tofori on the 40 machine. 3 laps to go. a 1:38.297, the fastest man. I was going to say a 1:38.102 for Nathan Jane, a 1:38.2 for Gavin Veltmeyer, 1:38.9. So 0.7 seconds quicker is Gavin Veltmeyer than Lee Tidman in second place, and 0.6 seconds faster than him is Christofori out there in the front. Looking over to them in the Icon corner, DeFori's closed right up. They're almost side by side. It will be a braking duel to the hairpin here. The lighter bike gets in there. DeFori tries up on the inside, and he gets it. He comes out of there. This little 125 chassis bike's a little bit faster, pulls up beside him and into the Fulton Hogan corner. Gavin Veltmeyer's now on the back of this crew there. 3 bike lengths maybe. There's half a bike length between first and second here at Ruapuna. Just 3 laps to go. They go into the Christchurch Casino Carousel, getting that one sorted. Talking a bit of I actually have to bend over there and read that off because I've been talking Swahili on that corner all weekend. But into the Southern Salvage corner, and it is Tidman back in the front. I think Tidman's back in the front. Here comes DeFori up on the inside. Wow! Just made the track longer, but that light little bike just run right round the outside. Clean move from DeFori then. He tries up on the inside of the dipper. Neil Ritchie, this is excellent racing, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant and neat to see as well. And thank you to Matt Humphreys out of Team Coleman Suzuki of K Road in Auckland, because a nice update here around Gavin Veltmeyer, workshop foreman for Coleman's, New Zealand's #1 Suzuki dealer. The frame completed and new for construction in New Zealand by Tim Harris. It's a chromoly carbon fibre. The chassis is an amazing 8 kilos lighter than a standard SV650, but of course much stronger. Tim Harris is an expert speedway, midget and sprint car constructor, as is for Michael Pickens and midget racing. And Gavin's frame is the first motorcycle chassis that he's made, so neat to give a update on that man. So keen to watch out for him. Gavin Veltmeyer, nice to see that we just haven't got 2 riders fighting out for it. There's the trio of them. Look at them down into Icons as we head down towards Euromark, the hairpin here at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park for another great lap. Super light, super fast, super exciting. Great to watch as we round the corner. Oh, he goes wide. Oh, could have nearly left the gate open on that occasion. It was the Lee Tidman advantage. DeFori, interesting in the interview I did with Chris down there after he got a second place in that Superstock Grand Prix Championship, that I said, what about having the 2 bikes? He said, I'm getting tired, Neil, I'm feeling it. But more importantly, I said, well, what about the bikes? He said, no, I still like riding in this Superlite class as well. So it's a new bike that he's got, a Kawasaki. He's then able to put some fairings on it, so it means that he can go out and race it for a season, put the new fairings back and put it back on the showroom floor and sell a bike. Only done 1,000 Ks, had one lady owner, you could say. So Christofori doing so much, and I like it when guys hold it. Sometimes when you've got effectively a super stock as good as a Superbike, you've got a tiny Superlite here, they're going to say, oh no, of course we like the big bike, it's more powerful, better ride. There it is for DeFori down on the inside, look at that, makes it stick incredible. DeFori's got it back again, as fatigued as he is from already doing a mega amount of racing here today. Ladies and gentlemen, Christofori is going at it all way at the moment. I've got an idea we've got the white flag will be coming out this time.
Yeah, look at the lap times. Nathan Jane in the 37s, a 1:37.9. The other 2 boys in between him and the lead bike are 1:39s and a 1:38. So yeah, the white flag's coming out. We had a gap of 48 thousandths of a second between first and second, but Nathan Jane slowed off the pace, was in the 37s, now in the late 38s. It's all on for the final lap of the Superlite Formula 3 Grand Prix here. Tidman leads. Tidman opens up a bit of a gap there. 8 bike lengths. Watch out in the pit lane. His partner Kelly will be waving her arms around. She said she just about had a coronary before with the excitement, and now the excitement. This is the closest it's been. Tidman's cleaned out in the last couple of laps. DeFori goes wide round the outside, trying to get the drive out the corner. Remember, Tidman's bike has the drive coming out of here, but they're matched evenly. 5 bike lengths between first and second as they go into Fulton Home corner with Gavin Veltmeyer maybe 10 or 12 lengths off. Maybe Nathan Jane can quite grab Veltmeyer if he makes some mistake there. Nathan Jane certainly on fire in the last few laps and the fastest man on the track. Round the Christchurch Casino Carousel there. It is Tidman New Zealand Grand Prix trophy up for the grabs there. Neil Ritchie, are we going to... Here we go!
There we go, trying to get up on the inside. Christofori, can he make it stick now? This is better. He's in front. Remember, he got in front through the dipper before. I think he can hold it from here. I really think he can hold it. But he's got to go hard. He's got to go down on the shallow on the inside. And look at that, he's done it. He's already opened up the buffer. Good work by Christofori. If he'd have tried to go through the dipper again, we knows what happens. You come out wide, then we would have seen Lee Tidman making the advantage. I don't think the straight's long enough as well for Lee Tidman to fight back. So Lee Tidman has been winning everything he touches. He's won it yesterday. He's won it already today. But he may not win the one that counts. This is the Grand Prix. And look at that. He's going for it at the moment. Christofori coming down towards the checkered flag. DeFore to do it. Tidman, the other fight going on back there. Oh, and there we go. The change. And I think that might have been a change. Yes, it was. Nathan Jane to Pippin. Nathan Jane, he's just done the fastest time on that lap. Fastest time of 1:37. So Gav Veldmeyer, after being so close, he was right in there, just 2 laps to go, to be almost a chance to be in second place. He ends up by being back and forth. That margin, that gap that we've got back there, folks, 0.079. So that's only 7/100ths of a second. Super close and super tight. And Nathan Jane, after 2 DNFs, Spider, not 1 but 2, he's crashed in both the other previous 2 races. That's his first finish. He's got up to a 3rd. So good credit for him. He'll have lousy points, but hey, he's learnt so much from it.
Especially when he got pushed off the track there earlier on by Cristofori. So I thought that had cost him any chance, but especially when he did that. So the fireworks will be on when we go down to Invercargill, the track in Teretonga next weekend, mate. This Formula 3 Superlite, is just outstanding racing. So great ride from all those riders. So it was DeFore, Lee Tidman, Nathan Jane, the fastest man on the track, Gavin Veldmeyer, Ashley Weller, Dennis Charlotte, a bit of a lonely race there in the 6th spot, Eddie Kattenberg, Jacob Glove. We've just seen 151. Sam Smith go through and probably looking out now for 68. Chris Huddlestone to come across the start-finish stripe, indeed he does. There is David Rangi and Varun Collin, and Graham Boyd is the last rider coming round the big Rock FM sweeper.
Few laps for the racing incident, but you know, we didn't give up, kept pushing on, and I knew I was catching them slowly but surely, and luckily enough I had time to do it. So.
All right, hey, you were new into racing last year. You've now changed classes and got into this group. What do you think of the machine?
Yeah, Barnes Jenkins Insurance have provided me a bloody good bike this year, and you know, R&R Power Sports have, you know, gone to the moon back for me. So it's bloody awesome to be on a good machine this year.
Right, coming here to Mike Pero Motorsport Park next weekend to Teretonga, a long way to travel from home, but good tracks to be on.
Yeah, well, I went well there last year on the Pro Twin, so if we can keep this momentum going now, I think we should do all right. So.
Well done, Nathan. Nathan Jane, there he goes. Barnes Jenkins racer Lee Tidman. First of all, Lee, a trip down here, 2 wins in a second. You'll be right out in front of the points. Not quite the Grand Prix, but mate, riding like your life's on the line. Isn't it great?
Oh, it's awesome, mate. It's my first time here, and been on lap record. And races like this, you know, well worth coming down here for. Just love it.
Great to see you. Right, how's that little special been riding?
Oh, never missed a beat, eh? Really, really good. Having a few tyre issues, tearing tyres to pieces around here, but otherwise, really good.
Tearing tyres, mate, it doesn't matter. They still make the rubber, and great to see. All right, nice road trip coming up this weekend. You been to Invercargill before?
Nah, never. I've watched down there, but never been around out on a motorcycle.
Oh, there you go. That'll be another new adventure for you. Take some good time during the week. You'll love this place down here. Luckily, Kelly will be feeding you up, mate, so hopefully you might put on a kilo or 2 during the week.
Oh, that's not very good, is it? But no, we'll be living it up between now and down there, going to all the lakes and having a good look around, so thanks very much.
Well done. Here, let him start.
All right, I'm pretty sure the interviews are over there in pit lane. Just had to wait for the noise of the smaller development. We're still interviewing?
Hey, we just made a start in that race. We'll quickly go over here. Here it is, the Auckland Motorcycle Club machine, the No Here Racing. We've seen it on the track. Jacob Stroud, of course, rode this machine to a victory last year. Cristofori, we talked, Chris, before about your racing when you're up here on the podium for our Superstock, and you said, hey, you still love this bike as well. You've just gone and proved it. A GP win. Well done.
Oh, thank you. That was just awesome. That's the best race I've had in years, to be honest with you. Yeah.
How long have you been riding, Chris?
Fair time. I've done all the riding in Germany, so yeah, and I've sort of on and off in the last 10 years here. So, yeah.
All right, what do you think of this place, Ruapuna?
Oh, this is the best track in New Zealand.
Oh, there you go, folks. So Canterbury, you heard that from an Aucklander. Best track in New Zealand. Why is it so good, Chris?
It's got a bit of everything. It's got some tight corners and some fast, sort of long flowing corners, and it's everything. It's some banks and off-camber stuff. It's real good.
All right.
I ride down slowly in the truck and camp where I can, and that's it. That's my holiday.
Good on you, mate. Well done. There we are, courtesy of the Wairaki Resort, our Superlite Grand Prix, as we go back to the crew upstairs. Thank you, Spider.
Okay, 5 laps, I think, for the second to last race of the weekend there, the support class pit lane motorcycles development race. We're looking out there, a great field of riders. Absolutely wonderful to see Tony Brown of Underground Brown put a truck, make it available to travel to the rest of the rounds down in Invercargill next weekend and the North Island for the development bikes. Not the sort of thing you could do for the bigger classes, because usually the guys have got to carry, and girls have got to carry along generators, tyre warmers, spare wheel sets, but certainly the development class, the truckers here, these guys load their bikes onto the back of the truck and get on with it. We've got a jump start, possibly 20-second penalty. They are looking at it to work out who it is. The blackboard's in front of us. Meanwhile, let's get out onto the track. Jackson Cotton there in the lead, but not by much. 0.3 of a second with Paul Skinner there in second place. I think Paul Skinner set a new lap record of 1:53.788. We won't get that at the moment, I think, because they've got to do a flying lap, but Paul Skinner there on the 11 bike there in second spot, followed by Luke Huddleston, Brent Cotton, Vanessa Woodley-Gill, 5th on the track at the moment there, and got it below the 2 minute last time as well. Vanessa Woodley-Gill, followed by Joshua Double, Philip Lowe, Derek Pike, Rory Hum, Mike Stein, Logan Jackson, Phil Denovan, Joey Ransom, Shannon Guthrie and Todd Gibson. That's all I've got on the screen, 15 bikes. I'm sure there's more than 15 motorcycles out there on the track. 5 lap race, and then we've got the final race of the weekend, the Bears support class, JCL Asphalt F1 and F2 Bears, which will be an 8 lap race. They had a tough race yesterday. They went out for about 2 or 3 laps, and then it started literally pissing down and made conditions and fun so much harder. Lead 2 bikes for the development class, broken away from the rest of them. It's only about half a bike length between them as they go out of the southern salvage corner and into the next left-hander, the next left-hander, and into the dipper. Paul Skinner got a lap record yesterday. Paul Skinner a 1:53.788. He's right on the tail there of the lead bike, Jackson Cotton there, as they go into the Rock FM, although Cotton's bike pulls a couple of bike lengths as they go round, sweeping onto this front straight. Who's it going to be? It's all about slipstreaming, it's all about lap times and that. It is number 48 followed by 11. Nope, gets about 8 bike lengths there, not enough to get in, but lap times oh so close, a 1:56.878 for Paul Skinner, a 1:56.984 for Jackson Cotton. What's the lap record? The lap record is a 1:53.788. So I don't know why these lap times have dropped so much. Same guys, same tyres. Just might be, in fact, that breeze has disappeared. We've got no wind at all. Just a slight buffeting of the MNZ flag on the front straight. As I say that, it picks right up, so maybe the wind conditions can drag them down the front straight, but slow them up through the infield net. Over to the hairpin there. I haven't actually caught up with the name of this hairpin. I must, the Euromark hairpin. The Euromark hairpin has changed its name recently, and there it is, the 2 lead bikes coming out of there. Jackson Cotton on the 48 machine, followed by Paul Skinner on the 11 machine. That beautifully presented, brightly coloured bike of Brent Cotton there, 81 machine in 3rd spot, followed by Luke Huddleston. Those 2 are swapped round in the last lap, and Vanessa Woodley-Gill on number 95 in 5th spot there. What do you reckon, Jacob? Who's it going to be here? They're side by side coming into the southern salvage corner. I can't see who it is. Side by side, it is still Jackson Cotton there with Paul Skinner following, but this race is certainly not over for these 2 guys.
Yeah, Jackson has been following Paul Skinner the whole weekend long, and he's finally had a chance. He's been following all his lines from the old wily dog, and he's finally managed to get himself together and get a good lap time in himself.
Here is those 2 bikes, Luke Huddleston on the 86 and Vanessa Woodley-Gill. Vanessa's wearing the number 95. She's got the fluoro stripes on her helmet. They come out of the dipper there as we see a bike crashing, just going in towards the dipper. The yellow flag needs to come out a bit earlier on. The yellow flag is not out for that bike. The bike is off the track, but in fact there's no yellow. There's the yellow flag comes out at the southern salvage corner as the marshal goes up to sort that bike out. The rider up and away, but sits down, maybe a little bit winded. They were about 6 or 7 plates. Out to the lead bikes there going into turn 1. I can't see it is. In fact, it's just swapped positions. I think Paul Skinner got in front, and maybe Jackson Cotton got there. Back to it. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Skinner was in front, Jackson Cotton, but Skinner is back into second place at the moment as they open up a bit of a gap, about 6 bike lengths out of the icon corner and off to the hairpin. We go to third place, Brent Cotton. Luke Huddleston has broken away from Vanessa Woodley-Gill. In fact, that's a huge break. She's got about 100 metres in deficit, so maybe Vanessa made a mistake there. Maybe she's getting tired. Don't know. She's still absolutely impressive being up there in 5th place. 6th place, Philip Lowe, followed by Phil Denovan, Derek Pike, Rory Hum, Joey Ransom. Hey, you met Joey last night. Great to see him out there and out there enjoying his racing. Come from England to, I think he's come out here to live and got on a bike. That's young Joey Ransom. Logan Jackson there in 11th spot. Michael Stein, followed by Shannon Guthrie and Angus Boyd and Jamie Scoble. 157.250 for Paul Skinner in the last lap. A 157.356. We're a bit off the lap record time, which is a 154. A 153 set by Paul Skinner earlier today. Where's those lead 2 bikes? They're going into the dipper, coming out of the dipper there. You got some money on this there, Jacob Stroud?
Oh, well, Paul Skinner has definitely been the fastest rider for the rest of the weekend, but Jackson Cotton seems to have pulled something out for this last race for the GP, and his father's actually in 3rd place behind Paul Skinner, so it might be having 2 family members on the podium, which it might have happened a couple of times in our family.
Oh, we're going to have how much we're going to get across this start-finish line. Paul Skinner's pulled into the front by 43 thousandths of a second. 43 thousandths of a second now. So interestingly, a 56.7 and a 56.9 for the first 2 riders. So that's we got the white flag up. This is the final lap of the development class. Be great to see these guys down in Invercargill and the girls. 2 bikes come out of the Flexibus corner. Flexoplast corner going in towards ICOM. It is Jackson Cotton has got the lead again. Jackson Cotton in the lead. Skinner's just a bit quicker coming into that ICOM corner. Used to be called Pothole. They're off towards the hairpin. 5 bike lengths, 4 bike lengths. Skinner's going to go right round the outside and makes the track a little bit longer. Is he going to line it up and try and square it off? No, it still is Jackson Cotton there on the number 48 machine there as they go into towards the Fulton Hogan corner. Looking back into 3rd place, still Brent Cotton there on that beautifully presented machine. Luke Huddlestone is now possibly under threat by Vanessa Woodley-Gill. The gap is a little bit stronger before that. Philip Lowe, Phil Denovan and Derek Pike coming out of the hairpin at the moment. Followed by Joey Ransom. Where's those bikes coming round? It's still tight there, Jacob Stroud. It's still very, very tight coming out of the carousel from Christchurch Casino Carousel into Southern Salvage. It is Skinner at the moment. Jackson Cotton, maybe 8 bike lengths in it. Do you think he's going to get past? Here he closes the gap.
He's managed to get past on the straight the last 3 laps, so we'll see if he gets to drive out of the corner and we might be in for a photo finish.
Yes, I reckon there's going to be a photo finish here. It's all about slipstreaming. I've said over the weekend, some of these races are best left to don't lead onto the last, out of the last corner because it's all about slipstreaming. Right now, we've got that classic scenario here with the 2 bikes actually side by side. Side by side, they wobble all over, trying to break the slipstream. Jackson Cotton is going to have, no, he's not, no, Jackson Cotton's got it. Yes, no, 73 thousandths of a second. Jackson Cotton on the 48 machine, followed by Paul Skinner. Here comes Brent Cotton there on the 81 machine to take 3rd. I wonder if this is a New Zealand Grand Prix trophy class. Certainly they deserve it. Development class doesn't qualify for that. Luke Huddleston goes through 4th place with Vanessa Woodley-Gill there in 55th place there. Quickest time, Jackson Cotton on the last lap, a 156.188. Grant Madden, Mad Dog out there. Well, doing such a great job with the flagging this weekend, as he always does. Tough job for Grant too. Right, just one race to go, as we've seen the great weekend actually, very, very few crashes. I think Lewis Stray's not too bad after his massive crash onto the front straight, might have ended up with a broken collarbone, but certainly his bike's a little bit twisted, but that's right, bikes can be fixed, so can collarbones. But Jacob Stroud, you enjoyed yourself all weekend?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. The weather's turned it on for everyone today. And if all the riders could head to under the sign-in area for prize giving at the conclusion of the Bears race, we were going to have prize giving straight after the race finishes. So it would be good if you could get everyone over there and get your respective prizes. So just the Bears left with the wide variety of bikes to have. And Johnny Lewis didn't end up going out in his Superlite race and sort of saving his energy and his bikes and his tyres for this last Bears race. To see if he could get anywhere. Finally beat Nick Beaumont for this last race.
It was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty warm out there, especially in black leathers. It doesn't help, but no, it was good.
All right, tell us about the time between drinks. Hey, you've had a couple of falls, but you're getting your confidence back. Was that the best you've felt as well out there?
Yeah, since my accident in March 2015, this is definitely the best I've done so far, so I just need to keep going. I need to get back to my 153s around here.
Well done, over to you boys.
All right, we've had a start there for the final race of the weekend. What a great weekend it has been, and that's the Bears class there as they head off into turn one, just packing up a little bit of the paperwork and the binoculars, and only used the binoculars a few times. I don't want to pack them up and put the drinks on people and need to look at somebody that's crashed, but let's get on with it. What's out on the
yeah, we just want our junior development up here as well. Junior development, you can hear us through the pits. Come on, the senior guys have been here. Junior, we want you. We'd love to do a podium with you as well. Junior development, our top place getters, juniors. We had 48, Jackson Cotton. We've got 86 as well, Luke Huddlestone, and well done to Joey Ransom. So come on, guys, your podium as well. We'd love you. We've got a photographer here as well.
We can't hear anyone talking there. I thought Neil might have another interview to do, so right now out of the track is the final race of the weekend. Interesting to see Alex Phillips entered in this class as well. I haven't seen him out there in the class. Maybe he just does a few more laps. Always good to cross-enter in the classes when you need some miles on the track to sort your bike out, because the MV Augusta coming from Italy qualifies for the British, European, American racing. No British bikes out there?
Nah, not that I'm aware of at the moment. They're in 600 though.
Okay, David Sharp goes through there, leading on the 29 bike. Heath Boddicker, Trevor Chapman, followed by Johnny Lewis, Jaden Scott, Murray Sutherland, Brian Ashworth, Jason Borland, Aaron Clark and Derek Partridge. And looking out there for the 619 machine, and that is Peter Harper. And then we're looking down, there's one of those little bikes, the 41, and that is Rod Moore on the KTM. So plenty of action out there on the track for the final race of the day. You'll have a prize-giving presentation shortly with all the trophies down in pit lane shortly with the TV coverage in there. And I'm not sure whether there's another prize-giving later on at the bar. We haven't been updated on that. Definitely I'll be there getting some prized beers. I've got a trick tonight. I'm going to turn beer into urine, Jacob.
A magician, aren't you, Spider?
No, not me. I had a girlfriend that was magical once. She was a magician. I was driving down the road one day and she put her hand on my knee and I turned into a motel.
Okay, that's nice. All right. Well, back to the racing there. It's on the track at the moment.
Back to the racing.
We'll just cover our interviews while we're here, and those Bears bikes on the far side. Juniors, we don't want to forget you today. First of all, to Jackson, what's it like racing with Dad out there?
Oh, pretty good. I get to spend some quality time with him.
Yeah. Oh, isn't it nice? Get some quality time with him. But how about winning junior racing? How's it going?
Oh, it's good. It's real good. It gets me out there and off the streets. It's good.
Right, tell us about this bike. Fast?
It's Dad's put heaps of preparation into it. It's good.
Well done. Great effort. So Jackson Cotton, well done.
Okay, not 100% sure.
And just as our Bears bikes are going past, we've got an opportunity to be live, loud and proud here with Luke Huddlestone. Luke, congratulations. Enjoying your racing?
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was fun.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 14.
14, wow, this is great. Hey, your dad was pretty fast. Are you aiming to be as fast as he was?
Yeah, pretty much, eh?
So tell us about how long you've been riding?
For about a year and a half, maybe 2 now.
Okay, so here you are, a junior race, second on the podium. What do you want to do now? Going more in this class?
Yeah, aiming for first, hopefully.
You're going to go to Invercargill?
Yeah, I'm doing all the rounds.
All the rounds. Well done indeed. So how do you get your pocket money, mate? You do a pamphlet run?
Nah, Dad all pays for it.
Oh, Dad all pays for it. Do you hear that? Great to see. Well done. All right, so have you been to Teretonga before? Do you know the track?
I did it last year.
Last year, right? Yeah. Right, so where'd you get last year?
I wasn't that good last year. I got 6th overall for Nationals.
Right, so you're going to win next weekend?
Mate.
Oh, hey, you hesitate. I'll ask you again. You're going to win next weekend?
Hopefully.
Yeah, there you go. Nice answer. Well done, Luke. Congratulations. Here we are, in fact, up with Joey. Joey, love your bike here, mate. That's far too nice to be road racing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. All right. It's very nice.
Yeah, good. How long have you been riding?
About 8 months now.
All right, and you are already third on the program. Have you seen the fact that you've been improving so much? Been keeping your eyes on your lap time? Have you gone faster here today?
Yeah, coming into this weekend I was going real slow, like 2:30 or whatever, and then on Friday I got down to a 2:07 and now 2:01.
Oh, so 12 seconds improvement over the weekend.
Yeah.
That is mega. Congratulations. Well done. You going to Invercargill?
I am, yes.
Right now, we'll see you down there. Well done. Hope you can be on the podium again.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Thank you. There you are. Give them a round of applause. Isn't it awesome? What about that? Here. There you are, our junior champions. And 3 awesome bikes and 3 great riders. Love you guys.
Yeah, we're out here with the Bears on the track at the moment, and we got David Sharp out in the lead, who's a solid 1.5 seconds ahead of Heath Boddicker, and Johnny Lewis, who set out the Superlite race, is another 4 seconds behind that. Yeah, the person who actually qualified on pole, Kevin Beaumont, actually tucked the front into Fulton Hogan in an earlier race and has damaged his amazingly prepared Ducati and won't be out. It was not out in this race, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully he can go home, I think, to TR now and get it sorted for being down south. We've got Bears racing down at Invercargill next weekend, Jacob.
Yep, we definitely do, and hopefully he can rest himself up and not be too damaged to go again.
Right, out on the track, just 2 laps to go. When they come round over the start-finish line, they'll get the white flag, I'm sure. And leading, coming out of the dipper, into the and out of the dipper is David Sharp, running around to 38.872, his quickest lap of the last lap. We go to the 39.5 for Heath Boddicker and Johnny Lewis in the 40s, a 1:44.28. 2 more laps of the New Zealand Grand Prix meeting to go. The Bears F1 and F2. They slowed substantially yesterday when the rain came. I think they slowed about 10 seconds a lap. Wasn't enough for Kevin Beaumont to stay on his bike, unfortunately. It was just another 10 minutes or 8 minutes and we would have had a clean meeting all day yesterday in terms of rain. But anyway, that's all yesterday. Right now, the white flag is out. Mad Dog has shown the white flag out there as lovely sounding bikes here. Looking over to the hairpin or over to Icon Corner, we see the lead bike, David Sharp. Bears F1, we've actually got F1 bikes for the top 8 bikes. We go to Aaron Clark and Derek Partridge on the 75 and 151 machine. They're the first of the Formula 2 Bears classes there. Over to you.
Yeah, so the front of the F2 race with Derek Partridge and Aaron Clark is extremely close. There's 1700ths of them, 1700ths when they went across the line. So they're going to be extremely close in the last lap to see who will get the F2 title.
Even tighter than that, 17 thousandths of a second, so 1.7 100th of a second.
Oh, right.
So that's pretty tight. Yeah, that's almost as tight as we've had all weekend. So
about the size of a Stroud Nappy, I think.
A Stroud Nappy? You think so?
Yeah, there's a couple of those at the moment.
Right, okay, they're out of the hairpin now. The final lap, I think, for the lead bike there is... Oh, no, actually, the lead bike's going to be coming down. I'm lost.
Yeah, no, David Sharp will be coming into the last corner now, so he should have this one sewn up if he stays on. There's 1 corner to go. Quite a hard feat, as Lewis Stray found out.
Yeah, we don't see many crashes coming out there. God, mate, I've seen some of those Superbikes wobble and wallow coming out there, but there we go. It is a win for David Sharp, and then going through in second place, Heath Boddicker.
Yeah, I think Jared Love might have had a crash in there, but it's just very rare and it does definitely hurt. The title was pretty close. But yeah, Johnny Lewis coming over in a third. He missed the Superlite race to concentrate on the Bears, and he's done a good job getting into third place on the podium. All
right, that's me done and dusted. I'm going to go and find myself a cold drink, folks, and No doubt we'll wait till pit lane interviews for Neil Ritchie, but right now we'll just run through the results here. David Sharp, Heath Boddicker, Johnny Lewis, Jaden Scott, Brian Ashworth, Murray Sutherland, and waiting round, that's the top 6. We're waiting round for Trevor Chaplin, Jason Moore and Derek Partridge.
So that battle for the F2 is not over by any stretch. They'll be coming across the line right now and we'll see who's going to win out of those. And it looks like Derek Partridge is just going to get there over Aaron Clark. So Derek Partridge will take the honours for that F2 class. So yeah, just running through those results again, it'll be David Sharp on 29, taking the win on that. The Heath Boddicker qualified 3rd, he managed to finish 2nd after missing the first race today. Johnny Lewis is going to get a 3rd, Jaden Scott, Brian Ashworth, Murray Sutherland, Trevor Chapman, Derek Partridge, the first of the F2s, Jason Moreland, Aaron Clark, the second of the F2s, Peter Harper and Rod Moore will round out the top 3 for the F2s.
Thank you all. Well done. And just with that, the breeze gets up and takes a little sign over. So thank you here to Rob. We'll do our Superbike class up first. And excuse me with my back to you, but we can quickly go. We don't even have to have all of the... Well, we've got a separate lot of sheets, so this is too easy. Too easy for our podium. 3rd place, Alistair Hugaboozum. Fantastic round of applause. 2nd place, Tony Reid. Oh, he's not. Oh, he's gone to the plane, so Mitchell will be a fill-in for him. Not a bad substitute. And 1st place, our champion, Mr. Sloane Frost. Nice shirts, boys. First of all, Alistair, well done, mate. You're now in that elite league. Fantastic effort today.
Yes, we're pretty happy where we are in the championship. Would have been nice to get a win for the weekend, but the guys in riding have definitely got a bit of experience. So no, we're pretty happy to be up there and we're ready to pounce in territory.
Yeah, ready to pounce. How's the old fella? Has he had to go back to the retirement village?
Oh no, let's get back to work.
Back to work. So you can stay down here and he can work for you. Isn't they nice parents?
Yeah, something like that.
Well done, Mitch. What about your own placing today? 6th, happy with that? First ever GP Superbikes?
Oh, yeah, you got to be happy with that, I suppose. Can't complain.
Can't complain. Well done, Sloane. Congratulations, mate. Great day.
Yeah, mate. That was some bloody tough racing, that's for sure. In all the years I've been racing, that's probably the hardest that I've had to fight for any position, to be honest. So shows the level of the field. This year it's going to be harder and harder, and as the other guys sort of progress through, it's going to get. It's not going to get any easier.
Well done, all right. For those of you that are scared, I'm running. I hope you are as well. Well done. Well done, there we go. And for all of you that are I'm making a call for one transponder missing Sam Smith. One transponder missing Sam Smith. Sam to return it. Transponder. Thank you.
You can help with it. I have
As we acknowledge, it is a true title for our Superstock class. 3rd place today, Rob Whittle. Popular choice. 2nd today, Chris DeForte. And 1st, let's hear it, Jeremy Ho. Yeah. Woohoo. What kind of bike? Oh, these are keys. That voice again in the background. Well done, Rob, mate, making a big change up there, and here you are on the podium already, mate. Kick those Pro Twins for touch.
Oh, well, no, I was a bit lucky, but I'd like to say thank you to the Sharp brothers for dragging me along and showing me a little bit of pace at least. We'll get there slowly.
Good on you, Rob. Need to have you. Chris, man, what a busy day you've had today. Back to the gym this week?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. No, just being a truck and on my way down to Invercargill this week. So.
All right, so were you staying Monday night, Tuesday night, and you've got a place on the side of a riverbank somewhere?
Not yet, no, but we'll have to, I think. So.
Have a good trip. Nice to have you down here in the mainland. Yes, Mr. Mainland. Well done, Jeremy. Hey, this is big time stuff, and you're up to the front and you brand new bike. Good to see.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. It was a bit of a step up from the 600. As most guys who've done that probably know. Everything happens a lot quicker, and
started getting used to it at the end, and yeah, I really enjoyed it in the end. Early on the weekend, it was the right choice, but we got there, so yeah, we're getting faster. So good.
And we're on your home track next weekend. You'll blow these guys away?
Oh, we'll try. I'll try and blow everyone away. We'll see. Maybe the wind will blow everyone away.
Honest answer. Well done, Cyril. Sorry, mate.
I just really want to dedicate this weekend to a good friend of ours, Dennis Lyon, who he died on Thursday night, so it was pretty hard starting Friday. So I just want his family to know we're thinking of him, and it's been pretty tough for us. So.
Well done. Nice words. Thank you very much. Here. Well done, Supersport, third place. Come on, Christchurch, Jake Lewis. Second place from the other island, Shane Richardson. Oh, not bad support for a visitor. And what about it? With a win and a lap record and the GP title, Damon Reed. Oh, listen to that. Bloody North Islanders, Jake, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I know, it's pretty rude of them to do that here to me at home, but no, anyway, really enjoyed the weekend. Like I said earlier, great to be back racing in New Zealand and with these guys, yeah, certainly on form, so looking forward to next weekend and yeah, giving them a better run.
All right, Shane in second place. First of all, it's a challenge to catch up with this guy, but hey, you better watch behind you, he's getting there.
Yeah, I know. Even when Dame was getting away, I didn't have any time to rest, knowing that Jake was going to be right there if I failed, so kept me pushing along the whole race by myself, which was quite tough mentally, but we managed to get there in the end.
All right, what are you going to do to beat this guy?
Oh, I don't know, find another second or something.
Plenty of them will just be lying down in the crankcase, pick up another one?
I hope so. It'd be nice if you could buy it at the $2 shop, but sadly not.
Yeah, cheers, lovely answer. Dame, fantastic, mate. Far better than you'd ever dreamed of this time last year, wasn't it?
For sure, you know, we picked up probably, 2 whole seconds on last year's best, personal best, and, you know, come away with a lap record, the GP win, and, you know, championship lead. Couldn't ask for more after the first round.
Yeah, well done. Aren't they 3 great guys? Well done. Sport is in very good hands when you've got 3 great guys like this. Here.
Are you here who hasn't returned their transponders?
James.
All right, Superlite to get into it straight away. Third place, Nathan Jane. Second, his first ever visit here at Mike Perra Motorsport Park, all the way from Taumarunui, Lee Tidman. And our winner today in an awesome race, Christopher. Yeah, that's the same guy that's back again, folks. Mega athlete, that man, for sure. Well done, Nathan. Well, I'm pleased you finally got to finish one, Nathan, because you were starting to look like it wasn't going to be third time lucky, mate. Kissing the dirt doesn't taste that good down here.
No, we had a pretty bad run, to be honest. Started pretty well, got clinched pole, but it all turned to pear-shaped for the last 2 races, and third race was looking pretty bad, but kept it going, and Crooks managed to pull one out of the bag to get a third, so that's good.
Well done, great indeed. Lee, what do you think of this place down here? They used to call it Ruapuna, pretty good?
Oh, I think it's pretty good, eh? Yeah. Really challenging track, but my little bike just loved it, so first time here and 2 firsts in the second, so wrapped.
Absolutely. What are you going to do this week in preparation for Invercargill?
Oh, I'll probably go out a bit and spoil the missus for looking after me.
Oh, nice. Oh, Kelly, did you hear that? Woohoo! You're selling tickets? Anyway, all right, Christopher, great effort again, mate. 2 claps and you're here on the podium twice, mate. Obviously a bit of hard work going on behind the scenes.
It's good fun. Yeah, probably the most fun I've had on a bike for ages. That was a great race.
Well done. There they are, ladies and gentlemen. What an awesome podium. Chris, Lee and Nathan. Great to see.
Oh, you got brownie points.
All right, straight into it. Pro Twin, and what a great podium we had with these guys. Some of them are less accustomed to being on podiums, so neat to have them here. Come on, Canterbury, let's hear it. Peter Gunn. Yeah. Another elite athlete. Like me, he's lucky he's wearing a hat. He looks even better. Second place, Josh Augustine. Fantastic. And our winner today, Sir Dennis Charlotte. Got to build that's why I bought a business, so you can put some trophies down at the business, so make room for it. First of all, Peter, a bit of a dream to be up on a podium. Is that the best trophy you've ever won?
Yes, it's the only trophy I've won that's look right on my mantelpiece.
So you're going to build a mantelpiece now?
I'm going to have to, aren't I?
Modern houses don't have them, do they? I just took a guess. You're in a modern house, so you have to do that. Well done. Well done. Yeah, exactly. That, Josh, great effort today. Enjoyed that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, awesome track. These guys rode real well. Quite at pace for Staverton. But yeah, enjoyed all of it. My first time here, and definitely looking forward to next year. Just want to big thanks to all my sponsors for making it happen. Thank you.
You hear that? Another one, their first time here and on the podium. Is our sport in good hands as compared to the older gentleman here? How many titles? If you had to count up, Dennis, how many titles have you got? I'm talking about GP wins here on the podium. We're talking 20, 30, 40? Fair enough?
I don't know, I don't count.
I don't count? Okay, alright, so what do you do with a big trophy like that? The kids play with it?
I don't know, probably go to place the box with the rest of them.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations. Hey mate, running a business, running a family, working on other people's bikes, getting them ready, 1 o'clock Thursday morning. So much work going on and you can still pull it out of the bag. Well done.
Yeah, it's an awesome class to be in, and awesome guys to race with, awesome weekend. Thanks very much.
Well done. What about, are you proud of your Canterbury club? How about that for an effort?
Oh yeah, I'm very proud of our club. Promoting our juniors and all that sort of stuff, and running an event like this, or helping running an event like this, just awesome.
Yeah, well done, Motorcycling Canterbury, Dennis and the team. You people that have won a trophy, if you are travelling, there is a box back here your trophy came in, so if you'd like to put in a box, because probably in the camper van your mantelpiece is not big enough yet, so if you're still going to travel away with it from here, Rob's still got the boxes that they came in, so it'd be nice to put it in that. You might want to test drive it tonight with a bubbly inside it just to see whether it holds any, but then please feel free to put in a box. It'd be very nice for you. Hopefully some of you will take away more than that over the weekend. 125 GP, it's on the same page, great for that. Third place today, Chris Wallinger. Oh, he's coming. Nice hat, nice shirt, very professional. Hey, what about for me, folks, one of the unsung heroes has got to be Chris Ward with getting 10 bikes on, Steve Ward, sorry, with getting, that's Chris there. Steve Ward with getting 10 bikes on the podium on the racetrack today. Where's Steve out there? Come on, everybody, for Steve Ward. If it wasn't for that man, 125 would be dead in New Zealand. He is a lone crusade, putting his money where his mouth is, getting bikes up there, burning the midnight oil, and remembering his lap record still holds here for 12 years, folks. Or might even be 13 by now, so 125, you've still got something to aim at. And second place in the class today, Damien Perriton. Well done to the young guys. And the winner here today, none other than Matthew Hugenbosom. Yeah. Cool, first up with Chris. Man, you guys have got to work out there. That's not easy. Chris, you're all over each other like a rat.
Yeah, just a rash. Good. No, it's the most fun I've ever had. Actually, it's the fastest I've ever been around Rapuna, and it's the biggest trophy I've ever got too. So good. Thanks everybody.
Well done. You thoroughly deserve it. Damien, we've gone to many events and had your boys up here. Now it's your turn again. Keeping these young fellas honest, is it?
Yeah, well, I just needed another trophy for the cabinet with my name on it because there's bugger all in there. So, to me, it was just about making up numbers for the 125 class. I see it as a great feeder class to get people to that next level of their racing. Buckets and 250s are good, but 125s really push it to that next limit, and I've actually learned a lot today. So, yeah, I recommend everyone getting into it. Thanks to Steve Ward. He's done a real good job getting probably 8 or so bikes, the rest were from the North Island, so yeah, thanks Steve.
Yeah, we were showing that credit as well. Matthew, late call to take on this bike, but you happy you made that decision?
Yeah, I'm very happy to make this decision. I mean, may have been a bit
600 class was a bit too much for me, so stuck to the 125. And could I get Steve Ward to come up here, please?
Oh, yes, thank you. Good words. Come on, Steve. Oh, look at that. He's so sincere. He's probably gone home to fix all 8 bikes so they're ready to go to Teretonga. Oh, bad luck. We'll save it for next week.
Yep, no worries. Just like to say, it may have been quite nice to see, it may have been quite a few good races out there, and you might have enjoyed it, but I tell you what, being on that bike, I've never been scared in my life. Chris Kane there, dropping it on the zipper, I got pretty close to him. I was like, oh, I don't know where this is going to go. But no.
Is he still together in one piece?
Yeah, he's still there. He's what I'm on about. He'll be there at Teretonga, I hope, and we'll be honoured again.
Well done. Heads there for Chris out there as well. Well done. And those 3 guys also. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, exactly. I know the feeling. Yeah, we don't want to ruin a good photo. Right. Look at that great sportsmanship amongst their own. Thank you, Lightweight Production, courtesy of Trevor Pierce Yamaha. 3rd place today, Regan Phipps. And 2nd place, Sam Coulter. And at one stage during the weekend he did hold a lap record as well, and deservedly our GP champion, Andy McLaughlin. Regan, good class?
Oh, wicked class. Like, the racing out there is so intense and so fast. It's fantastic. It's a great little feeder class, I think. I'm not going to lie, I was pushing pretty hard for the start of that race and managed to get to first, and then took the Pirelli all-terrains out into the grass a little bit and almost ate some dirt, but managed to get back on track, and I think I got really lucky to get up here. So I think I'm really happy to be here, and it was a great race.
Well deserved. Great accolades. Sam, a lap record yesterday, but they got pipped today. Is it getting faster out there?
Yep, no, I couldn't quite keep on to that, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm just really good racing, really happy. Just a massive thanks to Linda and Ross Young. They've been wonderful, and Brett at Under Construction, Chief Marshall Motorcycles, and Dyno Works. I definitely couldn't have done it without them, and all the best to Lewis. This big crash he had, I got pretty lucky to get it really because of that, so all the best to him, and hope he has a speedy recovery.
Yeah, nice words, but remembering if the tree wasn't there, the dog would have run the race, so never to worry about somebody else's bad luck. It's all your good luck. Well done, Andy, mate. That's a nice bike. You're going to give it back to Dad? What do you reckon? Has he got a chance?
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty lucky that I have to thank Tony from Affordable Storage for going on holiday and letting me ride the bike. That was pretty good. This weekend worked out way better than I expected, and it's been awesome. Good close racing with some good fellow people, and all the best to Lewis.
Yeah, lovely words, guys. There they are, our lightweight class, aren't they fantastic? Photo time as well here. It's a lovely owner, and we'll get a great pick on board as well. And to our 250 production, and 3rd place, Ben Wilson. I had Rob Lewis and that one, but Rob Gibson, so my apologies. Whichever one's right or wrong, doesn't matter. 2nd place, James Squire. Thank you to so many of the competitors for staying behind for prize giving here today. This is neat to see. And our winner today, and man did he storm away with it, Campbell Grayling. Right, young Ben, well done, mate. Team Aspire on fire this weekend?
Yeah, it was really good with all the team there helping me. All the other guys that pushed me along through the weekend, they really made it good fun, and there was lots of battles, and I'd just like to thank everyone from the team and all my sponsors who made this whole weekend possible and made me achieve what I did.
Nice words, Ben. Well done indeed. As we go to James, big pickup from doing a bit of motocross at South Canterbury now to being a Grand Prix runner-up at Ruapuna. Would you like this place?
Yeah, no, I love it. Bit like a motocross track, so it's good.
Were you one of those causing dust here today, were you?
Just off the end there a wee bit, but yeah, other than that, stuck it together.
Good on you, mate. Nice to see. Well done, Campbell. What do you think of this place as well?
Oh, it's a great track to be at. I love it here. I just love it.
That good? You want to come back again?
I'd love to come back. I'd like to come back on any bike. I love it here.
Right, you going to Invercargill?
Yeah, I'm going down there.
Right, is that better than this place?
Oh, they're pretty close. I like both of them. I don't know which one takes.
Oh, nice political answer, isn't he? Good. He can stand for Prime Minister any time. I put him on the spot, and he came through with shining colours. Well done. All sidecars. Next. Take a swig of your drink. I wouldn't say have a cigarette because you haven't got enough time, but our man's got some duties to do. Oh, Greg's going to do it. Oh, thank you, Greg. That's nice. Thank you. Brilliant. Oh, here we go. We've got 6 trophies for 3 machines, of course, because we get one for the peddler and one for the pusher as well. So great to see Shoesy Sidecars, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 3rd place, the best looking of all of our teams out there. Absolutely for sure of that. Barry Smith, Tracy Bryan. See what I mean? Corporate wardrobe, good looks, good legs. Hey, can't fault it, can you? And indeed to our runner-up today, fantastic, all the way from Auckland. Neat to have them with us, Pete Goodwin and his super new swinger in Kendall Dunlop. Well done. Team Pirate Racing. And indeed to our champion, fantastic, and his planking mate who was hanging there with him as well, Spike Taylor, Robbie Shorter. Man, look at that for a jewel. That is fantastic. Corporate wardrobe, the whole lot. A Spike and Scout, a sidecar show. There we go. Planking it should be. Tracy, how was Rapuna? You finished this time. Well done.
Oh, thanks. Without any injuries, which is great. It's been different. Being on the 600, obviously, the F1 wasn't ready, so a little bit underpowered, but I think getting a podium finish, Baz rode it pretty well, so yeah, we'll see what the next few rounds bring.
Right, so what are you going to do with your week in between? You kick your husband away and go for a real holiday?
Yeah, we came down on the bike, so we'll head off somewhere and have a few days together, and yeah, I'm sure we'll come up with something.
Nice one. Well done, Carl Cox Motorsport. Love your Baz. Mate, how do you like that little machine?
I was a bit disappointed that we didn't have the F1 ready, but we rode the wheels off the little 600 to try and keep up with these guys, but yeah, it was pretty tough, but I think we did the little bike proud, to be honest. Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to Gav and the team for giving us the little 600 to ride, and thanks to Gary from Shoesy for backing the sidecars this year. Yep.
Nice words, Barry. Here. Well said, well said. Kendall, do you like sidecars?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it now. It's pretty good.
Right, have you learned how to hold on?
Yep, getting there.
Yeah, well, you haven't fallen off, which is a real plus, but what about the actual swinging part of it as well? Are you getting the motions and know what to do? Does he give you a tap until you lean over further? At only 56 kgs, you've got to throw a bit more weight out the side?
I tell you what, Pete's been amazing having faith in me and giving me a go at this, but I've been so lucky as well that just the sidecar community's been awesome. Tracy and Baz and Robbie and Astrid and Spike, everyone's just been so helpful and giving me pointers and showing me what I'm doing wrong and how to fix it, and it's been amazing. I feel like...
What motorsport have you done before swinging?
I've been riding motorbikes for 10 years and I've done a little bit on my Pro Twin, but only at club level.
Right, so is this the best time you've ever had on a motorcycle?
Yeah.
All right, see, I just had to say that bit on a motorcycle just to clarify. Thank you, Kendall, well done. Pete, mate, see, that's the story. If you bring down 2 of them, one will go quite reliably, isn't it? Because if you only bring one, that one's going to break down. Is that the story?
Well, I'm not sure we made the right choice. All credit to my team, Ian and Warren. They've been flat tacked since Friday. I blew an engine to bits. In practice on the Friday, we had to put a standard engine in, and we've had an ongoing problem that got worse and worse as each race went by. So all credit to the guys for what they did. I don't know how the young lady hung on. She's incredulous. Unfortunately, we're up against a world-class team, and Robbie's, he's up there with the best rider and best passengers in the world. Spike's got a history. We were always going to be on a back foot, and we were never going to beat them, unfortunately, with the problems that we had, even if we could beat them. So I'm happy, I'm really happy, and thanks to everybody in the club for a great meeting. It's been excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, lovely words, Pete. Love you. Mate, great effort. We're coming up to Spike afterwards. We'll save the best to last. Planking, mate, you didn't do it for that GP. What happened?
Oh no, we're having a few issues with the bike actually. It's not been running right for the last couple of races, so
Just probably, actually I think I was thinking about what it could be coming down that back straight. It's been tormenting us, and I'd just like to thank Spike. It was a bit of a last minute call up this. Scout Fletcher was meant to be on, and she had a fight with a mountain bike and lost. So I got a last minute call up, so I'm just thankful for Spike for giving me the opportunity. Had a fantastic time out there once again, fantastic meeting, and I'd just like to thank all the other sidecars out there. We're a bit light on the field, and if you guys aren't out there racing with us, we can't race. So I'd just like to thank every other team for coming out to put numbers on the grid, and Gary from Shuzy for backing the series. It's fantastic to see that.
Yeah, well done, great words, Robbie. Don't you love these sidecar people, aren't they awesome? Right, well, I'll stand alongside this man, sponsored by Mobility by Rapper, because, well, everybody talks about it, don't they, Spike? But, hey, mate, you're in front again. How are you doing it still at that young age?
I don't know, we just keep plodding away at it, and you just get out there and give it a heap, and we're just having a great time out there. We've got a good pit crew over there with Dave and my kids and Jesse and daughter, and we're just having a fun time, really.
Right, first of all it was Astrid. She unfortunately had an injury and couldn't make it, and then we had Scout fell through, a third place ringing. What's he like?
Oh, he's a little dicey out there, eh? Just sort of waiting for a bit. But no, it's awesome having someone like Robbie on there. You just know you can just plant it anywhere on the track and just keep trying till the end, and yeah, not worry about it at all.
World-class sidecars right here at Ruapuni. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. They are fantastic. Well done. Photo shot, is the lens wide enough? Thank you indeed. Pizza night Friday, Southland Honda. Pizza night. If you've not been to a pizza night, you're missing out. The best pizzas in New Zealand, plus you're going to the best place, the best hospitality. I can't remember the bikes they sell there. Can somebody remind me? Where is he? Where's he? Is he gone? Oh, he's going to sell Yamahas. Pizza night, next Friday night, Southland Honda, Clyde Street by the roundabout in Invercargill. You won't miss it. Hey, let's call the following names out. We're going to... No. Oh, development. All right, okay, thank you. Develop. All right, thank you. We do have our development classes here. Nice to see they have got a certificate. Third place, Joey Ransom. Yeah. Woo. Second, Luke Huddleston. I loved the interview with Luke here on the podium today. He was just incredible. And I think that he's got a super dad, and Chris will love that. And our winner today, Jackson Cotton. Oh, rock on it, boys. Oh, yeah, thank you. Come on, Luke. Yeah, mate. Yeah, don't hold back. Your father didn't, so you can be as well. Well done. Just doing those. Well done. Day, Joey. A lot of fun?
Yeah, very fun. I loved it.
All right. What's your future in racing?
Oh, keep going in development, see how I go, and then maybe do 250 production.
Yeah, well done. Good choice. Good choice here today. Now with Jackson fast enough to beat your father. You're comparing lap times. You're better than him.
Not really. It's not the second half.
But hey, but it doesn't matter. He's not here. It doesn't matter. Just say you're better than him.
Still good to kick his ass.
Still good to kick his ass. He whispered it. I'll just repeat it. All right. Yeah, you didn't hear it. Oh, there we go. Well done. Loving that. Loving that. Hey, Luke, you're from a fine pedigree. I've been a fan of your dad's for a long time, mate. You're making him proud at the moment, I know for sure. You're loving having hit support around?
Yeah, it's good. I quite like it.
Right, tell us about what you're going to do between now and Invercargill next week. Train hard, work hard, fix the bike, go fast?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, well done. Give them a round of applause, aren't they awesome, folks? Our junior development. Love having them with us. All right, senior development, third place today, Vanessa Woodley-Gill. Vanessa, fantastic, on the podium. Second place today, Brent Cotton. There he is, the young fella. He's a guy that Jesus looks like he's asked me to kick too many times, doesn't it? For sure. And there's a mark in the back. And to our winner today, Paul Skinner. I like the word development. I think the word development could be used with every class, couldn't it? So I'm not quite sure what development is. What do you think you're developing, Vanessa?
Well, I've been in the same class for 8 years, so, you know, it's, yeah.
What is that? You think you need another 8 years to be fully developed?
No, I just need a really good sponsor if anyone's up for it.
So, same class, is that the same bike for 8 years?
Yep, same bike. Yep, same bike for 8 years. Yep.
But are your lap times, are you better than you were 8 years ago?
Oh, shit, yeah.
There you go. So she is developing, isn't she? Hey, give her a round of applause. Thank you, Vanessa. Well done. Cheers. As we look at our senior lineup today, man, Brent, that was one of your best days you've had, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I usually ride a bucket, so thanks to Dean for loaning me the 250 and actually trying to keep up with Jack. So it's going to be an interesting ride home after his last comment. So,
hey, blame me. I set him up, all right? You blame me. He's all right. He's a lovely boy. You've got to be proud of him, aren't you?
No, he's going really well. So it's nice to be able to race with your son. So following him's not too flash, and I'm going to have to get used to it. So no, it's been good fun.
Right, next week in Invercargill?
Yeah, I'm going down the watch.
Oh, come on.
Bike's parked up now. I'm just going to be dead. So it's home round for me. So I've done it now, and I can park up and follow Jack round for the next 3 rounds. So I'm quite looking forward to it.
Well, you'll come to the North Island as well?
Yeah, definitely. We're doing the North Island. So it's Jack's apprenticeship year. So
great. Yeah, and I hope a few more of those others. And big thanks to Underground Brown for supplying the truck. It's been loaded as we speak over there with the development bike. Tony's given the truck, and it's used for the developments. That truck's going to Invercargill and going to Taupo and going all the way to Hampton Downs, taking the development riders. So we love Underground Brown. Thank you, Tony. Awesome support that he's given. Provided the truck. He was going to sell it. It's all ready to go for sale, but it's not being sold till after March now. So on the way, if anybody would like to buy it, awesome truck to have there, 10 grand. If he told me, if he says in his ear, tell him Neil said only 10 grand. All right, so there you go. Good truck. It's making good pits for you. You get 2 sidecars in there. In fact, put a bit of a shelf and you get 4 of them and stack them up. So sidecars could be a good home for you as well, and a place to stay. You've got Rufus Spider in there as well. He's short of a bed in the wet nights here. So yeah. All right, back with Paul. Paul, you've been. I'm saying politely, you've done it before, but mate, you're on top now, and you're just caning them, aren't you? Are you now ready to go to a big bike?
No, I'm getting a bit old for that. Okay. No, I'm enjoying a wee bike. It's great fun to ride, and it's great battling with these young fellas, these up-and-comers like Jackson, who rode really, really well in that last race and actually showed me his back wheel for most of it. And no, it's been good fun.
I see the sponsor's name on it was Skinners, Mowers and Saws, and I thought you cut a few up and you mowed a few down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it helps pay the bills a wee bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well done. There they are, guys. Development. Don't you love that word? They're here. Just like Parliament, we've got a few development people in it as well. Good beers.
So who hasn't got their logbook? There's lots of logbooks in there.
Logbooks, have you heard, Larry? Or if anybody, always after an event, there's always some going cheap as well. And some of them got a better record than yours, so it's worth taking them. All right, Bears F1 today. 3rd place, Jaden Scott. Second, Trevor Chapman. Oh yeah, good support up there. And that Buell's a beautiful bike, Trevor. Mr. Buell himself would be proud of how well you're going. And our winner today, yes, Johnny Lewis. Johnny Lewis Builders team might have already made it a departure for them. I tell you what, Trev, you're all on your own here, mate. Hey, tell us about that Buell, beautiful bike. How'd you steal that one?
Oh, I acquired it, and yeah, love it. It's really fast.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not many of those around, is there?
Probably the only one in the South Island, or 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
Right, you taking it to Invercargill?
Unfortunately not, no, I can't get down there, but next year.
Right, Sound of Thunder?
Yes, definitely, yeah, building up for that.
Building up for that, all right. You're going to take a win in the Sound of Thunder with that?
Trying.
Well done, Trev. Give him a round of applause, folks. The lone Bears guy here out of F1. And to our F2 Bears, and 3rd place, Rod Moore. Thank you, Rod. 2nd on the Super Motard, Aaron Clark. And first place, Derek Partridge. So well done. Rob, tell us a little bit about your machine that you're riding.
It's a baby KTM 390, which is only 375cc, so severely outclassed of these big boys. But no, it's good fun, just trying to get a bit more track time, a bit more experience.
You'll take that in beers racing as well?
Yes, yep, Sound of Thunder, but just trying to get my speed up for development. Lightweights, yeah.
Well, how far are you off their times? You've been having a look?
Yeah, it's a bit scary.
Oh, it's a bit scary, okay. Well done, but good to see you doing the class as well. And here we go, check it out. Derek, love the t-shirt, well done, you've got that. No, mate, still good to have some fun out there with those guys?
Fantastic, loved it. Awesome.
All right, what about the big bikes? Not too daunting that you're on a smaller bike?
Only sometimes. Yeah, not too bad.
You just let them go for it, do you?
And try not to. Try to keep up with them.
Good on you. Well done, Derek. Great to see. There you go, guys. Bet Spears F3. All right, Supersport B now is third place, Dave Newell. Second, Peter Ellison. And first, Daryl Gresham. Well done. Oh, these guys are here. That's fantastic. Well done. Hey, you're all good looking. Who was who? That's Daryl. Well done, guys. Thank you indeed. Good on you guys. It might only be B. That's because they want to keep out of the way of the other guys. So good to see. Well done. Yep, thank you, Rob. Rob's going to do a photo. Nice to see. Got your NZ certificates there, guys. Well done. Thank you. Hey, you're all here for the prize giving. Well done. Superlite B, David Rangi in third place. Second, Sam Smith. And first, Jacob Gleb. Yeah, right. Making sure we do the photo as well. Yeah, that's better, guys. Well done. Thank you indeed. Rob here to do a photo of making sure we cover it all. Good. Yep.
Oh, we just done.
Oh, one was the GP, perhaps the other one was the result. So Sam and Jacob, come back, guys. And we've got other certificates because some are placings and some are GPs as well. Yep, good stuff. It's not here. Okay, Supersport B and is third place. Dave Newell, no we didn't Dave. Dave Newell, Pete Ellison, and oh guys, come back, there's another certificate, and Daryl Gresham. Guys, you only got one certificate, there's a second one here for you now, guys. Another certificate, one for result, one for the GP. Alright, sort that out. Alright, well done folks, that's a wrap. God bless, safe travels wherever you're going. Let's have a big round of applause for our organiser, promoter, and Rob Cochran, lifting the profile of our sport today. God bless everybody, have an awesome week. We'll see you in Invercargill. However you get there, have a great safe trip, and thank you everybody.